One Piece movies are wild, and today we're breaking down all 12 cinematic adventures that push the boundaries of Luffy's rubber-powered universe. From galaxy-spanning battles to encounters with gods and monsters, imagine pirates battling robotic armies, facing supernatural threats, and saving entire kingdoms. We'll break down each movie, revealing the epic moments, jaw-dropping fights. Get ready for a roller coaster ride through Luffy's most insane movie missions. Let me set the scene. Many years ago, there was this pirate legend named Woonan, a dude so greedy, he basically looted a third of the world's gold. A third? How do you even calculate that? But of course, he eventually dipped from the scene, as legends do. Still, pirates all over couldn't let his name rest in peace. They had to go chasing his treasure map like a bunch of broke adventurers in a fantasy gacha game. And guess who ends up with the map? Eldorado. Yeah, this guy has a name that sounds like it came straight out of a rejected Dungeons & Dragons campaign. He's loud, brutal, and screams literal destruction. But don't worry, we'll get back to his chaotic vibes soon enough. Meanwhile, our beloved Straw Hats, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp are out at sea. And guess what? They're starving, because Luffy ate all the food again. Seriously, you'd think they'd learn to ration by now. While they're busy contemplating their next meal, a bunch of burglars sneak onto the Going Merry and start looting. But instead of freaking out, Luffy, being Luffy, is just hyped that they paid him in rice balls. I mean, priorities, right? But of course, things can't stay chill for long. The burglars try to pull a fast one and shoot at Luffy, which, spoiler alert, doesn't go well for them. That's when we meet Tobio, a kid who's basically tagging along with these clowns on their ship. Eldorado shows up, and let me tell you, this man doesn't just yell, he screams destruction, one loud to rebellious, and he's blowing up ships left and right. The Merry, capsized. Nami and Usopp, swept away. Luffy, Zoro, and Tobio, clinging to a piece of driftwood, like a budget Titanic scene. So there they are, stranded. But does Luffy care about the situation? Nope, he smells food, and when Luffy smells food, the plot moves. They paddle their way to a floating Oden shop owned by Tobio's grumpy grandpa, Gonzo. This guy is basically a stew-making machine, dedicating his life to Oden greatness, while Tobio dreams of pirate glory. Grandpa's like, settle down, kid. Tobio's like, nah, I want to be legendary. It's a whole family drama. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro are too busy stuffing their faces with Oden to care. That is, until Gonzo's like, pay up, and surprise, they're broke. So now they're chained together as punishment. But hold on, what's Nami up to? She's stowed away on Eldorado's ship, like a stealthy queen, while Usopp, bless his lying soul, gets caught. To save his skin, I'll totally decipher this treasure map for you. And somehow, this works. Together they lead Eldorado's crew to a suspicious-looking valley with a massive castle. But plot twist, the gold is buried days deep. According to Nami and Usopp's completely fabricated plan, Eldorado doesn't buy it for a second and starts screaming the land into submission. This chaos naturally catches the attention of Luffy and Zoro, who are still chained together like some twisted buddy cop duo. They stumble into the action, along with Tobio, who's suddenly ready to throw hands to protect Woonan's treasure. Spoiler, Tobio is not ready. Eldorado smacks him down in 2 seconds flat. Luffy and Zoro try to fight back, but let's be real, it's hard to look cool when you're literally shackled. Eventually, Luffy does what he does best, he screws up. The three of them get launched off to some random hill, while Eldorado and his crew are busy scratching their heads. Nami and Usopp take the chance to yeet themselves out of there. The Straw Hats regroup. Nami picks the lock on the chains, and in true Nami fashion, reveals that she snagged Woonan's map on the way out. Smart, right? Well, not for long. She tries to burn the map to look for secret clues, but all she gets is ash. Good going, Nami. Luckily, Usopp's got a decent memory for once, and he remembers a clue that leads them to the island's big landmark, a ridiculously steep plateau. And that's where the real treasure hunt begins. Alright, so the Straw Hats are scaling this big old plateau because naturally, treasure hunting in One Piece means getting an unexpected leg day. Tobio, still trying to prove he's the next pirate king or whatever, insists on coming along despite everyone being like, kid, sit down. But nope, he's climbing like his life depends on it. Halfway up, they find a cave, and guess who's chilling there? Grandpa Ganzo. Yep, Tobio's stew-slinging grandpa has been lurking in the shadows like some kind of backstory guardian angel. Ganzo starts laying down some emotional lore about his past. Turns out these two were childhood besties, but Woonan was all about the bling-bling life, while Ganzo was just trying to make some solid Oden. Woonan, not impressed. Ganzo, dropping wisdom like gold doesn't laugh, doesn't sing, doesn't drink, doesn't cry, it's just a rock. Preach, Grandpa Ganzo. But of course, Woonan wasn't hearing it. Things escalated, they had a literal cliffhanger fight, and Ganzo ended up letting go so Woonan could live out his dreams. Spoiler alert, Ganzo survived plot armor for the win, but by the time he recovered, Woonan was long gone, living his best pirate life. Fast forward to now, Ganzo's dream dream wasn't gold, it was making the best pot of oden the world has ever tasted, and sharing it with Woonen. All touched by this tear-jerking tale, the Straw Hats and Tobio help him climb the rest of the way up. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? At the top, they find a suspiciously lonely hut, hiding in an underground tunnel. But before they can play treasure detectives, Eldorigo and his goons show up. Ganzo steps up to protect Tobio like the MVP grandpa he is, but Eldorigo's like, nah, sit down, and stomps on Ganzo's precious oden. Big mistake. Luffy straight up socks Eldorigo, grabs the spilled stew, and eats it like it's the best thing he's ever tasted. This is delicious, he says. Ganzo and Tobio are speechless, probably thinking, who is this guy? Meanwhile, Zoro's out here doing Zoro things, taking down Golas with one clean duel, while Luffy goes full rubber blitz on Eldorigo. He breaks this guy's golden armor, which, let's be honest, looked tacky anyway. Eldorigo, now extra mad, fires off another destruction beam, but Luffy, he just bounces it back. Then, for the grand finale, Luffy launches a Gomu Gomu no bazooka that sends Eldorigo flying off the island. Team Rocket style. Eldorigo's men, yeah, they're out of there faster than you can say plot convenience. With the bad guys gone, the Straw Hats help Ganzo and Tobio back to the tunnel. Inside, they find what's left of Woonen, a dusty skeleton in pirate captain gear. The treasure, gone, but the walls are covered with a deathbed letter from Woonen himself. Turns out, Woonen realized that all the gold in the world didn't fill the void in his heart. What he really cherished was the adventure, the thrill of the journey, and the memory of his best friend, Ganzo. He even kept their childhood pirate flag as his most prized possession, a symbol of respect and loyalty. Cue the waterworks. Tobio, full of guilt and love, apologizes for doubting his grandpa. Ganzo, being the ultimate supportive grandparent, reassures him, whatever dream you choose, I'll be proud. They decide to give Woonen a proper burial before saying goodbye to the Straw Hats. And the Straw Hats, they borrow some loot from Eldorigo's ship to compensate for their trouble. They even offer to pay for Ganzo's oden, but Ganzo waves them off, saying their debt is a promise to meet again when they've all fulfilled their dreams. With hearts full and bellies fuller, the Straw Hats set sail, ready for their next adventure. The Straw Hats start this adventure the only way they know how, vibing on a sunny beach like they're on vacation. Luffy, naturally, is hyped about a random toy windmill that washed up on shore, but before anyone can tell him to stop playing with trash, they spot the Going Merry sailing off into the distance with no one on board. Yep, somebody stole their ship, and just to add salt to the wound, they made off with all their clothes, weapons, and supplies too. Rude. Now stuck on the island with nothing but beach vibes and bad moods, the Straw Hats rent a paddle boat and some fresh outfits from the local wedding shop. While paddling after their beloved Mary, they spot a kid flailing in the water. Luffy's all, we gotta save him, but as soon as they do, bam, a giant fishing net traps them. Turns out the kid, Akisu, was baiting them for his partner Boruto, a scruffy outlaw. Together, these two introduce themselves as the Thief Brothers, self-proclaimed treasure-stealing legends with big plans to nab the diamond clock from Clockwork Island. The Straw Hats are unimpressed, but Boruto drops some intel. Their ship was jacked by the Trump Pirates, a deck of card-themed baddies who've made Clockwork Island their headquarters. Their leader? Bear King, a wannabe pirate king, with some heavy-hitter lieutenants Honey Queen, Boojak, Skunk One, and Pin Joker. And wouldn't you know it, Honey Queen and Boojak show up right on cue, cornering the Thief Brothers' tiny boat. Now, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are thrilled to throw hands, but Boojak's spiky armor makes things dicey, threatening to sink their boat. Usopp, in classic Usopp fashion, panics and rows, like his life depends on it, which it kind of does. This heroic panic rowing knocks a small music box out of Akisu's jacket and into the sea. Cue some emotional drama. Akisu freaks out, making Usopp stop so Boruto can dive in and save the box. But all this fuss over a music box gives Honey Queen and Boojak enough time to blow the boat to smithereens. Nami gets scooped up in the chaos because apparently Bear King has decided she's the perfect bride. The rest of the Straw Hats are left floating on scraps of wood, wondering why they can't go one day without losing something important. Undeterred, Boruto salvages what's left of the boat and rigs up a raft, using a parachute as a sail. The gang sets course for Clockwork Island, while Boruto drops some backstory. He found Akisu as a baby castaway, with nothing but that music box, and it's been Akisu's most treasured possession ever since. Basically, these two are ride-or-die brothers, bound by fate and feels. This gets Luffy thinking about his own connection with Shanks, but before he can get too sentimental, Boruto points out a giant spiral staircase sticking out of a barren rock in the sea. This leads to the real Clockwork Island, a town full of inventors and engineers being held hostage by the Trump Pirates. At the very top of the hill is Trump Castle, where Bear King has set up shop with dreams of becoming Pirate King. He's also forcing the locals to build a giant superweapon called the King Cannon, because what's a pirate adventure without an evil doomsday device? Meanwhile, Bear King is busy falling head over heels for Nami, who's stalling for time with her usual clever antics. He decides he'll court her by defeating her crew and funding their wedding with Luffy's bounty. Nami, absolutely not into it. Back with the Straw Hats, they charge up the staircase to Trump Castle, despite the Thief Brothers' warnings about traps, and oh boy, traps they find. First, the stairs turn into a water slide, then they get hit with a flood and a boulder avalanche. Luffy stretches himself into a rubber barrier to shield the crew. Sanji's kicking boulders like a pro, and Zoro, he straight up uproots the floor to stop the flood. The squad barely makes it to the top, totally wiped out. From their vantage point, they spot Trump Castle looming ahead. After spotting both the Going Merry and the fabled diamond clock at the top of Trump Castle, the Straw Hats decide to not rush in immediately. Instead, they explore the town for food and, more importantly, practical clothes. Note wedding shop outfits, while iconic, aren't exactly combat ready. While wandering, they meet the island's chief engineers, who spill the beans about the Trump pirates' tyranny. Bear King's crew has turned the diamond clock, once the pride of Clockwork Island, into a symbol of oppression. The engineers beg the Straw Hats to leave before they get hurt. Luffy hits them with one of his classic one-liners, "If you don't stake your life, you can't make a future." Mic drop. With a newfound resolve, the group builds a parasail for an aerial assault on Trump Castle. It's all smooth sailing until Honey Queen and Bojack crash the party. Bojack tricks Sanji into kicking a spiked weapon, and Honey Queen flexes her Toro Toro no Mi Logia powers, turning herself into an airtight liquid wave. Their parasail floods and the crew scrambles to stay afloat. Meanwhile, Sanji takes a nosedive into the mine-filled hill below. Sanji's landing is rougher than a badly cooked meal, and the mines leave him incapacitated. Honey Queen and Bojack capture him, delivering him to Bear King, who's thrilled about another hostage. Nami, less thrilled. Back at the castle gates, the parasail makes a crash landing, leaving Boruto, Akisu, and the rest of the Straw Hats in shambles. Tensions flare as Akisu and Usopp start bickering, blaming each other for their misfortunes. Luffy shuts them up with a taunt that stings worse than any weapon, inspiring Akisu to stop whining. The group charges forward, smashing the castle gates. Inside the castle, hundreds of Trump Pirates' foot soldiers swarm the Straw Hats, but Luffy, Zoro, and Boruto dive into the brawl like they're at a buffet. Usopp and Akisu follow behind, clearly questioning their life choices. Meanwhile, Bear King shows off his finished king cannon to his lieutenants and the Straw Hat captives. Sanji, being Sanji, tries to provoke Bear King by bragging about his intimate moments with Nami. Classic Sanji. It works. Enraged, Bear King crucifies Sanji on one of the castle spires, planning a dramatic execution. Nami, understandably, is horrified. The situation worsens when Skunk One joins the fray, unleashing his noxious devil gas that paralyzes everyone it touches. As the crew starts dropping like flies, Usopp pulls off one of his trademark reckless gambles. He dives onto Skunk One's gas nozzle to block it with his own body. It works, but it leaves him vulnerable. Skunk One wastes no time, and soon Usopp is crucified beside Sanji, earning him a dubious badge of courage. Inspired by Usopp's sacrifice, Luffy, Zoro, Boruto, and Akisu charge deeper into the castle. Their progress is halted when a pressure trap springs, threatening to crush them against the ceiling. While Luffy and Zoro struggle to hold the trap back, Boruto pulls a shocking move. He takes Akisu and abandons the Straw Hats. As the crew watches in disbelief, Boruto drops a bombshell. His goal wasn't the diamond clock, it was the liberation of Clockwork Island, which he suspects is Akisu's homeland. He even confesses to stealing the Going Merry to bait the Trump Pirates into overextending. He coldly declares the Straw Hats unfit to fight the Trump Pirates, and vows to take on Bear King's crew alone, staking his life for Akisu's future. Laying the unconscious Akisu on a staircase, Boruto walks away, ready to face the Trump Pirates head-on. Boruto's solo heroics don't last long, as Pin Joker bursts in to harass the trapped Luffy and Zoro. Nursing a grudge over an old defeat and a scar to prove it, Pin Joker unleashes a toxic barrage of darts infused with Skunk One's devil gas. Luffy protests as Zoro charges head-on, shielding Luffy from the darts but taking the full hit himself. Now paralyzed, Zoro is hauled off to join the Crucifixion Club alongside Sanji and Usopp. Bear King, drunk on his supposed victory, gloats that Luffy is crushed under the trap. Nami's refusal to marry him only fuels his anger, and he prepares to test the king cannon on his prisoners. Nami doesn't back down, choosing loyalty over self-preservation, but her defiance only earns her a front-row seat to Bear King's cruelty. Meanwhile, Akisu wakes up and finds Luffy still straining against the trap. Ignoring Luffy's protest, Akisu sprints after Boruto, who's gearing up for a do-or-die dynamite strike. Boruto bursts onto the top floor, forcing Bear King to momentarily abandon the king cannon. But Bear King, ever the strategist, reminds Boruto that blowing up the castle could destroy the engine and doom the island. Boruto hesitates, giving Bear King the opening to pummel him. Despite the beating, Boruto jokes about his fate until Akisu shows up, trying to fight but quickly swatted away. Akisu's fall dislodges Luffy's toy windmill, which tumbles down to Luffy's feet and shatters. The gesture stirs something in Luffy, who summons his trademark determination and punches straight through the ceiling, flooring everyone above. The room erupts into chaos. Luffy's dramatic entrance is met with disbelief from the Trump Pirates, and sarcastic relief from the captured Straw Hats. But in true Luffy fashion, his first move is to mess with Boruto's dynamite, setting off a massive explosion that miraculously only frees Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp from their crosses. Zoro squares off against Pin Joker, slicing through his defenses with ease. Sanji shields Nami and methodically destroys Bojack's spiked armor with a series of relentless kicks. Usopp, in classic underdog fashion, leads Skunk One on a chase, retrieves the crew's weapons, and lights up Skunk's gas tank for an explosive finish. Honey Queen tries to slip away in liquid form but gets trapped in a jar by Nami, who's more than happy to seal her fate with tape and a smug grin. But the true showdown is between Wentworth Luffy and Bear King, and it's nothing short of brutal. Thanks to his Kachi Kachi no Mi, Bear King's rock-hard skin and scorching fists make him nearly invincible. Luffy takes blow after blow but refuses to back down. Just when things look dire, Boruto fires the king cannon at Bear King, but the shot misses. Bear King retaliates, shooting Boruto only for Akisu to jump in and shield his brother. Akisu is thrown to the edge of the castle, where he proudly declares himself a man before collapsing. Boruto, heartbroken, rushes to him while Bear King gloats. This pushes Luffy over the edge, and with renewed rage he powers through Bear King's defenses. As Bear King aims the King Cannon directly at powers through Bear King's defenses, Luffy spins the cannon's shell back at Bear King, the impact blasting him and the King Cannon through the castle floors into the engine chamber. The explosion consumes Bear King, the King Cannon, and Clockwork Island's delicate mechanisms, causing the island to collapse. As the island tilts and crumbles, its residents unveil their secret contingency, parachutes and supply packs for everyone. The Straw Hats, too, escape with an overhauled Going Merry, featuring an oversized sail to cushion their descent. In the aftermath, Boruto discovers that Akisu survived the gunshot thanks to a hidden plate of scrap metal. The brothers share a heartfelt reunion, but the surprises aren't over. When the diamond clock, now free from the Trump pirates' tyranny, begins to chime, its melody matches Akisu's beloved music box. The island's chief engineers reveal themselves as Akisu's long-lost parents, who had sent him away as a baby to protect him from the Trump pirates. Overwhelmed with emotion, Akisu embraces them but ultimately chooses to stay with Boruto, his true family on the seas. As Clockwork Island sinks beneath the waves, its residents vow to rebuild elsewhere, inspired by the Straw Hats and the Thief Brothers. Akisu, now fully embracing his life as a man of the sea, argues over loot with Boruto as the two sail away. The Straw Hats, watching their antics, share a knowing smile before setting off for their next adventure. One Piece Chopper's kingdom on the island of strange animals. The Straw Hat pirates, fueled by excitement over a mysterious treasure map, set sail for Okan Island, a little-known destination said to hold hidden riches. Everyone eagerly anticipates the adventure, except for Tony Chopper, who nervously imagines every possible danger. As the crew teasingly questions whether he has the resolve to be a pirate, the ship, Going Merry, begins to shake violently. The crew rushes above deck and sees massive geysers erupting all around them, spraying water high into the air. One of the geysers strikes the Going Merry directly, launching it into the sky. Mid-flight, Nami spots land and identifies it as Okan Island, named for the crown-shaped ring of steam created by the surrounding geysers. But there's no time to celebrate as the ship begins plummeting. In the chaos, Chopper is flung off the ship, desperately grabbing the crow's nest, but tearing off the Straw Hats' pirate flag in the process. Helpless, Chopper disappears into the dense forests of the island. The Going Merry crashes on the island's far shore, leaving the remaining crew shaken but unharmed. Before they can regroup, they're approached by strange-looking animals, including a bald parrot, who shocks the crew by introducing himself as one of the elders of an intelligent animal society. The parrot explains that the island's creatures have long maintained a civilization of their own, ruled by the mighty Kirin Lion, a golden-horned beast, who recently passed away. The Kirin Lion's death has left the animals waiting for a prophesied king. When the island bears a crown, the heavens shall bestow upon us a new king of beasts. Meanwhile, in the Kirin Lion's burial cave, the island's sole human inhabitant, Mobambi, mourns the loss of his adoptive father, the Kirin Lion. Encouraged by his friend Karasuke, a human-sized crow capable of speech, Mobambi reluctantly leaves the cave to join the animal's ceremony. Unexpectedly, Chopper tumbles down a nearby cliff and crashes into the center of the ceremonial circle. His startled cry of pain is mistaken for a declaration of King Wan, and to his disbelief, he is crowned the new King of Beasts. Adorned with royal regalia, featuring the torn Straw Hat pirate flag as his cape, Chopper tries to protest, but Mobambi's overwhelming praise and pleas for help in treating the injured silence him. News of the new king spreads quickly, igniting a joyous celebration across the island. The other Straw Hats, still unaware of Chopper's involvement, are swept into the festivities. Usopp, eager to fit in, goes as far as crafting crude animal disguises for the crew. The revelry is short-lived, however, as chaos erupts with the arrival of the Horn Eaters, massive, armored beasts responsible for killing many of the island's elders. Their violent stampede forces everyone to flee. Unfortunately, the Horn Eaters are drawn to the fake horns on Luffy's costume. Panicked, Luffy snaps off the horns, but in typical Luffy fashion, he throws them straight ahead, leading the Horn Eaters to charge right into him. Elsewhere, Chopper tends to the islands injured with Mobambi by his side, but remains determined to reunite with the Straw Hats. Mobambi, however, begs Chopper to stay and fulfill his role as king, arguing that pirates only bring destruction. He tearfully recounts his tragic past, revealing that his father, a naturalist, had been killed by pirates before his very eyes. Left with only his father's wrecked ship and a locket as mementos, Mobambi had washed ashore on Okan Island, where the Kirin Lion had raised him as his own. Elsewhere on the island, the remaining Straw Hats stumble upon a cliffside camp swarming with Horn Eaters' massive armored beasts. The camp leader, Count Battler, smugly introduces himself, boasting about his mass harvesting of horns with the help of his equally vain henchmen, President Habe and General Hotdog. Battler reveals that he is seeking a legendary legendary treasure hidden in the horns of Okan Island, rumored to contain a world-shaking power. Realizing he has said too much, Battler plays a hypnotic song on his special violin, which controls the Horn Eaters. To everyone's shock, the violin's tune also hypnotizes Luffy, throwing him into a blind rage. In his frenzy, Luffy charges straight toward his crewmates, unintentionally hurling all of them over the cliff toward a crocodile-infested river. Fortunately, once out of the violin's range, Luffy regains his senses and uses his rubber body to cushion their fall. The Straw Hats recover on a drifting log and notice dozens of dehorned animals along the riverbanks, victims of Battler's greed. Discussing Chopper's whereabouts, they spot the bald parrot flying overhead and quickly demand information. Though initially hesitant, the parrot agrees to lead them to the King of Beasts, unaware that Battler and his lackeys are secretly trailing them. Meanwhile, Mobambi and his animal friends receive a garbled account of invaders approaching, prompting Mobambi to beg Chopper to protect the island. Although reluctant, Chopper steels himself and prepares to face the threat. However, much to his relief, the invaders turn out to be none other than the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats are shocked to learn that Chopper has been crowned the Animal King. Chopper reassures the animals that the Straw Hats mean no harm, leading the group to a grand feast. However, the celebration is cut short when Mobambi accuses the Straw Hats of being untrustworthy. When the animals learn that the Straw Hats are pirates, panic spreads, especially when Luffy innocently asks for meat, causing the animals to assume he intends to eat them. During the commotion, Nami questions Karasuke about the treasure of Okan Island, but Usopp interrupts, suggesting they grab Chopper and leave. Before a decision can be made, a massive explosion echoes across the island. Rushing to the source, they find Battler and his crew, holding a logbook they've discovered. Battler triumphantly declares that the true power of Okan Island lies in the horns of the Animal King. Battler's eyes narrow as he spots the Straw Hats and demands to know the identity of the Animal King. Playing his violin once more, he sends the Horn Eaters into a charging frenzy. Unable to stand by, Chopper leaps down to face Battler, declaring himself the Animal King. Battler halts his violin, but General Hotdog dismisses Chopper's claim, mocking his small stature. Ignoring the ridicule, Chopper orders Battler to call off the Horn Eaters, but Battler smugly challenges him to defeat them first. Meanwhile, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy gets himself wedged in a doorway after overeating. Zoro and Sanji struggle to free him while Chopper takes matters into his own hands, leading the Horn Eaters away from the cliff to protect the animals. Usopp attempts to attack Battler with his Usopp boomerang, but Battler dodges it effortlessly. Chopper uses his 3 transformation points to escape the Horn Eaters, but their speed enhanced by Battler, Heibi, and Hotdog riding them proves too much. As Chopper nears exhaustion, Mobambi contemplates rallying the other animals to fight. However, the animals dismiss his suggestion, insisting they should elect a new king instead of risking their lives. While Luffy, Nami, and Usopp pursue Chopper across fragile stone columns that collapse underfoot, Chopper finds himself cornered at a dead end. With Battler, Heibi, and Hotdog closing in, Chopper reflects on the lessons of his mentor Dr. Hiraluk, steeling himself for what comes next. Hotdog lands a powerful punch on Chopper, sending him flying. Before Chopper can recover, Heibi swings his chain sword, narrowly missing as Chopper dodges each attack. The chaotic battle shifts when Sanji smashes the platform beneath Heibi, landing dramatically and declaring himself the prince. As Heibi prepares to counter, Zoro arrives, picking up the injured Chopper, but their reprieve is short-lived. Hotdog launches another attack, sending Chopper flying once again. Zoro steps up to challenge Hotdog, urging Chopper to escape. Chopper sprints away but is intercepted by Count Battler, who pins him down and grabs hold of his horns. Just as Battler tightens his grip, Luffy bursts onto the scene, launching Battler away with a Gomu Gomu no rocket. Nami and Usopp arrive shortly after to provide backup. Battler retaliates by playing his hypnotic violin, sending the Horn Eaters into a frenzy and once again entrancing Luffy. Nami and Usopp yell in Luffy's ears, snapping him out of it, but the Horn Eaters continue their rampage. They charge at the group, sending Luffy flying off the battlefield. Mobambi sits in the Kirin Lion's cave, grappling with the decision to use the golden horns of the former Animal King. Karasuke flies in, desperately trying to stop him, warning that taking the horns will result in Mobambi's exile. Outside the cave, the Green Bird Elder insists that the power of the horns belongs to the Animal King, not humans. Mobambi protests that without the horns, Chopper will die, but the Elder remains resolute. Elsewhere, Sanji faces off against Heibi in a narrow cave. Sanji dodges Heibi's relentless slashes and stabs, countering with a powerful kick. However, Heibi uses his speed to fade away and reappear behind Sanji, delivering a series of devastating slashes. Despite his injuries, Sanji stands firm, his determination unwavering. At the same time, Zoro battles Hotdog, struggling against his opponent's spiked ball and chain weapon. Bound by the chains, Zoro endures a barrage of kicks and punches. Meanwhile, Chopper and Usopp flee from the Horn Eaters, with Nami guiding them from ahead. Realizing Chopper's exhaustion, Usopp Usopp kicks him to safety, then uses his Usopp boomerang as decoy horns to lure the beasts away. As the Horn Eaters give chase, Usopp fires gunpowder at a nearby cliff, causing a landslide that traps the creatures under a pile of boulders. While searching for Chopper, Luffy encounters Mobambi. At the same time, Battler finds Chopper again and knocks him down, ready to deliver the final blow. Mobambi arrives just in time, holding up the golden horns to distract Battler. Mobambi runs, drawing Battler away, but the chase leads to a perilous chasm with a lava pit below. Mobambi leaps across the chasm, with Battler in pursuit. As both begin to fall, Karasuke dives to save Mobambi, but Battler fires his chain weapon, anchoring himself to Karasuke's leg. Overburdened, Karasuke starts to fall as well. In the nick of time, Luffy stretches his arms down the chasm, grabbing Karasuke and Mobambi, lifting them to safety. However, the horns Mobambi carried are lost in the chaos. Battler retrieves and consumes the horns, transforming into a giant golden beast with blazing horns. Back in the caves, Sanji, bloodied and battered, faces Heibi for a final clash. Sanji declares that as long as there is someone worth protecting, he will fight to his last breath. He spits his cigarette at Heibi, temporarily blinding him, then delivers a relentless series of kicks, culminating in Heibi's defeat. Sanji mocks Heibi's weapon, calling it a piece of shit compared to his weapon, and walks away victorious. Meanwhile, Zoro continues his battle with Hot Dog, who uses a spinning kick to send Zoro into the water, still bound by chains. But to Hot Dog's shock, Zoro reappears behind him, breaking free of his bindings. The chains were shattered by Hot Dog's own kick. Zoro draws his swords, exchanging blows with Hot Dog, until exhaustion sets in. Stripping off his shirt, Zoro focuses his remaining strength, and uses Tatsumaki Dragon Twister, slicing Hot Dog repeatedly and defeating him. As Zoro sheaths his swords, he remarks that Hot Dog's kicks are nothing compared to someone he knows a certain pain in the ass. As Battler rises up as a great beast, Luffy leaps with a Gomu Gomu no pistol, but is struck down. Battler leaps through the air and plows down toward him, and Luffy is sent flying back. Battler proceeds to take several vicious swings at Luffy, Luffy barely able to keep up. Battler successfully gores Luffy with his horns, then flicks his head back and sends Luffy flying, who barely manages to cling onto the edge of the cliff. Battler demands why Luffy continues to fight, and Luffy replies that it is for Chopper. Luffy's handhold crumbles, and he plummets down to the chasm below, causing Battler to laugh. Chopper takes a piece of paper out of his hat, looking at a picture of Hiruluk's pirate flag. Chopper stands up to Battler, telling Battler that he will not forgive him, but Battler laughs it off. Chopper shifts to heavy point, then eats a rumble ball, and he then switches to arm point, and uses Kokote Rosio, striking Battler between the eyes. Battler is unaffected and slams Chopper to the ground, who returns to brain point. Suddenly, Mobambi jumps into action and starts hitting Battler, but Battler tosses him away. Chopper is struck down as well, and Mobambi runs to Chopper, trying to help him up. Battler then proceeds to say that he knew Mobambi's father, being an old colleague of his. He says that Mobambi's father made an unwise decision and kept the secret of the treasure from him, so Battler killed Mobambi's father. Mobambi recognizes Battler's weapon from the day that he saw his father killed, and realizes that it was indeed Battler who killed his father. Mobambi calls Battler a pirate, but Battler replies that he would never accept being called a pirate. Mobambi then declares that he will protect Chopper, and he leaps at Battler, clinging onto his arm. Battler crunches Mobambi in his hand, making Mobambi cry out. Suddenly, there is a great rumbling, and the strange animals from all over the island come charging toward the site of the battle. Battler strikes the ground with his horns, cracking it up so the animals cannot reach him. However, standing among them is Luffy, very furious, and he delivers a hard strike to Battler's face. Luffy then uses Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun to strike Battler repeatedly in the chest, but Battler declares that it is no use. Luffy grabs Battler by the horns, lifting the great beast above his head, and smashes the horns in his hands. Battler quickly starts becoming a human again, and Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, sending Battler flying off into the distance, defeated at last. With this, everyone cheers, and Mobambi thanks Luffy, as now he has become a little stronger, but says that he will probably have to leave the island for taking the Kirin Lion's horns. Mobambi apologizes to the animals for what he did, but they place the Animal King crown upon his head, declaring him as a hero. Mobambi asks Chopper to stay with them on the island, but Chopper replies that he is a pirate. Suddenly, there are more underwater eruptions, and a great bell begins to ring as the wind blows. The smoke around the island suddenly takes the shape of a golden crown, and the animals are shocked to see that the heavens have acknowledged Mobambi as the new Animal King. Chopper says that he and Mobambi can still be friends despite going different ways, and so they both begin to cry, as it is time for them to say goodbye. Later, the Going Merry is shown with lots of food on board, and the Straw Hat Pirates talk about the great party they had after the defeat of Battler. As they head toward the new island, Usopp jokes to Chopper about the kind of monsters they may encounter, and so Luffy declares that they will move full speed ahead as the movie ends. One Piece Dead End Adventure. The movie begins with a marine ship battling stormy seas, firing cannonballs at what is revealed to be the Going Merry. Thanks to the fierce weather and Nami's exceptional navigation skills, the Straw Hats manage to outmaneuver the Marines, who are ordered by headquarters to continue pursuing pirates gathering in the area. The Marines are warned to watch for a notorious man known as Gaspard, labeled the Marine's indelible stain. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, as they were during the Jaya arc, are seen enjoying a meal in a pirate-filled bar. The rowdy atmosphere takes a mysterious turn when a strange man approaches the bartender, hands him 2 100 belly coins, and is escorted through a hidden door. Nami, ever the opportunist, becomes suspicious and questions the bartender. With some coaxing, he reveals that behind the door lies a dangerous but rewarding opportunity. Intrigued, the crew follows the lead. After passing through the hidden door, they find themselves in a long tunnel, where an old man allows them to proceed after Nami presents the 2 coins. Emerging at the end, the Straw Hats are greeted by a spectacular sight, a massive underground cave, its walls adorned with pirate flags, and teeming with fierce-looking pirate crews. Nico Robin, recalling her past, recognizes the location as the site of the Dead End Race, a perilous, no-holds-barred sailing competition with a grand prize of 300 million belly. The event draws pirates from far and wide, many of whom are introduced as this year's prominent competitors. Among them are 2 giants, a fishman rival of Arlong, and the favorite to win Gaspard, a former marine officer infamous for deserting after murdering his own crew. While Nami registers the Straw Hats for the race, Luffy finds himself entangled in a scuffle with Gaspard's crew. During the fight, he meets Shiraya Baskud, a bounty hunter of considerable infamy, who aids in taking down Gaspard's men. Although One Piece and Gaspard cross paths, they part ways without a direct confrontation for now. The next morning, the Dead End Race officially begins with a dramatic parade. Participants are challenged to sail off a waterfall, fight rival pirate crews, and navigate treacherous sharp turns, and that's all before even reaching the open ocean. Many pirate crews are wrecked during this hazardous phase, but the Straw Hats, with their characteristic resilience, overcome every obstacle and enter the main race. While checking the ship after surviving the race's initial chaos, the crew discovers a stowaway, a kid named Anaguma. She confesses that she originally intended to kill them for their bounties, but changed her mind after witnessing their incredible strength. Instead of tossing her overboard, the Straw Hats decide to let her stay with them until the race concludes. The Straw Hats endure several more encounters with rival crews, including Bigelow's, and even fend off Sea Kings. They finally reach Partia, the supposed finish line of the race. However, they quickly realize something is wrong. Partia is revealed to be a marine stronghold designed to ambush incoming pirate ships. The stronghold unleashes a devastating assault, sinking numerous ships as they arrive. With her keen observation, Robin notices the log pose to Partia is fake, having been tampered with by attaching a misleading plaque over the real destination. It becomes clear that Gaspard rigged the race from the start. After narrowly escaping the marine stronghold, the Straw Hats regroup to track down Gaspard and expose his deceit. Chopper's heightened sense of smell proves invaluable, allowing the crew to trace Gaspard's ship and prepare for a showdown. Aboard Gaspard's ship, the Salamander, Shiraya makes his move. After infiltrating Gaspard's crew the previous night, he launches an attack, aiming to exact vengeance for the destruction of his hometown and the death of his little sister. However, Needless, Gaspard's first mate, intercepts him. Despite eventually defeating Needless, Shiraya is overpowered by Gaspard and his candy fruit powers, which allow him to transform his body into syrup, rendering conventional attacks useless. Just as Gaspard is about to deal the final blow, the Straw Hats arrive. Luffy boards the Salamander, plowing through Gaspard's subordinates, furious over being led into a marine ambush. Shiraya tries to stop with Luffy, claiming this is his fight alone, but Luffy knocks him aside, declaring he'll punish Gaspard for his own reasons. While Luffy and Gaspard clash, Anaguma reunites with her grandfather, Biera, the Salamander's enslaved engineer. Anaguma pleads for him to leave the ship with her, but Biera insists on staying, claiming he has one final task to complete. The battle between Luffy and Gaspard intensifies, with Gaspard's syrup body proving nearly invulnerable. However, Sanji deduces a critical weakness. Flour can counter Gaspard's powers. He delivers sacks of flour to Luffy, turning the tide of the fight. Meanwhile, Biera sabotages the Salamander, overloading its boiler to trigger an explosion, intending to sink the ship and take Gaspard down with it. On the Going Merry, Anaguma begs the crew to save her grandfather, but Zoro, understanding Biera's resolve, knocks her unconscious to prevent her from interfering. In the process, her hat falls off, revealing her true identity as a girl. As the Salamander's boiler room erupts in flames, Luffy uses one of the flour sacks to cover himself, enduring Gaspard's next attack. The resulting burst of flour coats Gaspard, leaving him vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy uses a second sack to further incapacitate him, landing a decisive blow that launches Gaspard into a nearby cyclone, finally defeating him. Before the Salamander sinks entirely, Biera and Shiraya rescue Luffy, and the three return to the Going Merry. As the crew sets sail for the nearest island, Biera reveals that Anaguma's real name is Adele Baskud, making her Shiraya's long-lost sister. The siblings' reunion is is initially awkward, but they eventually come to accept each other. When the Straw Hats near the real Partia, it's clear they've won the dead-end race. However, their triumph is short-lived, as the Marines from earlier resurface, forcing them to abandon the prize money and flee. Much to Nami's dismay, they forfeit the 300 million belly prize. The Straw Hats drop off Adele, Shiraya, and Biera on land, bidding them farewell before setting sail again. With the Marines in pursuit, the crew resumes their adventures, undeterred by the challenges ahead. The story begins with a flashback on Aska Island, where pirates launch a devastating attack. The villagers resist bravely, but are overwhelmed. Near a sacred temple, a man named Saga lies dying in the arms of a woman named Maya. Against her warnings, Saga grasps a mysterious sword, and his wounds heal instantly. Empowered by the blade, he slaughters the pirates, though an ominous, malevolent force emerges within him. In the present, the Straw Hat Pirates dock at the same island. While Zoro and Usopp stay aboard the Going Merry to guard the ship, the others head into town to restock supplies. At a restaurant, Nami shares a tale about the 7-star sword, a legendary blade rumored to be on the island. Robin expands on the story, recounting the Red Moon, a catastrophic event that occurs every 100 years. She explains that the king of the island once used 3 magical gems and the unbreakable 7-star sword to protect the island. However, a prophecy warned, when the Red Moon shines, the sword will be imbued with great power. If the 7 stars should fall to it, the world will be forever ruled by darkness. Meanwhile, back on the Going Merry, Zoro is resting while Usopp works on repairs. When Usopp asks for Zoro's help breaking down some wooden boards, a knife suddenly pierces the wood, narrowly missing Zoro's face. The knife has Zoro's name carved into it. As Usopp climbs above deck, he notices Zoro is gone but fails to see a stab mark on the ship's mast. Zoro, now in the forest, holds the mysterious knife when 3 figures Bismarck, Bukong, and Tama appear. They recognize him and claim they've been expecting him, asking him to follow them. Elsewhere, the Straw Hats are pursued by Marine ships, led by Commander Drake. Although they want to search for Zoro, they're forced to escape the Marines. Nami directs them toward a narrow path surrounded by mountains, despite Luffy's objections. The path leads them to a ramp, and instead of sinking, the Going Merry is sent flying into the sky, leaving the massive Marine ships to crash into one another. As the ship descends, it bounces off a hippo rhino, which coughs up a lion pufferfish, saving its life. In gratitude, the creature falls in love with the ship. The Straw Hats are ultimately carried safely into a river on the island. Deeper in the jungle, Zoro is taken to a marine dojo, where he meets their leader Saga, his old friend. Zoro returns the knife to Saga, who hands it to Tama. Saga, clutching his chest in pain, asks Zoro to abandon piracy and lend him his strength. Zoro agrees to listen. On the Going Merry, the Straw Hats search for Zoro. Chopper discovers a giant lake, where they spot Maya swimming. She carries 3 orbs to a shrine, and begins praying. Spotting the Going Merry, she realizes it's a pirate ship, and flees. Luffy, dragging Usopp along, stretches out to ask her about Zoro, but the two lose track of her. The crew follows Maya to a nearby village. There, Maya warns the villagers of a pirate attack. She urges a woman named Izaya to help the women and children escape. However, the Straw Hats find them, and Nami suspects the villagers are hiding something. Robin confirms this after examining nearby ruins. As Sanji tries to de-escalate the situation, the villagers accuse Robin of having blood-stained hands. Before the conflict can be resolved, Marine swordsmen, led by Bismarck, Bukong, and Zoro attack the village. To everyone's shock, Zoro now pursues Maya and Izaya. Sanji confronts Zoro, engaging him in battle, but Zoro exploits an opening and cuts him down. Zoro takes the orbs and retreats with the Marines. The Straw Hats are left reeling from the betrayal and the loss of the orbs. Back at the dojo, Luffy and Usopp arrive, while searching for Maya, stumbling into the training grounds, filled with swordsmen. Luffy bluntly asks them for Zoro's whereabouts, but they remain silent. Suddenly, Tama appears behind Usopp, startling him. Tama informs Luffy that Zoro will return soon, prompting Krillin, Luffy to decide to wait at the dojo. Moments later, Saga introduces himself to the duo. Luffy's attention is immediately drawn to the long sword Saga carries on his back. Tama, intrigued by the rumors of Luffy defeating Crocodile, requests Saga's permission to test him. Granted the approval, Toma attacks Luffy with blinding speed, narrowly missing his mark. Saga then declares that Zoro has left the Straw Hats for good. Luffy charges at Saga, only for Saga to draw his cursed blade, the same sword from the flashback. Claiming that the 7-star sword craves Luffy's blood, Saga attacks him, and their battle spills outside. Usopp tries to maintain his bravado, claiming he taught Luffy all his moves, but he quickly backtracks when Toma seems to believe him. The fight tilts in Saga's favor when he unleashes a powerful green flame attack, Yukazan, sending Luffy flying off a cliff. Fearing for his life, Usopp jumps after him, landing hard in the valley below after a failed parachute attempt. Meanwhile, in the village, the Straw Hats aid the suffering locals. Chopper prepares medicine, while Sanji, despite his injured arm, cooks for the villagers. Despite their goodwill, Izaya Maya urges them to leave, emphasizing that all lives, even those of pirates, are valuable and should not be risked on the island. Back in the valley, Usopp, stuck in a tree due to his parachute, spots Luffy's straw hat and begins searching for him. After falling into a cave, he eventually reunites with Luffy and returns the hat. However, Luffy inadvertently activates a trap, unleashing a boulder that Usopp urges him to destroy. The relief is short-lived as Luffy triggers another trap, causing a cave-in that nearly buries them. At the shrine, Maya prays tearfully, pleading to Saga in his absence for guidance. Meanwhile, Zoro delivers the stolen orbs to Saga, who throws them into a well. Despite this, Saga collapses again, though he insists the pain is unrelated to the orbs. Back in the cave, Luffy and Usopp stumble upon 3 peculiar towers but fall asleep from exhaustion and hunger. The next morning at the dojo, Saga, Zoro, Toma, Bismarck, and Bukong stand before Saga's marine-trained grunts. Saga delivers a speech, promising that at the appointed time, their power will bring justice. He raises the 7-star sword, declaring that power, not laws, order, or gods will define justice. The grunts roar in agreement, while Toma, Zoro, and Saga remain silent. Saga confides in Zoro that his dream will soon be realized under the Red Moon. Back at the village, the Straw Hats, excluding Luffy and Usopp, share breakfast with Maya, and Sanji's arm has fully healed. Izaya continues urging them to leave once their friends are found, but her insistence prompts questions about their motives. Assuming they're after the 7-star sword, Maya warns them that the blade isn't the treasure they think it is. Robin shares the tale of the sword, piecing together the story from ruins she deciphered. She recounts how, during the Red Moon, 3 princes of Asuka Island fell in love with a beautiful priestess and fought for her favor using the 7-star sword. Their battle plunged the kingdom into chaos, and the sword, tainted by blood and hatred, became cursed. The priestess ultimately sacrificed herself to seal the sword's dark power. Izaya finishes the tale, revealing how the gods gave 3 sacred orbs to seal the sword, which breaks free every 100 years under the Red Moon. Maya had been purifying the orbs for a ritual to seal the sword's power, but Zoro's theft derailed her efforts. That night marks the return of the Red Moon, and Saga plans to awaken the 7-star sword's full power. The Straw Hats also learn that Zoro and Saga trained together in their youth. A flashback shows Zoro defeating a group of pirates during his bounty hunter days. The pirate captain attempts to shoot Zoro, but a voice warns that such attacks won't harm him. The voice belongs to Saga, who swiftly defeats the captain, marking the start of their friendship. Back in the dojo, the story of Saga and Zoro unfolds. Saga reminds Zoro of their shared warrior's journey, with Zoro aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman and Saga mastering the sword of justice. Saga points to the knife on his sheath, symbolizing their promise. Zoro assures him he hasn't forgotten, and the two laugh, their bond unshaken. A flashback shows Zoro and Saga defending a passenger ship from pirates. During the fight, Zoro's attack accidentally causes the mast of the pirate ship to collapse, trapping Saga under the passenger ship's anchor. Unable to cut steel at the time, Zoro tries to save Saga but fails. Saga urges Zoro to fetch an axe from the captain's cabin, and as Zoro jumps away, the gunpowder ignites, seemingly killing Saga. Against all odds, Saga survives but loses the use of his right arm. Drifting to Asuka Island, he falls into despair until Maya helps him regain hope. Robin deduces that Saga's current actions stem from the curse of the 7-star sword, not true malice. Izaya shares that Saga and Maya were close and destined to marry. A year ago, during the pirate attack shown at the start of the movie, Saga claimed the cursed sword, and the scene expands to show Maya fainting in shock. Saga saves her but begins laughing maniacally, marking the start of his corruption. In the caves, Luffy and Usopp navigate countless traps, eventually discovering the 3 sacred orbs near a water stream. However, they trigger another trap, a massive gush of water that flushes them out into the open. On the surface, the pair reunite with Maya, Izaya, and Lakos, much to the relief of the rest of the Straw Hats. While explaining their chaotic cave adventure, Usopp is frustrated when Nami dismisses it as just adventuring. As the group discusses the 7-star sword, Maya admits she's prepared to sacrifice herself to stop its revival. Sanji protests vehemently, but Izaya reveals that Maya's extraordinary abilities as a priestess can perform a purification ritual without the ultimate sacrifice. Despite this, the danger of Saga's forces looms large. Determined to inspire hope, Luffy produces the 3 orbs, shocking everyone. Izaya, who unexpectedly stretches her body in surprise, wonders why the orbs were in the caves. Luffy reassures Maya, saying no one can decide her fate but herself, and that she should trust in Saga's true self. The Straw Hats vow to help her complete the ritual, no matter the odds. The mission to the 3 towers begins. The orbs are placed in the towers Koman, Tonro, and Hagen to create a barrier that prevents the sword's revival. Maya prays to maintain the barrier, but Saga arrives, determined to stop them. The final battle unfolds between Luffy and Saga, with the 7-star sword's dark power pushing Saga to the brink. Just as the tide seems to turn against Luffy, Zoro emerges from the training grounds and delivers the decisive strike, freeing Saga from the curse. Both Zoro and Luffy collapse, the latter from hunger. Maya cradles Saga, reflecting on the duality of human hearts, the darkness that created the cursed sword and the light that can seal it. As dawn breaks, the island begins to heal. Maya, Izaya, Lekos, and Saga watch as the Going Merry sails away. Izaya comments on the uniqueness of the Straw Hats, while Saga pledges to master the Sword of Justice as his atonement. A flashback shows Zoro gifting Saga the knife as a token of their friendship, and Saga silently promises to honor their bond. The movie ends with the Going Merry being nudged by the Hippo Rhino in a comical courtship ritual as the crew sets sail toward their next adventure, leaving Asuka Island and its darkness behind. A mysterious message in a bottle washes ashore, inviting the Straw Hats to Omatsuri Island, a luxurious resort boasting spas, salons, gourmet feasts, and a bevy of beautiful women, especially welcoming strong Grand Line pirates. Ever the adventurer can't resist the allure and sets sail immediately. The island initially appears deserted, a lush jungle concealing its secrets. But as they delve deeper, the crew stumbles upon a dazzling spectacle, Omatsuri Island, a vibrant resort brimming with thrilling rides and extravagant attractions. Their arrival is greeted by the flamboyant Baron Omatsuri, a larger-than-life figure, riding an elephant, a small talking flower blooming from his shoulder. He's accompanied by a vibrant entourage of dancers and performers, each sporting a whimsical floral headpiece. The Baron extends a warm welcome, inviting the crew to indulge in all the island's delights. However, he proposes a trial of hell, a series of competitive challenges, reminiscent of the Davy Back Fight 2, to test their mettle. Luffy, ever eager for a challenge, readily accepts. The first trial transforms the welcoming plaza into a massive round pool. The objective, catch the most goldfish within 3 minutes using a minuscule, water-soluble net. Michigoro, the Baron's formidable second-in-command, faces off against the Straw Hats. Usopp volunteers as the netter, but his enthusiasm quickly wanes upon discovering the sole inhabitant of the pool, Rosario, a colossal armored sea king, Michigoro's loyal pet. The Straw Hats unleash their attacks. Tanami's lightning, Sanji's fiery kicks, Zoro's deadly swordsmanship, and Luffy's rubbery punches. The fragile net shatters with each attempt. Just as defeat seems imminent, Michigoro unveils his true weapon, a hidden net, perfectly sized for Rosario. He effortlessly captures the Sea King and flings it towards his prize bucket. However, Robin intervenes, creating a net of arms to deflect Rosario back towards the Straw Hats. As chaos ensues, Chopper, fueled by a rumble ball, transforms into a giant, bouncing Rosario back into their bucket at the last second. The Straw Hats emerge victorious, much to the astonishment of the Baron's cheering spectators. Chopper's transformation, however, leaves him disoriented, sending him tumbling into the sea. Luffy, ever the loyal friend, dives in to rescue him, forgetting his own inability to swim. Sanji heroically saves them both, oblivious to the dozens of sunken pirate ships lurking beneath the surface. The Baron, enraged by his defeat and the insults hurled at him and Michigoro, demands another challenge. Nami, weary of Luffy's impulsive decisions, vehemently objects. But Luffy, exhilarated by the first trial, insists on continuing. Determined to escape, Nami leads the crew back towards their ship, only to find themselves trapped within a moving forest. Luffy, ever the optimist, continues to urge them to return to the trials. Finally escaping the bewildered forest, they find themselves once again before the Baron. He announces the second trial, a game of quoits ring toss, played from 2 gondola-like boats. Each team, consisting of 4 members, must successfully toss rings over every opponent. The Baron fields a team of 4 diminutive frog-like creatures, the mischievous Kaworu family. Despite their age, they are incredibly agile and launch a barrage of insults at the Straw Hats, igniting their competitive spirit. The Straw Hats, recognizing the limitations of their devil fruit abilities, decide to divide into 2 teams, Sanji and Zoro on one boat, and Nami and Usopp on the other. Nami frantically holds her ring high, preventing it from being burned by the flames which now engulf their boat. Usopp remains calm in a thinking position. He tries to think of a great idea which enlightens Nami, but then discovers that he cannot. In a furious rage, she grabs a box from the boat and chucks it at Usopp's head. They notice that the box reads Rescue Box. Kuroji and Kuroko encourage Nami to open it, because it might just turn the tables for them. Excited, she opens the box, only to find 2 coffee mugs inside. Desperate, she uses the cups to pour water onto the boat. Usopp finds a second box and excitedly opens it. It automatically opens and wraps itself around Usopp. Wings extend out from his back and carries Usopp into the air. Kuroji makes Nami think that Usopp cared for himself and decided to ditch her. With that, Nami is in disbelief as she stares at the disappearing Usopp. Usopp tries his best to stay down, but the winds continue to guide him into the air. Instead of resisting, he eventually decides to pull his goggles down and enjoy the view. Turning around, he spots a mountain with a mysterious object at the summit. Muchigoro is finally in a drunken state and continues to talk to Robin. Robin urges him to tell her about this certain flower of the island. Muchigoro said he did not know much about it, but starts to recall something as Robin prevents him from going to sleep. He mentions the words lily carnation, and before running away in sickness, also mentions about it being at the island's summit. Zoro and Sanji are ready to duke it out on the boat, until Kuroshot and Kurodik tries to get their attention. They shot at them, but every single shot misses, perhaps intentionally. Then they provoke Zoro so much he slices up their boat. Kurodik, within mere seconds patches up the boat, and presents a larger, more intimidating version of their shark-like boat. They pull up near Sanji and continue to make some noise. Sanji finishes them off with his kicks, and Kurodik is forced to patch up once more. A massive version of their boat pulls from behind. Its power is so great the boat even begins to float. Its golden drill is able to plow through the bridges extending across the water. Zoro and Sanji had enough of their interruptions, so they break the massive boat apart together, sending Kuroshot and Kurodik into the air. Finally, they were at peace, and they could properly fight. Nami catches their attention and orders them to throw the rings since she's tied up herself, being hung up at the strings which held the city's lanterns. Sanji stops the boat and throws the 2 rings to ensnare the 2 wise men. Before helping Nami down, Sanji is assaulted by flying cards and is forced to dodge. Kuroji remains and decides to take the 2 on. With his small size, he quickly dodges everything sent towards him, and because of the small space on the boat, each attack barely misses the other person. This continues to anger both Sanji and Zoro, but Nami tries to help them with her words. Kuroji leaps to the string which held Nami up and is quickly followed by both Sanji and Zoro at the same time. Kuroji leaps away and Zoro's katana cuts Nami's string instead, sending her to the water below. They try a second time, but end up hitting each other and landing in their boat. As they fight, Kuroji falls from above with a ring in each hand. Zoro pushes Sanji to save himself, causing Sanji to be ensnared by the strange self-wrapping ring. This gave Zoro the chance to take Kuroji out himself, and thought that he'd insult Sanji before doing so. Even without the use of his arms, Sanji attempts to attack Zoro on the boat. The 3 ensnared wise men in the water laugh as they are confident in Kuroji's strength. Nami becomes somewhat afraid of what those 3 really are. Papa tells Chopper about who the Baron and his crewmates really are. Pirates. He reveals to him an old bounty posted on a brick wall, which was discovered when he was lost on the island. In the photo are numbers of the Baron's men, with Baron Omatsuri at the center. It seems to be a very old piece of paper. Even the amount posted on the bounty was ripped, but one thing was certain. They were called the Red Arrow Pirates. The island known as Omatsuri Island does not exist. In reality, it was a pirate island. The Baron's objectives were to lure pirates to the island to find the strongest pirates among them, thus the need for the trials. Chopper spots something strange about the poster. Zoro continues to swing his katana but misses with each thrust. Before performing onigiri, Kuroji kicks a sandal to his head and gets ready to catch Zoro. Thinking that he ensured his victory, a voice comes from above. There was one person left of the Straw Hats, Usopp. Usopp lets go of his glider and comes down with his 5-ton hammer, pounding Kuroji down into the water. Usopp throws a ring on Kuroji, ending the game. Even though Zoro was caught, the score was 4-3. Usopp smiles and laughs about his aid to their victory, until Nami stands up and slaps him and accuses him of betrayal. She slaps him again when Usopp abruptly replies that Nami is the one who specializes in betraying people. Zoro and Sanji aren't happy with each other either. Chopper finally realizes what was wrong with the poster. Baron seemed very young in the photo. As Chopper was about to unravel the mystery about him, a man in the shadows readies an arrow from afar. Daisy turns around and screams, but it was too late. Chopper turns around and is stricken with the arrow as the fireworks appear in the air. Out from the shadows, Baron emerges and looks into the poster which held the image of him many years ago. Back at the resort, Robin questions Usopp if he saw anything that resembled a flower while he was gliding in the air. Before giving his full reply, Zoro interrupts him and asks the crew where Chopper is. Usopp faithfully answers his question, but the question gets asked by Sanji again. Usopp answers back, but Nami asks the question again a 3rd time. She snaps at Usopp and said that she wasn't asking him. Usopp is stunned at the length of Nami's anger towards him for his spiteful words earlier, but they are interrupted by the introductory drumming of the Baron as he presents them with a dinner party for a gift. The water pool near them changes, and one of Baron's men, Kotetsu, emerges from below, equipped with 2 giant grilling spatulas strapped on his back. The flooring underneath him becomes a giant iron grill as the grill itself is surrounded by walls of flames. It's time for teppanyaki. Kotetsu skates around the grill, bricks of grease strapped to his feet. The Straw Hats might have been impressed, but Sanji is not, obviously finding the wasteful and frivolous manner of cooking offensive to his idealistic chef ways. Food is tossed on and Kotetsu skates around, sliding the food around in an overtly flashy and pointless, albeit entertaining manner. Luffy slobbers and thinks that all of it looks so good to eat. His sentence echoes in Sanji's head, enough to anger him. He takes off his jacket and leaps in and challenges Kotetsu to a cooking competition. They square off, each grabbing half of the grilling food. Luffy cheers them on, but Zoro sits back to take a nap. Baron finds Robin trying to leave the teppanyaki performance. Robin reveals to him that she was seeking the Lily Carnation. Nami cheers Sanji on, but soon finds Usopp beside her cheering as well. Nami walks away and continues to cheer. Usopp follows her and cheers for Sanji too, just to be friendly with Nami. This time, Nami walks away from the grill and asks to sit with Muchigoro, who was sitting alone at one of the tables. Usopp just could not understand what was wrong with Nami. Usopp eventually leaves the teppanyaki contest himself. Entering the forest, he finds a turtle shell lying on the ground and kicks it out of anger. Hurting himself, a person emerges from it. This person thought Usopp's hat was pretty cool, so he wanted to have it. The boy continues to demand for it, but Usopp refuses each time. Feeling offended, the boy raises his head with startling eyes, which ominously turn from green to red. Kotetsu applies the oyster sauce and aonori, and tries to finish off Omatsuri Island's best yakisoba with red ginger. Before the ginger lands, though, the noodles are quickly taken by Sanji. Noodles land on the grill. Following his pancake, he applies his own sauce, plus mayonnaise, and to finish it off, bonito flakes to top, finishing his moden-yaki. Sanji hoped that Robin witnessed his dish of love, but finds that only an excited Luffy watched him. He figures that Nami saw it then, but finds that she's talking with Muchigoro. He gives up and leaves, while Luffy happily dives in and eats. Luffy wakes Zoro up to eat. He gets up, but Sanji does not give him permission to eat. Robin stands in front of numbers of broken ships as the sun begins to set very low. She looks towards the mountain's summit, engulfed by thick clouds. Muchigoro tells Nami about his background as a pirate and the strength of the red arrows. Stating that Baron does not even lose to Roger, Nami questions him. Muchigoro is astounded at the fact that she did not know who Roger is, being a pirate herself. She finally realizes that Muchigoro was speaking about Gold Roger. She explains that Gold Roger was executed long ago, but Muchigoro insists that he was alive, as his eyes become strangely eye-piercing. He tells her that he saw him just a while ago. Yes, it was the night of the storm. The storm was very cruel to us. Robin finally discovers that one of the broken ships belonged to Baron. However, something else should have been nearby too. She turns around and finds Baron quietly sitting in the darkness behind her. Muchigoro speaks in fear, in a deep voice in which Nami could not find recognizable. Lily Carnation. Baron willingly shows Robin the flower's secret. It was a flower of reincarnation. Robin turns again and finds a giant tube-like structure at the very top. She is almost rendered speechless, not believing that that thing was the flower she was searching for. Muchigoro puts his hands to his face, uncontrollably shaking. Nami tries to find out more about the stormy night, but it was useless. She gasps as Muchigoro's face becomes purple and withered. Baron's eyes grow green as the thing known as Lily Carnation wails in the wind. Robin is afraid. Baron readies an arrow and the flower on his shoulder madly laughs and smiles, its eyes blinking into targeting reticules. He fires, and the candle lights on the tables simultaneously burn out. Sanji does not like what's going on. He calls for Luffy and reports that Robin is gone. Zoro tells him that she was off to investigate a flower on the island. The four Straw Hats gather and realize that Usopp was gone too. Sanji begins to put all the blame on Zoro for not watching them properly, but Zoro counters back telling him that they weren't children. It was outrageous to Sanji that none of them noticed the disappearance of 3 of their crewmates. He asks Luffy for his response. Luffy, what are you going to do? It was your decision from the beginning. You wanted to come to this island. All this happened because of you, Luffy. This obviously hits the noble Luffy extremely hard. Baron uses this time to call forth the final trial of hell, after discovering that Muchigoro had collapsed into a non-responsive state. The boy whom Usopp met formally introduces himself as DJ Gappa. Sanji and Zoro, however, ignore him and demand to know where their 3 missing crewmates are. After being noisy, DJ catches the two's attention and gets insulted. And to add to that, Sanji recognizes the hat on DJ's head as Usopp's. He takes it back knowing that DJ had something to do with Usopp's disappearance. DJ, feeling that he was in trouble, runs and hides behind Baron's cape. As Baron demands that they accept another trial of hell, Sanji backs away and decides to look for the 3 himself. Zoro runs off to the opposite direction. The 3rd trial of hell is shooting, where island residents ruthlessly hunt down the opposing pirate crew, the most dangerous game so to speak. They ran away without knowing what the trial is about. This trial has no rules. If you have the confidence to escape, then do anything to look for your friends. The island's residents whom have lined up in front of Baron ready their rifles. Luffy, feeling the guilt that was just pounded into him by Sanji, does not respond to Nami's plea. For that, she abandons him and runs. The people chase after her with their guns, ignoring Luffy's somber presence. Baron questions Luffy's relationship with his crewmates. Luffy shouts and demands for the return of the missing 3, and charges towards him. Baron readies his bow, mysteriously generating an arrow from nothing. Luffy halts and dodges, only to realize that the arrow stopped and was changing directions to chase him. He dodges and dodges until he meets a dead end. Luffy turns around and sees the ground many meters below him. The arrow flies and causes an explosion, sending Luffy flying head down first towards the ground. A door on the ground's surface flips open, and Brief appears, calling for Luffy. Luffy was stuck, half of his body into the ground, and is suddenly pulled out of sight into Brief's tunnel network. DJ Gappa skates on his turtle shell backpack with Baron's men behind him. Others have begun shooting at an old building where Sanji was hiding inside. He hears a strange noise coming from outside, making the noise. He takes one of his discs off, revealing more underneath, and flings it towards Sanji's direction. It exploded upon impact with the ground. Sanji began to flee. Nami unties her hair and runs away. DJ Gappa makes it difficult for her to search as he throws multiple discs at her. She uses the bushes to her advantage, but finds out she is caught when many of DJ's discs surround her. DJ with a stack of discs skates and leaps to give the final blow. Sanji is also surrounded by DJ's discs. discs. At the same time, all the discs have exploded. Zoro lays on the beach, dirtied by the explosion. DJ Gappa walks up towards Zoro, but discovers that he was still alive. Zoro strangles him, throws him, and uses his onigiri. It was clear that the technique connected, but DJ stood there with a frightful smiling face. He realized that he was just cut, but he did not die. There wasn't any blood, and he was still okay. He does not understand what was happening. Zoro attempts to get him a second time, thinking that DJ used some sort of technique to shield himself. The same thing happens. While baffled, Zoro is hit with an arrow and collapses. DJ steps towards Baron and asks him why he did not die. Who lies, telling him it is due to DJ's immense strength. Comforted by Baron's words, DJ begins to walk away, but staggers as he holds his face with his hand. His very being was shriveling up. Just a feeling, but maybe, it has always been like this. All the residents of Omatsuri Island have collapsed. Even Kotetsu and the four wise men. They believe that they just overdid it during quotes, and felt they'll be okay after a long sleep, but their withering is caused by something much more sinister. The lily carnation needs to feed. Luffy sees nothing but pitch black. There he laid with a cloth over his eyes, lying on a bright red carpet. He wakes up finding himself in Brief's house. Luffy tries to leave, but confuses himself with the multiple doors. No matter which door he took, he came back to the same room. He decides to stay, hoping that Brief would eventually tell him the way out. With a stubborn look on his face, Luffy discovers a picture of Brief's crew, who all looked like him down to the height and mustache. As you can see, I'm by myself. I'm the only one left of. It feels like it just happened recently. The time when Baron took away all of my precious crewmates, only to be eaten by that giant monster. Chopper opens his eyes to find himself on the rocky base of a mountain. The sky was dark and an eerie feeling was present. He could hear a soft cry coming from nearby. Daisy was scared. The pirate family was huddled up. The little flower on Baron's shoulder innocently cried for food. Baron apologizes to Lily for the wait and looks toward the flower. Strings emit from the tip, reaching towards the pirate family. It claims Daisy despite the family's futile attempt at protection, and she is slowly taken in. Chopper leaps and attacks the flower, causing the strings to let go of Daisy, sending her falling below. She hits the ground and Rosa immediately comes to her aid. Chopper leaps with jumping point, attacks the flower with heavy point, and lands with his walk point. He tries with his might to save the pirate family. Baron stops him from doing anything more by breaking the ground beneath him with an arrow. He is slowly taken in by Lily's strings. Baron gloats as it'll be the first time Lily has ever eaten a devil fruit user. Papa walks away in shame, but discovers that Daisy had gone back to rescue Chopper. Daisy tries, but she is not heavy nor strong enough to keep Chopper down. Rick and Rosa go to her aid. Papa gets rattled by Rick and Rosa's words praising their father's strength, so he hurries towards them. Just when they thought that Papa was helping Daisy, he pulls his family away. Rosa desperately tries to go back, but Papa keeps pulling his family further away from Chopper. Papa finally slaps Rosa on the cheek. It was then revealed that Baron loved to watch people fight with each other and demands more of it to come out of the family. Brief tells Luffy about the kind of man Baron was, a disturbed man who only wants to bring the same suffering and hatred he felt unto everyone else, who hates happy and closely bonded crewmates with a vengeance. He had previously killed each and every crewmate of Brief's pirate crew. Now Baron wants to do the same thing to Luffy, to make him feel the same loss. Chopper, hung upside down, is certain that his crewmates will come for him. Baron keeps telling him otherwise. Chopper then looks towards the flower where the strings are being emitted from. Chopper becomes panic-stricken by the sight of his crewmates. Nami, Sanji, Usopp, Robin, Zoro, they are all unconscious inside the lily carnation. Chopper is released and falls into the flower, where he is eaten. The little flower on Baron's shoulder acts as if it ate something. Luffy feels that something is wrong and tries to leave Brief's secret base. The maze does not work on Luffy a second time. He shoves the bookcase over, revealing the door to the surface. Brief tries to prevent him from going alone, but Luffy continues onwards. A new leaf grows out from something lying on the ground. Muchigoro regains consciousness and, newly invigorated, wonders what he has been doing. Baron is happy to see Muchigoro's smiling face. As Muchigoro demonstrates his newfound energy, the flower on Baron's shoulder acts as if it's chewing on something. Baron sends Muchigoro to meet up with the others, and with that, Muchigoro disappears into the darkness. Baron turns to face more important matters. Luffy quietly walks towards him. Daisy lifts her face from her hands and notices a voice coming from the lily carnation. As Luffy calmly asks for the whereabouts of his crewmates, Baron continually hints that one is dying with each passing minute. Baron cannot help but laugh at Luffy's request. Strengthened by his anger, Luffy readies an attack with his right fist, but an arrow quickly flies towards Luffy, piercing his hand into the giant rock behind him. Baron tells him that another one is disappearing. Luffy desperately reaches out, but Robin completely disappears into the lily carnation. Baron advances with his game by targeting the cook. Luffy calls his attack and attempts to use his right fist. The second arrow flies and pierces his right hand into the rock. Sanji disappears within the lily carnation. Blinded by rage, Luffy attempts to use his left leg to attack, but Baron sends the third arrow towards him. Luffy loses his footing and falls, while Usopp sinks and disappears. With one free leg left, Luffy tries a fourth time but fails again. All of his hands and feet were pierced into the rock. Each piercing arrow symbolized the death of each crewmate. Nami was the fourth to disappear in front of Luffy's eyes. The last one left was Zoro. With nothing left, Luffy stretches his neck in an attempt to save his last remaining crewmate. Because his extended neck was an easy target for Baron, he unleashes numbers of arrows which cut parts of Luffy's throat. Luffy manages to catch one of the arrows in his teeth and continues closer and closer to Zoro. Despite his efforts, Luffy reaches his limit. Upon impact with his head, his body gets pushed back to where the 4 arrows laid. DJ Gappa awaken among the pile of collapsed residents. The others begin to awake as well and celebrate. Under the dark veiling night, they truly are enjoying the festival of the island. It's taking all of Luffy's strength to lift his head up. Baron continues to lecture him about being alone. Luffy continues to be in pain and in silence. What do you choose? To live or to die? You'd rather be dead than alone after all. Then die. Baron readies the final arrow, but Luffy is not doing anything to resist. It's as if he's letting it all sink in. Before the final blow is done, the ground below Luffy crumbles, and Luffy disappears below the Earth's surface. The pirate family are tending to Luffy's wounds. Luffy has seriously lost the will to live after losing all of his crewmates in front of his eyes. But Brief ensures that they are probably still alive. It's because someone can hear them calling for him. That someone is Daisy. Daisy has the mysterious ability to hear things that cannot normally be heard by normal people. Brief is certain that Luffy can do it. Brief hands Luffy his straw hat. You're not alone yet. I just wanted to tell you that. You still have a chance to rescue your friends. Besides, I'm here to help. Luffy smiles and heads off. Baron has not stopped shooting to discover Luffy's location. In the dust, he discovers a walking figure. Baron laughs and shoots at Luffy, but without effort he sways and dodges, left and right, avoiding all the arrows. Luffy begins to leap and dodge, and when it looked like he was shot, Brief reveals to Baron that it was just a clone made of straw. He urges Luffy to continue and use one of his holes. Luffy leaps in just in time and reappears from another hole. Baron sees Brief's assistance and fires at him. He does make good use of his dug-up holes and tunnels, but after dodging 3 consecutive arrows, he wasn't quick enough for the 4th. Luffy stops and looks behind him. Brief stands up for his beliefs and states that he's doing all of this because Luffy is his dear friend. Baron laughs again. Straw Hat, listen well. This man desperately begged for his life before me. This man who is alone, scared, and pitiful. Would you seriously be this man's friend? Baron transforms a single arrow into 22 arrows and gets ready to fire at Brief. Luffy turns back. Brief, defenseless, shields himself, knowing there is no avoiding being hit. They land, but he's not hurt. He looks up to see Luffy shielding him with a giant rock in one hand, a single arrow in the other. The rock crumbles, and Luffy snaps the arrow in half. He takes that fist and with full force sends it towards Baron's way. Baron gets punched really hard and is thrown back with force. Luffy rushes to save everyone from the Lily Carnation. He sends one powerful kickdown, then another hit upwards, and now in the air, puts all his strength into his final punch. The tip of the flower waves in the air with swirling clouds up above. The sky shines a blinding white. The pirate family cheer, assuming he's saved the day and won. However, Daisy notices something odd, and starts to hear the calling voices elsewhere. Luffy turns around and is shocked to see what the lily has become. The lily is completely broken up in the middle, but in front of the giant red moon in the pitch-black sky, it is discovered the lily has become thousands upon thousands of arrows, which seemingly assimilated together to form the full shape. The Straw Hats, now presumed to be dead, are nowhere to be found. Baron stands up. The flower on his shoulder giggles, as black spots begin to form on its innocent face. Baron's face, almost inhuman, tells Luffy that they are right. Here's Sponsu. Baron throws his bow away and lets the tiny flower evolve into a hideous monster. Its body on Baron's shoulder bursts to reveal the Straw Hats joined together, forming the monstrous beast, the true Lily Carnation. Luffy is completely petrified by the unspeakable horror his crewmates have become a part of. Baron commands the thousands of arrows, the remnants of the tube-like Lily Carnation, to kill Luffy. Luffy slowly turns around but does nothing to escape. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of arrows rain upon Luffy's defenseless. He sways, seemingly zombie-like in appearance. Brief drops to his knees and Papa backs away, knowing that they are done for. Daisy tells him not to give up. She tells him that they are desperately calling for him. The only words Luffy could say were, "Give them back." Still able to slowly walk towards Baron, even in his near-death state. Papa asks Daisy if she could really hear all of that, since he did not hear anything at all. Holding Papa's ring attached to a necklace, Daisy tells him that she had always been able to hear things from far away. She even heard him talking with Chopper behind the tombstone. Despite all of that, she still believed that Papa was a strong person. Papa lets a tear fall down his cheek, but smiles. He assures her that Papa is strong Matuman, and gathers all the courage he had. He runs and grabs Baron's bow that was left behind. Snatching an arrow, Papa frantically tries to target Baron. The Lily Carnation turns around and startles him. It extends its neck and comes closer with the desire to eat him, making a disturbing gargling noise. Daisy rushes to cheer her father on. Papa closes his eyes while pulling the string back as hard as he could before letting go. The arrow takes flight, entering the lily's mouth and with extreme force, blows right through its head. Guts and innards of the lily fly as Baron is stricken with the explosion of his dear lily. As the combined structure of the Straw Hats falls, Baron's recently reincarnated servants and crew transform into simple stalks. All the arrows disappear as all the mental constructs of the lily come crashing down. Baron weeps and relents as he tries to pick up the innards and organs of his lily's body. He cries as he knows that his people Machigoro and the others, his friends, relied on Lily's existence. In an enraged state, Baron aims to take Papa's life. Before he takes a step further, Luffy steps and strikes him with a death-rendering punch, sending the Baron into oblivion. Baron subconsciously weeps for his friends that were lost. He does not want to be left alone after all these years of keeping his loneliness in a form of stasis, as he continued to fool himself with all the false constructs of his crew. Each of his long-dead crewmates speak with him, telling him that they were happy to be remembered, but not in the corrupted charade he had been perpetuating. They were also sorry for leaving Baron alone for so long. Muchigoro tells him that it'd be best if he could forget about that night of the storm. Don't worry about us, because if you were to seek new friends, we'll be happy for you. Brief constantly calls out to Luffy, who lays motionless on his back. All of a sudden, Luffy wakes up coughing and breathing frantically. He thought he was going to die after all. He's happy that the pirate family and Brief aren't hurt, but he's hurt himself and is unable to move. Luffy just smiles. Daisy and Rick leave Luffy to find Chopper, who's awake and healthy. Luffy looks up behind him, hoping to see if they are okay. The five slowly emerge into sight, with no memories of their previous state. Azah points towards the rising sun, beautifully appearing with its warming glow. Luffy smiles in relief and closes his eyes. The Straw Hats spot him and quickly go to see him. Robin stops and notices 3 lone yellow flowers swaying in the wind, with the Baron's goggles next to them. The Straw Hats gather around Luffy. Nami calls out to Luffy, wondering how he could sleep in a place like this. She continues to call for his name. Luffy cannot help but laugh.
20 years ago, a prisoner named the Golden Lion Shiki escapes from impelled down by cutting off his own legs. When Magellan and some guards went to his cage, they were shocked that he had cut off his legs. Going forward in time, a large submarine with lots of people inside is seen. A worker announces Shiki has called, with the people appearing shocked. Kordo calls Shiki back and talks to him. At the same time, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Brook were fishing and could not catch anything. Sanji told them that they shouldn't have had a banquet before arriving at the next island. Suddenly, Brook's fishing rod started to shake. At that same time, Frankie noticed a large beetle coming at the Thousand Sunny. As Brook caught the fish, the large beetle went right past them. The large beetle then came back and ate the large fish. Then a girl named Yoko looked at the pirate ship Thousand Sunny. She told Boss, the large beetle's name, to kill the Straw Hat pirates. Boss then headed towards the ship, and Frankie attacks it. However, his attack did not work. Luffy then went to the top of the sail and battled Boss. Suddenly, Boss inhaled and exhaled fire, very similar to Frankie's fresh fire attack. Luffy, who was fine, rides Boss. Boss went down to the lawn deck and picked up Usopp. Zoro and Sanji grabbed Boss's legs and headed to an unknown island, where Yoko was. Boss got his nose stuck on the cliff, while the East Blue team except Nami went on ground. Then Yoko bit Luffy until Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp came up and people came out of the entrance of the cave. Yoko told them that they are pirates, and the people bowed before them, until an old man came out saying they are the Straw Hat Pirates. The people were surprised, showing them into a maze-like cave. As they went to the back of the island, they found a town. The buildings were all based upon the buildings in East Blue, and the islanders told them that everyone living there was from the East Blue. The name of the island was then revealed to be Kanzurn Island, also known as Little East Blue. The giant windmill reminded Luffy of the one in Fuchsia Village. The training hall was for people who came from Zoro's hometown, Shimotsuki Village Barati, where Sanji was raised, and the most famous girl in town, Luigia, lives in a mansion that reminds Usopp of Kaya. Back in the Sunny, Chopper worried about the team. Nami predicted that they will call them soon. Robin and Frankie thinks if Boss joins the crew, they'll have to get an insect cage. Just after that, Usopp called Nami. Usopp told Nami to come to the back of the island, because the people wanted her to come. He hangs up and Nami goes on Shiro Mokuba Eye to go to the island. After a while, Kordo and his brother, with some men, are going to Kanzurn Island to capture Boss because it escaped from Shiki. Nami rides the Shiro Mokuba Eye to a cave where members of the Oranami fan club introduce themselves. As they show Nami the inside of the island, they flirt with her. The rest of the crew are looking at the different places of the town that resemble their hometowns. Luffy rides on a windmill as the old man tells him that he should be familiar with them because he's from Fuchsia Village. Luffy replies that he is, but they do not have one that big. Zoro went to the training hall identical to the one from Shimotsuki Village. He sees the dummies and remembers the past when Kuina was practicing and battling with him when they were younger. Then, a teacher along with his students come out. As they see Zoro, The teacher tells his students to battle him, thinking that Zoro wants to battle them. But a man stops them and says that he is pirate hunter Zoro-san. The students and teacher want autographs from him. Yoko, who was spying on them, gets mad. Going to Usopp, there is a flashback of him telling Kaya about a large goldfish at the South Pole when he was 5 years old. He told her that he was on the goldfish's humongous poop that he thought was solid ground. After the flashback ends, he is amazed by the mansion and shocked at how thin it is. The man told him that Luigi used to live in a mansion like this. Usopp states that it wasn't like this. Then the door opens and Usopp stares at a girl sitting on a chair. At first he thinks she is Kaya, but realized he was wrong when he saw an old lady with purple hair. We then see the barracks where Sanji and a cook are in. As the cook prepares food, he asks if Sanji is a Straw Hat member, and learns that Sanji was a cook on the original barracks. The cook tells Sanji that he loved Zeph's food and tried to steal ideas when it opened. After both go downstairs to the dining area, Sanji is given a meal that looks, and to his amazement, tastes like one made by Zeph. It triggers a flashback where Sanji tries to learn how to cook by watching Zeph prepare food. As Sanji tastes it, he becomes excited while Zeph looks back at him and smiles. Sanji then runs out crying because he knows how Zeph made the dish. Back to the present. Sanji tells the cook that his dish tastes even better than Zeph's, which causes the cook to cry in joy. Yoko spies on them, still angry that the people are enjoying the presence of the pirates. Usopp is shocked by the tiny size of the old lady. She appears to be mad at him and then asks Usopp if he is from Syrup Village, to which he replies yes. She also knows that he is the son of Yasopp. Then Usopp asks if she really lived in a mansion there. The old lady then chokes Usopp on the ground and tells him that it is everyone's dream to live there. She also wanted to live there when she was a kid and made it true when she came to Little East Blue. Yoko spies on them as well and is still angry. Going back with Nami, the kids show her a naked statue of herself based off of her bounty poster. Because it is naked, it was decided by the consensus. Then Nami hits them on the head. Yoko, with a tired boss, is angry at the crew. Yoko is then depressed and boss tickles her. Yoko then laughs and tells him to stop. Going back to the submarine, the Amigo pirates with their submarine goes up the surface in groups. Cordo and his comrades go up to the submarine and tells them to capture Boss because he took off from Shiki's hideout. Cordo's brother Largo is asleep or is having a siesta. Cordo wants to beat him up, but one of his comrades said not to punch him or his comrades will die. Then they continue off without him. We go back to Sunny Go and Frankie is done building an insect cage for Boss. Miko, Robin, Chopper, and Brook tell Frankie he is good at building. Chopper notes that they are ready for Boss. Going back to the town, there is a feast. The old man notes that it is a welcoming party for the crew. Then the crew eats meat and the others drink sake. Yoko then goes to the cave when Nami comes out. Nami told them that they said they were almost there but made her walk for hours. Then they told her that they wanted to show her the full extent of the island. Yoko then stops by Nami asking her that she is a pirate. She tells her that women as pirates are crazy. Then going to the flashback when Luffy first met Nami saying that he wants her to join the crew, but Nami refuses. Then they told Yoko saying that she can't tell Nami-sama like that. Then she bites him on the head. She runs and Nami told her to stop. Then they told Nami that her father was killed by pirates. Going back to the festival when suddenly there was a series of chain gun shots, destroying most of the buildings. The Amigo pirates showed themselves with guns, telling the citizens that they want Boss. Yoko then comes out to see what's happening. The cook then sees a piece of wood of the Barati sign broken in front of him, dropping his pan. Depressed, he goes after Cordo but was defeated easily. Sanji helps the cook and the old man saying that he represents the island habitats. Cordo then asks where is the beetle. The old man replies that you cannot have him, and says that you can have everything on the island. Cordo replies that he does want everything, the money, food, and the beetle as well. Luffy comes and said he could not eat another bite. Cordo then asks him who he is and what is he doing. Luffy then turns to Cordo, demanding him to go home. Cordo asks why, and because Boss does not want to join a pirate crew. Cordo gets mad and says he does not want the beetle to join them but to capture him. Cordo then shoots cannon bullets at Luffy, but they were deflected easily. Cordo is surprised that he is a devil fruit user. Luffy then uses Gomu Gomu no Whip to attack Cordo. Luffy calls Zoro and Sanji to help him fight the other ones. Luffy tells Cordo that he is going to fight him tomorrow. After that, a net came out of nowhere that captures Luffy. For much danger, the net had spikes in them. It was revealed to be Largo, who has eaten an unknown devil fruit. Largo reveals that he has eaten the Amiami no Mai, which gives him the ability to create nets from his body. Zoro and Sanji try to attack Largo, however, he manages to capture both of them with his powers, leaving the three main fighters of the Straw Hats trapped. Yoko desperately dashes towards Cordo to attack him with a bamboo sword, and suddenly Boss appears and starts attacking the Amigo pirates. Largo then eats a torch and creates a flaming net that stops the giant beetle in midair, Meanwhile, the other amigo pirates all shoot him with their guns, leaving him on the floor. Yoko approaches him and asks him if he's okay. He starts to get up again and flies towards the amigo pirates in order to let them take him, so the village would be spared. Various flashbacks of Boss and Yoko play. Largo creates a large iron net for Boss, and he prepares to go into it. However, Luffy punches him away and says that he will not let him go with the amigo pirates, and that they have not yet had their battle. The villagers then realize that permitting Boss to sacrifice himself for the village was wrong and gather to start battling the amigo pirates. Boss's skin suddenly starts to shed, and he gets up with a new color and size. He then emits fire to free Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji from the nets. However, he starts to fall, since it was too soon for his skin to shed and for his transformation. Largo keeps him from falling using his nets and says he feels bad for the failed transformation and for the outcome of the situation. However, Luffy says that it is not over yet, and that they will not let the beetle's last breath be in vain, while they prepare for battle. After escaping from the net, Luffy knocks Largo far away and goes off to fight him. Nami pretends to evacuate the villagers but takes them through other tunnels to surprise the amigo pirates while they are fighting Zoro and Sanji. Luffy fights Largo but becomes trapped when he turns his entire body into a net. Luffy uses Gear 3rd to inflate and break out of the net before defeating Largo with Gigant Pistol, destroying his ship in the process. Boss saves Luffy from falling into the sea and then starts fighting him in a rematch that lasts for hours. Yoko and Nami discuss their respective pasts, before Nami brings the Straw Hats together and sets sail from the island. It is revealed that Boss was a specially created insect that had escaped from Shiki, and that he plans on using an army of similar creatures to wage war on the world. The story begins at Marine Headquarters, where Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku witness Shiki's ship floating in the sky overhead. Shiki uses a power to lift all the marine vessels into the sky, then drops them before departing, declaring that this is a warning. Next, Luffy is seen, currently on an island floating in the sky, and ends up being chased by a crocodile-like monster. This monster is overcome by another, which in turn battles another several times while Luffy watches until he finally briefly battles and defeats the final victor, a bear-like creature, using Gear 3. It is revealed that the various members of the Straw Hats are separated around the floating island, Sanji with Usopp, Zoro with Chopper, and finally Robin, Frankie, and Brook together, who are all encountering similar monstrous animals. The Straw Hat pirates meet Shiki. Nami, meanwhile, is first shown swimming in a large swimming pool in Shiki's mansion. Shiki and his henchmen enter, where it is revealed that she has been taken to this place against her will, and the scene flashes back to a week earlier. On board the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hats read news of attacks on East Blue. Luffy says they will return to East Blue to protect it when Shiki's ship appears overhead. Nami feels the air pressure changing and warns of a coming storm. Luffy calls out to Shiki's ship, attempting to warn them, gaining Shiki's attention. Shiki sends down a tone dial to record the warning. His own navigators initially disagree that a storm is approaching, but it does indeed appear, and with Nami's direction, both ships successfully escape it. Afterwards, Shiki shoots his navigator for his incompetence, and comes down to the Sunny to meet Nami. There he reveals he has a devil fruit power to make any inanimate object he touches ignore gravity and float. After learning it was Nami that delivered the warning, and that they are headed to East Blue, Shiki offers to take them there and uses his power on Sunny. Together the two ships travel to Merville, the floating island seen before where Shiki suddenly kidnaps Nami. The others try to rescue her, but by controlling the Thousand Sunny using his power, he escapes them, as well as scattering them among the fragments of the island. Back in the present, Shiki asks Nami to become his navigator, but she refuses. Dr. Indigo appears with an evolved creature, a duck peacock-like bird that can produce electricity to shock its enemies. After being shocked by it, Shiki tosses it aside. It is explained that a plant here, called IQ, can cause animals to evolve very rapidly, making them very strong. Dr. Indigo reveals he enhanced the drug, dubbing it Sick, which Shiki has used on the island's animals, causing them to mutate to large proportions, as well as increase their intellect and aggression. Nami protects the bird, and the bird is left with her as Shiki and his men leave. Elsewhere, Sanji and Usopp fight off various animals while Sanji searches for Robin and Nami, eventually falling from one island fragment to another before ending up in a lake just next to a village. Meanwhile, Zoro and Chopper rescue a young girl, Xiao, and are led to her village. Along the way, they learn the large poisonous plants, called Daft Green, around the village emit a stink so powerful that the animals stay away. However, long-term exposure to the plants is poisonous to humans, and Xiao's grandmother has become ill from it. Xiao was outside looking for the cure, which is the IQ plant, and managed to find one, but Shiki has taken all the IQ plants for his experiments. Sanji and Usopp, also at the same village, where everyone appears to have small wings on their arms, learn that Shiki also takes all the men and young women to his royal palace, leaving the village with only the very young and old with strict monitoring around the clock. They soon meet up with Zoro and Chopper. Nami manages to escape her captivity with the help of the bird and finds the Thousand Sunny. Only moments later, Luffy, being chased by several giant scorpions and a humongous lion, arrives. The bird defeats the scorpions with its electricity, then eats them alongside Luffy, who decides to name the bird Billy. After Nami and Luffy talk about what has happened, they soon decide to search for the others, using Billy to fly. Robin's group, meanwhile, find a large building where many pirates are gathering, similarly protected by poison plants. They learn there that Shiki is planning to let loose the animals on the island into East Blue in a gambit to force the surrender of the world government. They also learn that to prove the power of the animals, he is planning a demonstration using a village on the floating island. Luffy and Nami join the others at the village, and they too learn of the plan from the village residents, who, not knowing where the Straw Hats originate, are relieved to be rid of the monsters. Straw Hats vs Shiki confronting the Straw Hats. Nami is seen by a Den Mushi camera, and Shiki decides to personally head over to retrieve her. He arrives sometime later and confronts the Straw Hats who are there. Despite some initial success in fending him off, the Straw Hats are defeated, and Nami is coerced into rejoining Shiki by him agreeing to leave them, and her hometown be. Usopp, the only remaining crew member conscious, tries to stop her, but Shiki knocks him out. Nami records a message using the tone dial, which is supposed to be a farewell message. After leaving it, Shiki's men remove the poisonous plants around the village and cause the animals to destroy it. Xiao and the other villagers took shelter in an underground bunker. Nami watches this from Shiki's palace, apparently uncaring. Robin's group arrives shortly after, revive and rejoin the rest of the crew. Xiao reappears and gives them the dial. Her mother, who earlier had expressed relief about the animals being sent to East Blue, apologizes for saying how happy she was for Shiki leaving for East Blue. They then play the message, and after hearing only the first bit of it, Luffy is angered to the point that he will not listen to the rest of the crew does, however. Back at Shiki's place, Nami is found to have in fact been attempting to blow up the plants protecting his palace but was overcome by the poison. Shiki traps her near the plants and heads off to meet the pirate captain's gathering. While preparing a Sakazuki ceremony for the unification of the fleet and a toast for the commencement of the operation, the Straw Hats burst into the palace using Sunny, then march into the main meeting room brandishing various firearms. After a short confrontation, where Shiki calls them simply a suicide squad and reveals hundreds of men around them, Luffy says that Nami was simply the vanguard and that they are the main force. They unload their firearms in the room, defeating most those gathered, then split up to defeat the rest. Luffy chases after Shiki, telling Chopper and Usopp to find Nami. Nami is found by Billy, who helps her ignite the explosives just as Chopper and Usopp find her. While all escape harm from the explosion, animals from outside storm the palace, adding to the chaos within. Chopper realizes the only way to save Nami is to find the IQ medicine, but Shiki attempts to stop them. However, Luffy appears in Gear 2 and starts fighting him, with the help of Billy. Usopp and Chopper find the IQ plant, but find the medicine is being held by Dr. Indigo. Zoro fights him and using Asura defeats him and retrieves the medicine. Sanji and Brook, meanwhile, witness another of Shiki's henchmen, Scarlet, an ape man, attempting to kiss an earlier incapacitated Robin. Sanji quickly defeats him using Diable Jambi, but Brook ends up receiving Robin's thanks when he catches her. Nami also recovers and, feeling a storm approaching, has an idea. Luffy, still battling Shiki, is overcome when Shiki surrounds him with water. Shiki then receives a Den Mushi call warning of the storm and asking him to redirect the island, which he does. Unknown to him, the call was in fact coerced by Usopp and Chopper, and that Nami has led them directly into the storm. The various remaining pirates realize this and retreat, while the Straw Hats rig the palace with explosives. Shiki returns to the palace and confronts them, but Luffy also reappears, having recovered. Once more using Gear 3, he places his giant foot into the clouds, gaining an electric charge, and uses this to enhance his giant axe. Shiki at first thinks the lightning will kill Luffy, not realizing Luffy's rubber state will protect him. By the time Shiki realizes his mistake, Luffy hits him with the attack, both smashing and electrifying him to the ground, defeating him and destroying an entire island in the process. The other Straw Hats escape using Thousand Sunny, using Shiki's pirate sail as a parachute. Luffy is recovered by Billy while the villagers are shown flying away using the wings on their arms. Luffy emerges victorious from fight with Shiki. The story ends with the Marines gathering below to capture the fleeing pirates, including Shiki, and witnessing the islands crash into the sea, now free of Shiki's power. The Sunny is seen in the sky, and they prepare to attack it. Back at Marine headquarters, Sengoku comments that the Straw Hats were the ones to deal with this, and the Marines did nothing. Later, it's shown the Straw Hats managed to evade the Marines and continue on with their adventure. Luffy confronts Nami about the message she left on the tone dial, angry that she did not have faith in them. When the others revealed he did not hear the whole message, Nami tries to stop Luffy from playing it, feeling embarrassed of its content. She, Luffy, and Usopp wrestle over the dial, Luffy wanting to hear the message, Nami trying to prevent him and throw the dial overboard, and Usopp wanting to keep the dial since it was valuable. As the tone dial is knocked off the ship, it is revealed that on the other half of the message Nami indeed asked them to save her. Later on the islands, it has gotten more peaceful as the animals have lost their aggressive savagery. Meanwhile, Billy is greeting the animals and the people of the village as he flies past them. He lands on a rock and greets Zhao, who is in a flower field, as she waves at the screen.
世界一のつわものの心を持つ剣士リューマドッキング
The film opens with Schneider and his dog Buzz walking through a town one night. Schneider tries to part with the dog as he finds that he is coughing up blood, which he takes to mean that he is dying and does not want his loyal companion to watch him die before his eyes. The scene then goes to the Thousand Sunny as it sails the Grand Line at night. Most of the Straw Hats are sleeping save for Zoro, who is training, and Usopp, who wakes up to use the restroom. As he is coming back to his room, he notices the door open and a bird flying overhead but does not pay it any mind. The next day, Luffy cannot find his prized Straw Hat and searches the ship frantically for it. He almost drowns himself when he thinks the hat has fallen into the ocean, prompting Zoro to save him. Soon the rest of the crew is called for an emergency meeting about the missing hat, with Usopp adding that he saw a bird flying away from the ship that night. It is possible that, according to Usopp, the bird is a possible culprit. They all go out to search the ocean for it. Usopp and Chopper are in the Shark Submerged III, Sanji, Robin, and Brook are in the Mini Mary 2, and Nami is on the Shiro Mokuba while Frankie steers the Sunny. Chopper spots a ship in the ocean and he and Usopp board it, finding Schneider passed out from coughing up blood. They take him back to the Shark Submerged III to get him treated on the Sunny, but just as they are about to leave, a giant bird lands on the ship with Luffy's straw hat in its beak. Usopp alerts the others, which instantly revives the waterlogged Luffy, who orders the crew after it. In the midst of the chase, a marine ship appears behind them. Frankie orders the crew back to the Sunny as they continue to follow after the bird. The chase leads them through some glaciers, through a marine blockade, into a cave, off a waterfall, and into a nest of sea kings. All the while, Luffy uses his powers to personally chase after the bird. Luffy manages to chase it into a volcanic region, while Chopper manages to revive Schneider, who tells the reindeer doctor of wanting to see his only companion, his dog Buzz, who ate the Tori Tori no Mi model, Eagle. Luffy finds this out firsthand when he catches up to Buzz, first in his dog form, then in his hybrid form. Schneider continues, citing that in order to keep Buzz away from seeing him die, he came up with an impossible task: steal the straw hat of Monkey D. Luffy. If Buzz succeeded, he could stay with Schneider. Chopper realizes the bird they are chasing is in fact Buzz and informs Schneider that the ship that he is on is that of Luffy's. Schneider suddenly springs to life at this news and runs to the deck of the ship, commanding the Sunny to go after his friend. Chopper goes to follow but notices a fork on the ground. Meanwhile, Luffy and Buzz's fight sends them crashing into a marine base. Before it can go any further, they are suddenly caught in a sea stone cage and trapped. The commander of the base reveals himself and mocks Luffy by holding his straw hat on the barrel of the gun, then shooting it, gaining Luffy's anger. Before the Marines can capture Luffy, Zoro arrives to save him. Luffy tries to get his hat back, but is hindered by the base's three giants. Luffy and Zoro fight valiantly, but are knocked down. Just as they are about to be squashed, Thousand Sunny flies in, piloted by Schneider, who calls out to Buzz. They crash into the base, and the Straw Hats regroup. Schneider runs to Buzz and apologizes for trying to keep him away. The Giants once more attack the group, but are felled thanks to their teamwork. The Marine commanding officer throws the hat into the sea when he sees Luffy coming for him, only for Luffy to go gear third and punch one of the Giants into the gate he's standing on. The debris of the mace the Giant was holding crashing into the Marine captain. With the gate broken due to this action, water floods the base, forcing the Straw Hats, Schneider and Buzz onto the Thousand Sunny, while Luffy shrinks and continues to fly after the Straw Hat. At first it seems he will fall before catching it, but he is saved by Buzz, who catches him and allows Luffy to finally catch his Straw Hat. In the end, Chopper reveals to Schneider that the fork he found on the ground came from his stomach, which was piercing it and causing him to cough up blood. Schneider realizes he accidentally ate it when he was eating spaghetti one night. Schneider laughs this off once he realizes he is not going to die after all. The Straw Hats return Schneider and Buzz to their ship and part on good terms, with Schneider telling Luffy to take good care of his straw hat.
The Straw Hats arrive in the New World during a large storm and find themselves suddenly surrounded by a fleet of marine warships. Robin responds that only the Marines could accomplish this by knowing every move they make. Usopp and Chopper panic, but Luffy is only excited at this roadblock. He orders them to fight as they rush to make preparations. Nami calls off the attack as the ships disappear with the rain. She explains it was merely a mirage. Before either can relax, huge rain drops the size of the Sunny begin falling from the sky. Nami tells everyone they have entered the Mabujamoor Sea, home to weather conditions unlike anywhere else. The rain turns to giant chunks of hail as the Straw Hats desperately try to protect the ship. Then, an avalanche of snow falls from the sky. Robin then uses her powers to shield the ship from the snow. The weather changes again as the ocean splits underneath them. Robin notes they might hit a rock and drown, to the horror of Usopp. Luffy is merely excited at witnessing this phenomenon, as the others try to figure out how to escape. Frankie uses Ku to burst and launches the ship to safety, but are then struck by a bolt of lightning while in midair. Later on, the Straw Hats change out of their wet clothes, as the weather is now sunny but very hot. Brook tells Nami how impressed he is about how much she knows about the weather in the New World. Nami tells him she spent the last 2 years studying hard to learn as much as she could about it on Wetheria. Luffy and the others complain about being hungry, so Sanji goes into the kitchen to start cooking some food for everyone. The food he then makes suddenly disappears, as does the soup. Chopper panics, thinking a ghost did it. A small figure the size of an insect then runs away, as Luffy and the others chase after it. It then devours all the food in the kitchen, much to Sanji's surprise. Luffy calls it a food thief, but it responds it merely ate what was laying around. Zoro helps chase it down when he is told it drank all the booze. It is able to grab and flip Frankie over, as the crew go on the offensive surrounding it. It transforms into a large female giant, towering over everyone. She begins attacking, almost stepping on Sanji. Using a giant dinner fork like a pitchfork, she attacks Luffy, that he is able to hold his ground against. He picks her up and tosses her overboard, but then realizes she can't seem to swim. Usopp suggests she is probably a devil fruit user, as Sanji jumps in to rescue her from drowning. Unable to swim, she shrinks back down to her smaller size as Sanji carries her back to the ship. She awakens back on the ship, as the crew greets her warmly. Luffy tells her he finds her ability to grow and shrink fun. She explains she was born a giant and ate the many nomai devil fruit, letting her change size. Luffy compliments her on her strength, being able to take Frankie down so easily for being small. She tells Luffy even when she's small, she still has the power of a giant, demonstrating by bouncing Luffy up and down on her palm. Frankie asks what else she can do, to which she replies she can grow smaller and slip into an enemy's body, where she will expand and blow them to pieces. Luffy tells her he can do similar feats by stretching, surprising her. Finally, she introduces herself as Lily in Stomach, or Lily the Glutton as others call her. Nami asks Lily why she was aboard their ship, as she explains she was searching for her father. She was floating around at sea in a glass container when their ship submerged from beneath the depths and shattered her container. Suddenly panicking, realizing with the bottle shattered she lost her only method of transport after venturing so far, after sneaking aboard marine boats and warships. The Straw Hats ask who their father is, to which she happily tells them that he is greatest pirate chef in the New World. Now curious, Sanji asks who he is. Lily tells him her father is Pan's Fry, as Sanji knows his name. Lily tells them he is a volcano cooking chef, with Luffy now becoming more and more curious. Growing excited, Lily goes into great detail about him gathering rare herbs that grow around volcanoes and million-year-old salt crystals from between molten rocks, and then cooking over the volcano mouth. As Luffy grows more excited, she tells him of another dish of his. A frying pan filled with an assortment of foods from the sea and mountains, cooked over the volcano called Thousand-Person Pella. She describes the taste like running through a field of flowers in heaven. As they fantasize over food, Lily suddenly snaps back to her dilemma, panicking once more. Robin notes she's heard of Pan's Fry, that he steals victuals from the world government, marines, and other pirates and feeds the starving. Luffy calls him a hero, much to Lily's flattery. She begins to tell them she has been traveling with her father, but he went missing a couple weeks ago. The marines had taken him, and she had been traveling from island to island in search for him. She found out he was to be taken to Impel Down because of his high bounty. She traveled to the Malbijamor Sea after overhearing her father would be transported through there, hoping to intercept the ships. After hearing her story, Luffy offers to help her rescue her father. The rest of the Straw Hats agree to help her. In exchange, they get the chance to taste his heavenly volcano food. Lily happily agrees and promises they'll have enough food to make their stomachs burst. Elsewhere, aboard a submarine, the Neo Marines are also tracking Pan's Fry. Aang contacts Shuzo and reminds him of the importance of the plan. Shuzo informs her he is tracking Pan's Fry and wants to kill him before he reaches Impel Down. Aang tells him they can't let the Marines onto their plans and to call off his attack. He disregards her warning and tells her not to worry as long as he kills all witnesses. There will be no evidence. Shuzo tells her if he pulls this off, he'll prove he will be a better right-hand man to Z. Aang warns him not to fail, or else the consequences will be severe. As the Straw Hats eventually catch up with the ships and find Pan's Fry is being held on a raft heavily guarded by 4 warships. Robin observes that this level of security is unusual for one pirate, and that they would choose to pass through such a dangerous route. Luffy eagerly wishes to rush in and save them, but Nami chastises him that could endanger Lily's father and they need a plan. Usopp reminds Luffy if anything happened to him, he wouldn't get to eat his volcano food. Nami asks permission from Lily to take charge of the operation, as she gives her full consent. Nami pairs Luffy with Chopper, Robin, and Brook to be the diversion squad. That they take the mini Mary and distract them from a distance. Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, and Lily are paired as the infiltration squad. Their task is to use the shark submerge and sneak aboard the raft and free Lily's father. To escape with the prisoner, they are to detach the raft from the ship and whisk it away with Cootie burst. Nami asks Frankie to stay aboard the Sunny and prep it for the coup to burst. While Nami herself would be commanding from a distance on the Shiromokuba Eye, she reminds them that the weather might suddenly change and to take extra caution. As the plan deploys, Robin notices once out at sea how her group are all devil fruit users. Nami tells them she purposely placed all devil fruit users minus Lily in the diversion team to be safe. She then notices the absence of Luffy among them and finds out he went with Lily's group because it seemed more exciting, much to Nami's frustration. Nami tells Luffy not to board the raft or it will ruin their whole plan. Usopp begins chatting with Lily, wondering if her and her dad came from Elbaf. Lily seems surprised knowing of such a place, asking how he found out. Usopp then explains he and the crew met Dory and Brogy, 2 other giants. Lily tells them they are legendary among her people, but even she has never met them. However, her father had been friends with them since they were kids and often told her stories about them. Brook and Chopper start to sing but get yelled at by Nami to stop. On the marine warship, Vice Admiral Manga interrogates Pans Fry. He tells him he's never heard of a pirate who so brazenly boarded a government-owned cargo ship before and asks why he did it. Pans Fry explains he merely wanted to take back the food that left many islands starving. That as a cook it is his duty to provide food for the hungry. Momonga states the island's problems are because of pirates like him, and to not shift the blame. Momonga informs his crew somebody has been raiding pirate ships lately, and they might be a target because of their prisoner. The Straw Hats' rescue plan begins, as Robin uses her powers to take out the crew on one of the marine ships. Brook sends his spirit to terrorize the marines, causing panic and confusion. Zoro and Sanji break the chains binding Pans Fry, but Luffy ignores Nami's order and reveals himself to the marines. Luffy and Zoro begin fighting with the marines as Zoro fights with Momonga, able to match his blades against the Vice Admiral. Lily reunites with her father, but before they are able to get close to one another, Pans Fry, along with the nearby ships, is suddenly attacked by a barrage or torpedoes, wounding him. The Neo Marines arrive and begin attacking the Marines. Shuzo reveals himself as Luffy attempts to fight him but is knocked into the ocean, with Zoro jumping in after him. Momonga confronts him, recognizing him as a former Marine. Shuzo says he wasn't aware he was on board, and asks him if he is a Vice Admiral now. Momonga asks Shuzo if he has been the one responsible behind the pirate raids, to which Shuzo proudly confesses and announces he intends to cut off Pans Fry's head. Momonga asks why he is doing this if he used to be a former Marine, to which Shuzo replies that he is doing it for the sake of Z, which surprises Momonga. Shuzo says he will kill all of them right then and there and tells Alpa Casino to kill Pans Fry. Lily, enraged, reverts back to her giant form and attacks. She goes on a rampage on the ship, attempting to skewer Shuzo with her fork. Shuzo asks her why she is attacking him, to which she tells him her name and that she is Pans Fry's daughter. Shuzo responds that since she is a pirate too, she'll die with him. As he is about to attack her, Sanji jumps in and blocks his attack, diverting his attention to him. Sanji then orders Lily to shrink down, to make herself a smaller target. When the Neo Marines attack Pans Fry again, Vice Admiral Momonga steps in and slices up the cannonballs, rescuing her father. He then tells Shuzo that he will not allow the Neo Marines to have their way as long as he is commanding that ship. Sanji chimes in, finding him very sensible for a Marine soldier, earning disgust from Shuzo, calling the Marines shameful. Momonga angrily tells him to shut up. As the two are about to fight, Luffy approaches them both, announcing he doesn't care about their dispute and will stop at nothing to rescue Lily's father, challenging them both. The Neo Marines board the ships and begin fighting with the Marines, as Shuzo attacks Luffy. Luffy goes second gear and uses his jet Gatling, but is unable to hurt Shuzo's tough body. Momonga rushes in to attack them both, but is stopped by Zoro, as the two begin fighting again. Robin and Sanji help protect Pans Fry, fighting the Neo Marines off. Usopp, watching events from his submarine, asks Nami what they should do, as she herself continues to survey the battle from afar. She then begins to notice large geysers appearing called thrust-up streams, much like the knock-up stream that took them to Skypia, but much smaller. Frankie meets up with Nami, as she tells him the weather is going to shift. She contacts everyone to get back onto the Sunny, as the eruptions will soon begin. As Zoro and Luffy continue their fight, Luffy begins to use his haki as Zoro is able to push the Vice Admiral back from his attacks. He redirects Zoro's strikes, causing one of the warships to get destroyed. Frankie launches the anchors that hook onto the raft as the thrust upstream begins its eruption. It begins destroying the remaining marine ships around them, causing confusion between Shuzo and Manga, unaware of the weather shift. Frankie tells Nami he is unable to use the coup to burst, noticing the raft is much too big. Nami then comes up with a new plan to use the thrust upstream eruption to launch them and the raft to safety. A geyser erupts underneath them, destroying all but a small piece of the raft Pan's Fry is able to hang onto. Shuzo attaches a Weaver card to the raft as they make their escape. Afterwards, Manga is seen with his remaining crew on a capsized warship. Shuzo returns from his sub to finish their fight as the two battle one last time, destroying the capsized ship. Afterwards, Shuzo says he wasted too much time and reflects back on his rivalry with Ain. The two are shown to have had a fierce battle, fighting in a rocky canyon with Z and his troops as the audience. After fighting for 5 hours, Ain gains the upper hand by using her devil fruit powers to trap him within the rock. Z proclaims Ain as the winner and she gains the spot as his second in command. As Shuzo sits in his submarine lamenting on this match, he vows to change ZR's mind and win the title of second in command back. The Straw Hats are later seen docked behind a reef, now out of the Malbujmore Sea. As Chopper finishes tending to Pan's Fry's wounds, Luffy begins hounding him to make his famous food for them. Sanji kicks Luffy in anger, as Chopper tells Luffy he needs to rest. Lily then reveals that she was able to steal the food and booze from the marine ship wreckage before they left. Pan's Fry agrees he will cook for Luffy and the others to help repay them for saving him and to fulfill his duty as a cook. As the Straw Hats get to work to help make preparations, Shuzo had followed them. He orders his men to destroy the ship along with the reef, but they are out of torpedoes to use. His men then volunteer to willingly ram their ships into the reef and sacrifice themselves to fulfill their goal. Shuzo tells them he is proud of all of them and gives the order of attack. The subs begin slamming into the reef, knocking Pan's Fry over. As more begin to charge the Sunny, Zoro and Sanji repel the small submarines away with their attacks, as they realize they aren't torpedoes at all. Pan's Fry is able to knock a few away that charge him with his great cooking pan, but then, Shuzo's submarine emerges from the water and docks itself on the reef. Shuzo then tells them that they cannot escape from him. Nami wonders how he was able to find them, as Shuzo reveals he used a Weaver card he stuck to the raft from before. As more submarines charge the Sunny, Robin grabs and tears them apart with Oshenta Fleurs. Shuzo watches the devastation unfold around him of his loyal followers dying, as he promises he won't let their sacrifices be in vain, with Frankie questioning his sanity. He tells them that pirates like them are the reason the New World is so corrupt, and their only goal is to exterminate them all. Chopper warns Pan's Fry to not move because of his injuries, but he ignores this and charges into battle swinging his large iron cook spoon at Shuzo. Shuzo uses Tekkai and repels the force of the attack, knocking him back. Lily charges into battle after him, turning into a regular giant form and attempts to stab Shuzo once again with her trident fork. He easily dodges her and runs along the staff of her weapon and deals a powerful punch to her solar plexus, defeating her. As she is about to fall back onto the Sunny, she is able to use her powers to shrink herself down again and lands safely on Usopp's hat. Shuzo turns his attention back to Pan's Fry, promising he won't escape death again. Luffy intervenes, entering second gear and kicks him into a large rock. Shuzo then remembers that Luffy was a pirate and tells him he would have killed him sooner or later, and that he'll kill him first among the group. Luffy attacks with a jet Gatling, but doesn't harm Shuzo in the slightest. Luffy then attacks with Jet Whip, but Shuzo blocks it with Shigen. Shuzo tries to attack back with Zoro as Luffy tries to hit him with Jet Bazooka, but misses. Shuzo then uses Jetpo, taking to the air to fight. He surprises Luffy and knocks him back down to the ground. Luffy then uses his Haki imbued with a jet pistol attack and is able to strike Shuzo, who this time does not dodge. To everyone's shock, Shuzo was able to block Luffy's Haki with his Tekkai. He then tells Luffy his Haki isn't nearly strong enough to beat him. Robin notes this battle might become difficult. Shuzo begins to go on the offensive with Luffy now dodging his attacks, finding his limbs to be annoying during their fight. As Luffy is about to go third gear, he is suddenly struck from behind by a cannonball blast from Alpa Cappuccino. The attack heavily hurts Luffy, making him slam into a rock wall that cracks underneath him. Shuzo shows surprise he hasn't collapsed yet, as Luffy remains silent. He tells Luffy he was hit with a Haki-imbued cannon blast from his partner Alpa Cappuccino, who is a bazooka who ate a devil fruit. Shuzo then uses Shigen, stabbing Luffy with his fingers. Pan's Fry tries to come to Luffy's aid, but Shuzo uses Alpa Cappuccino and shoots him, knocking the giant unconscious. Lily then asks Usopp to help fire her at Shuzo, that she will shrink down and enter inside him and expand, blowing him apart from within. Usopp agrees as Lily shrinks down even smaller to fit inside his slingshot. As Usopp fires her at Shuzo, he moves and pushes Luffy into her path as she falls into his mouth. Shuzo tells him he knew of their stupid plan all along, planning to attack their ship next. Luffy then gets to his feet, still wounded, but announces he is still going to beat him and get to eat Pan's Fry's food. Lily begins to grow inside Luffy, contorting and stretching his body as she becomes huge once again. He grows to the size of a giant, sprouting 2 horns from her helmet. At first, Luffy is confused, thinking everyone else had shrunk down. Realizing he is now huge, Luffy revels in excitement at this new form. Shuzo tells him changing his size doesn't change his status as being a pirate. His bazooka attacks prove to now be harmless against him, as Luffy comments he had forgotten they were there. Luffy begins attacking, but Shuzo is able to dodge him, stating giants are slow and he can't keep up with his speed. Luffy then enters second gear, as his blast of hot steam almost blows away the Sunny. Shuzo fires a barrage of bombs at Luffy in vain, as Luffy leaps into the air to perform giant jet spear. Shuzo propels himself upward, standing on a fired cannonball ready to use Shugen again on Luffy, but is hit with Luffy's powerful attack first and is sent crashing into the rocks below, as Shuzo and Alpa Casino are both defeated by this attack. The force blows the Sunny a distance away, as Luffy, now shrunken back down to normal size, lands safely on it. He thanks Lily for helping, as she comments she was happy to help. Luffy finds the food they were planning to use completely ruined. Chopper tells him it was from his fighting that has got ruined. Nami tells Luffy they'll pick some food up along the way and find a volcano, which helps cheer Luffy up. Frankie builds a new and better raft for Lily and Pan's Fry to travel on. Pan's Fry thanks Frankie for helping him, which Frankie replies super. Elsewhere, Manga catches up to Shuzo and his remaining soldiers and captures him. Shuzo is surprised he survived their fight and asks how he found him. Manga tells him he used the same trick he used on the Straw Hats. He put a Beaver card on Pan's Fry to track him, a method of tracking pirates he learned from a teacher a long time ago. He berates Shuzo for dragging the Marines into their personal vendetta against pirates and announces he is being sent to impel down. Shuzo tells him he'll never talk no matter how much he is tortured and demands he kill him now while they are still in the New World. Manga tells him that's up to the law to decide, and that is how the Marines' justice works. Later, the Straw Hats are seen traveling around with the 2 giants fishing and helping to gather food. As they collect enough, Pan's Fry is able to make his famous food for them under the heat of an active volcano. They share a large feast together, and after much celebrations depart. Lily thanks them for all their help, and tells Luffy he was the strongest giant she has ever known. Luffy makes a promise for them to meet again and have a rematch, as the Straw Hats continue their journey in the New World. Elsewhere, Ain and Z learn the fate of Shuzo from the newspapers. She tells Z she should have made herself more clear to him, apologizing. She then wonders if the Marines found out what they were up to. Z tells her not to worry, that no amount of torture will make him or his men talk. Confident in his minions' loyalty, this setback does not bother him in the least. He then gets a call on his Denmushi, announcing they will be arriving at Fur's Island soon. Z promises the end of the New World is near, and he will massacre every last single pirate in it. Glorious Island. On a sunny day at sea, the Straw Hat pirates relax. In the pool attached to the side of the Thousand Sunny, Brook swims lazily in a flotation tube, while Luffy jumps around the pool's rim and Nami stretches. On the ship's deck, Zoro and Chopper are taking naps. Frankie mediates, and Robin observes a ladybug in the ship's flower beds. Sanji cooks in the kitchen, and Usopp tinkers with his machines at the kitchen table. At the pool, Nami starts swimming and comments how Brook he shouldn't swim. Brook suggests that it feels nice for his bones as he floats by. Nami dives underwater before lifting herself out and onto the pool's edge. Brook looks at her admiringly, but Sanji gets angry and yells at him. His expression changes when he notices Nami's bathing suit and gets a nosebleed. Usopp chastises Sanji and Brook for their lecherous behavior. From beneath the waves, a large creature approaches the Thousand Sunny. It surfaces right next to the pool, causing Nami and Usopp to panic. Luffy is amazed to see it as a giant seahorse. Robin finds it cute, and Chopper is terrified. The beast roars at them, scaring Brook and Nami. She grabs onto Brook and causes them both to sink slowly, to Brook's dismay and pleasure. The seahorse charges at Luffy, and Sanji demands Luffy defeat it so he can cook it. Luffy activates Gear 2 and hits the sea creature with Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka, sending it flying into the sky. Luffy laughs at his victory, but the crew yells at him, causing him to realize he launched their meat away. The crew activates the Sunny's propeller engine to chase after the seahorse. With everyone back on board the deck, Nami breathes a sign of relief, and Chopper tries to empty Brook's water-inflated stomach, which perplexes Usopp and Robin. The Sunny approaches the seahorse, and Sanji declares he will cook horse soup. Zoro demands good booze to go with it, causing an argument between the two. They're interrupted by Frankie, who calls Zoro Zorosuke, and suggests they can have a good party without booze, like when petals rain down without flowers. Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper are confused, and Frankie suggests how nice it would be to eat horse meat under a rain of cherry petals, concluding part 1 of the short. As the Thousand Sunny continues sailing, Chopper walks up to Nami and asks her a question. Nami is setting up a lounge chair and umbrella. She sits down to enjoy the sun, and Chopper takes a drink of his milk, falling over at how good it tastes. He offers some to Nami, but she declines, preferring orange juice instead. Sanji hears her request from afar while in the kitchen, promising to make her some. Usopp asks him what he's talking about, and Sanji explains he can hear Nami and Robin's requests from far distances. Sanji asks Usopp what he's doing, and Usopp explains that he's mixing pesticides for the garden. Sanji demands he move the experimentation outside, as Robin descends the ladder into the kitchen. A smitten Sanji offers her a drink, and Robin asks Usopp where the watering can is. Usopp shows it to her in Usopp's factory to her pleasant surprise. He designed it to look like a zombie. Out on the deck of the ship, Brook tunes his guitar. Nearby, Luffy expresses his confusion over Frankie's idea of an imaginary big buffet. Frankie insists they can throw a party without having anything, which Zoro dismisses. Frankie challenges him to imagine fries, a hamburger, and a cola, which he pretends to eat. The gesture intrigues Luffy, Chopper, Zoro, and Brook, as Frankie appears to be enjoying himself immensely. Frankie finishes his imaginary meal, and the rest of them praise him. He suggests that those who are pure of heart can have a vivid imagination. Luffy tries to imagine a massive piece of dinosaur before he is hit with a realization. He does a ninja pose and summons islands made of meat in his imagination. Zoro imagines a booze waterfall, and Frankie imagines a burger, fries, and cola bigger than his previous imaginary one. Chopper imagines clouds of cotton candy and cow milk, before jumping into an imaginary milk-filled pool. Brook exclaims at the wonder of the daydream as a place where anything can come true, and with a strum of his guitar, he asks if he can see Nami's panties. She kicks him in the face and sends Shim flying across the deck. Finally finished with the cooking, Sanji walks out of the kitchen to alert the crew. Luffy is thrilled, as he prefers real meat to its imaginary counterpart. Sanji tosses Zoro a barrel full of booze, and Luffy declares that they will have a party under a rain of cherry petals. Chopper takes the food from Sanji, and Luffy calls for Usopp to join them. Zoro requests Brook to grab the mugs. Suddenly, flower petals rain down from the upper deck to Luffy, Chopper, Zoro, and Brook's amazement. In reality, it is Frankie's making, having donned a pink outfit and hairstyle. Meanwhile, Nami continues lounging in the sun, and Sanji squeezes her some fresh orange juice. Robin walks onto the deck with her newly improved watering can, and Chopper puts on a shark-shaped hat. Frankie plays a song about cherry trees and booze for the crew. Black and pink images of each crew member in their battle attire flash on screen. The Marine's emblem flashes next, before it is turned upside down and pierced by a sword, transforming into the Film Z logo. One Piece Film Z. The story begins with Z singing a requiem as he prepares for battle. His fleet of Neo-Marines push past the defenses of marine ships and invades Fur's Island. He, along with his subordinates Ain and Bins, easily make their way past the Marines stationed there. Eventually, Z and his soldiers break into the Marine base and acquire the Dyna Stones. As his men begin loading the weapons aboard their ships, Admiral Kizaru appears and begins a deadly onslaught, destroying their ships and blowing away the Neo-Marine soldiers. Z rushes to their aid and clashes with Kizaru. As the two fight, Ain and Bins evacuate the Neo-Marines onto the surviving ships. Kizaru asks how long it has been since the two last met, wondering what brings him to the island. Z warns that he relies too much on his Pika Pika no Mai abilities. Kizaru responds he is still stubborn as a rock, addressing him as Master Zephyr. Z responds that he abandoned that name. The two clash fiercely. Kizaru tries to inquire why Zephyr wants the Dyna Stones. However, Z responds by using one of the stones to attack the Admiral, firing it directly into Kizaru's face. The blast engulfs the entire island, destroying everything. Kizaru survives the explosion, however, thanks to his powers, but Z is seemingly lost in the blast. The Neo-Marines are safe from the blast and the Marines, but Ain is concerned for Z. At the same time, Aokiji passes by the area and notices the destruction of the island. Meanwhile, not too far from the location, the Straw Hats are having a cherry blossom party on the Sunny. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook are goofing around. Usopp sprays his pop greens with pesticide, the smell of which interrupts the party for a bit. Robin watches and enjoys their antics while Nami is trying to read but cannot due to the ruckus from the others. Sanji naturally is serving and fawning over her. Volcanic ash suddenly begins to rain from the sky, much to their confusion. Nami studies her log pose and finds the needle spinning where the volcano had erupted from. She realizes that the needle must be spinning around because the volcano must have destroyed the island and the needle no longer has a magnetic field to lock on. Frankie says it is impossible, but she points out that they are in the new world. Anything is possible. Usopp whispers to her that they have to hide this from Luffy and choose a safer route. Despite it, Luffy notices the spinning needle, deciding to head in that direction. Usopp whines, but Nami tells him to trust in her navigational skills. He warns her that the paths they choose could cost them their lives, but she tells him the matter is out of their hands now. As Usopp continues to whine, Luffy spots the battered body of Z clinging to life on a piece of driftwood out at sea and attempts to rescue him. When he grabs a hold of his mechanical arm, he becomes weak and Sanji and Usopp having to help pull Z aboard. Chopper examines Z, but finds that he should be fine. Nami shows signs of suspicion, worrying that they picked up someone problematic. Robin notices his arm is built out of sea stone, the reason why Luffy became weak when he touched him. Sanji reminds them all that sea stone is used against devil fruit users with him and Zoro debating whether to throw him overboard. Chopper defends him, with Luffy ordering him to save his life and that he would deal with him if he was an enemy. Z awakens later in Chopper's infirmary, with Zoro and Sanji standing guard outside. He thanks Chopper for his care, calling him a great medic, and meets Luffy, who remained in the room during Z's treatment. Z immediately tags him as the ship's captain. Luffy asks him what he plans to do next, as Z tells him he is carrying a Vivre card and his comrades should find him soon. Luffy begins asking questions about Z, his arm, and what he is doing. Things seem to go fine at first, at least until Luffy reveals he is a pirate. Z instantly attacks and throws Luffy through the wall. He asks Luffy why he is a pirate, to which Luffy proudly responds he will be the Pirate King. This comment infuriates Z, as he madly swings his battle smasher around. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all begin fighting him, with Z able to hold them all off with relative ease. Ain and Binz then arrive with a fleet of ships and board the Sunny, announcing they will be confiscating it. Frankie attacks, with Binz summoning vines that are able to subdue him. Robin tries attacking, but he proves too quick for her to grab him with her arms. Usopp, Chopper, and Brook rush to help, but Binz ensnares them all in vines as well. Nami briefly battles Ain, but she uses her devil fruit ability and shrinks Nami down to a small child. Chopper breaks out of the vines and charges her, but Ain evades him and uses her ability on him as well. She goes on to use her power on the subdued Brook. Robin tries to grab her before she can continue, and demands to know what she did to Nami and Chopper. However, Ain takes advantage of Robin's powers and touches her duplicated arms to de-age her to the appearance of a young teen. Ain explains she has the ability to revert things with a touch by 12 years. She tells Robin she would only need to touch her 2 more times and she would disappear. Z overpowers the monster trio and throws them out into the deck of the ship. He grabs Luffy with his battle smasher, sapping away his powers, and chastises Luffy's dream, telling him he will never be Pirate King with his strength. Curiosity piqued, he asks Luffy his name. When he tells him, Z connects him as Garp's grandson before throwing him onto the deck with the other Straw Hats. He announces to the Straw Hats he will destroy all pirates and orders the Neo Marines to attack the Sunny, bombarding her with cannons. While Luffy wishes to continue his battle with Z, the pleas of his crewmates force him to retreat. He frees Frankie from his bonds, who quickly heads for the steering, and he uses a coup de burst to escape, much to the surprise of the Neo Marines. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki calls a summit meeting of his high-ranking officers to discuss the recent events. Akanu states the Dynastones were a trump card against the New World. He tells the Marines Z's plan is to use the Dynastones to destroy the endpoints, which will destroy the entire ocean surrounding the New World. Kizaru chimes in that Z must have died from getting caught in the explosion at Fur's Island. Saru disagrees, knowing that as a former admiral he would have survived. Akanu laments the treachery of their former teacher, but resolves that he must be stopped along with the Neo Marines. Garp, Kobe, and Helmeppo, who are not attending the meeting, are near the remains of the still erupting Fur's Island. Kobe questions if the rumor of the endpoints being destroyed was true or not. Garp tells Kobe that if it was merely a lie, they would not be taking such extreme measures. He tells the two that Z plans to destroy all the pirates in the New World with the endpoints, but not only will it kill all pirates on the seas, but everyone else living there too. One of the Marines asks Garp who exactly this Z person is. Garp briefly explains that Z was once a Marine who fought alongside him and the others during their youth. He worries that his anger and hatred will destroy the world. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are recovering on a nearby island, where Frankie goes to work on fixing the Sunny. He tells Luffy to go after Z while he repairs the damage done. Chopper regrets saving Z's life, but Sanji tells him a pirate should live without regrets of what he believes in, and the crew do not blame him for what happened. The crew then discuss their next course of action, with finding Z and restoring those who were de-aged being their top priority. Nami proposes gathering intel on their enemy as the first place to start. Mobston, an old man, approaches them and asks if they had a run-in with Z. He tells them many pirate ships that have come to the island have been attacked by him and, as such, lose their will to continue and gave up piracy. He is pleasantly surprised that Luffy still wishes to fight after losing so badly to him and offers up his finest equipment to use in their quest. Nami tells the crew to not arouse suspicion. They need a new change of clothes first. They are told their best place to start is to take the sea train to neighboring island, Second Island. As they head to their next destination, they divide their into groups and split up. Luffy, Brook, Sanji, and Zoro all relax in a local hot spring to rest, recover, and prepare for the upcoming fight. While Luffy wants to go find Z, Sanji tells him to keep a low profile since the island is crawling with marine soldiers. Elsewhere, Nami and Robin have gotten work at a bar. Robin woos the crowd with her good looks and dancing, as Nami works as a server. Usopp is disguised as Robin's manager, and Chopper works outside as a shoe shiner. Somewhere else on the island, Z and his crew finish planting the Dyna Stones over the active volcano. Z promises when it erupts the Marines will know his fury. As Luffy and the others relax in the hot springs, Luffy vows to not let his guard down around Z again. Sanji tells him as long as he is a devil fruit user and lets himself get caught by his arm he will lose, offering to let him and Zoro to fight him instead. Luffy turns him down, knowing to avoid his arm for their next fight. However, a familiar voice calls out to them, claiming he was getting tired waiting for them. The group finds it belongs to Kuzan, who is resting in a nearby bath. The group instantly go on guard, save for Brook, who does not recognize him, but panics when they fill him in that he is an admiral. Kuzan reassures them he is not there to capture them, and had given up being an admiral. Brook asks what he is then, with Kuzan finding being questioned bothersome. He thinks on the question, and is unable to think of a proper answer, confusing them further. However, he tells them again he is not their enemy anymore and reminds them if he was, he would not be in a hot spring where he cannot use his powers. As Kuzan gets out of the water, the Straw Hats see his battle-scarred body and his missing leg that he regrows with his ice powers. Noticing their shocked expressions, he merely notes he got into a bit of mischief. Nami and Usopp meet up with Chopper to share information. Chopper reports he heard rumors of some Marines showing up because of Z. Usopp says there are lots of Marines where he was, but is unsure if it has to do with Z or Robin's popularity. Though on a side, they did make some good money, which Nami instantly takes when Usopp shows Chopper. Back at the spa, Kuzan and Luffy's group talk some more, with Luffy asking him what happened to his leg. But Kuzan does not wish to answer. Likewise, when questioned why Akanu and he fought, he does answer he wishes his only reason for coming was to enjoy the hot springs, but is chasing Z. Kuzan also correctly guesses that the Straw Hats has fought against Z, remarking how strong he is. Nami makes her rounds pressing for information from local Marines, learning Z is currently on the island. One of them spills information of his plan on destroying the endpoints. One Marine captain becomes suspicious of her and asks her why she is so curious about him. Panicking, she points the blame to Usopp. The captain tries to escort her away for questioning, but Robin subdues the captain and the group take off, their cover blown. Kuzan and Luffy's group soon leave the spa as he talks about the great age of pirates. He ponders to himself if pirates are made from the One Piece existing, or if the One Piece exists because of the pirates, telling them how when some follow their dreams, it can lead to pain and sadness of others. He tells them that Z plans to destroy piracy by destroying the One Piece. He has chosen to follow Z's journey, but is unsure what actions he himself must take. He then departs, telling Luffy he will find Z on the island. Luffy thinks back to his encounter of Z questioning Luffy's dream, until the rest of the Straw Hats catch up with them with a group of Marines on their tail. Luffy dispatches them all with his Hashoku Haki, save for the captain, whom he asks where Z is. Reluctantly, the Marine captain tells him the location of Z, explaining they were planning to ambush him. His squad of soldiers are then shown trying to subdue Z, who easily beats everyone around him. Kiban, the last standing, clashes with him. He uses his Tekai, but Z breaks his defense with the power of his armored Haki and defeats him. The Dyna Stones explode, causing the volcano to erupt. Z informs his men the destruction the second point has been a success, and they need only destroy one more island, stating his plan as the grand reboot, to which he wishes to purge the seas of pirates and start everything anew. Luffy, along with Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji find their location and he instantly attacks. Z blocks it, showing mild surprise to see Luffy. Luffy demands Z change his friends back to normal. Ain and Bin's attack, which Sanji and Zoro intercept them. Z tells Luffy if he wants something, he has to take it like a pirate. Luffy and Z both strike, the shock setting off the volcano to explode forth with magma. Kuzan saves the lives of some civilians by knocking away a volcanic rock and tells them to get to the sea train. Kuzan looks on at the devastation, wondering if Z has finally lost his mind. Luffy and Z battle, with Luffy managing to counter most of his attacks. As they fight, Z questions Luffy if he has the resolve to be the Pirate King, and that if he is willing to sacrifice his crew to make his dream happen. Elsewhere, Zoro and Ain exchange strikes, but she breaks off her attack, promising she would kill him the next time they met. Sanji begins to overpower Binz, sending powerful kicks to his face, but Binz breaks off the fight and escapes with a smoke bomb along with Ain. Luffy and Z clash furious blows, with Z mocking Luffy, telling him if he keeps being afraid of his battle smasher, he will never land any hits on him. He strikes the ground, sending Luffy flying away. In the process, Luffy's hat is sent flying from his head. Z fires more bullets at Luffy, who deflects back at him, stating his bullets will never harm him, until Z pulls out a small pistol and fires a bullet into his shoulder made from sea stone, incapacitating Luffy. Mocking Luffy further, he tells him the strongest people in the New World would have never have let themselves be hit with it, and he relies too much on his devil fruit power. He takes Luffy's hat, promising to bury it himself once he has finished destroying the Age of Pirates. Luffy manages to get up and tries to reclaim his hat, telling Z the hat was given to him by Shanks. Z grabs Luffy in his powerful grips and tells him Shanks, along with the rest of the 4 emperors, will all die before they know what is happening. Luffy becomes enraged, screaming at him to not mock Shanks. Z responds by blasting Luffy with the Smasher's cannon, ultimately defeating him. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji regroup and find Luffy. As they do, the volcanic ash begins to cover the whole island, forcing the group to run for it. Usopp uses one of his pop greens to make a banana-shaped boat to ride down a slanted areas of the town, but they're knocked off at a crossroads. Just as their death seemed imminent, Kuzan appears and encases the magma and ash in a gigantic layer of ice, giving them time to escape. The Straw Hats board the sea train and flee, just before the island blows, taking the once thriving town with it. Z is shown watching the island exploding from one of his ships, with Ain wondering of Luffy's fate. Z reflects on the One Piece and becomes angered over how much suffering and death its existence has brought to the world. That pirates consider it a symbol of freedom, but he will destroy that and bring a close to the Great Pirate Age. Meanwhile, Garp and Sengoku are seen discussing Z's actions. Sengoku notes how tragic Z's history has been, but destroying the island and putting innocent civilians in danger was unacceptable. Garp remarked that not everyone could see things as black and white like him. Kobe asks Garp about Z, wondering what kind of man he was like. Garp obliges and tells the two of Zephyr's past, explaining that Zephyr was always a serious man, that he was always fighting in front of men on the battlefield. He had become an admiral when he was still young, and led a happy life until his wife and son were killed by a pirate who hated him. That hatred and sadness stayed with him as he continued to perform his duties. He had become a teacher who had trained many of the high-ranking Marines who now serve the world government today, and was loved by many. However, he suffered another tragedy when he had lost his right arm and was unable to stop a powerful pirate from slaying a crew of trainees he tried to protect, with Ain and Binz the only survivors. Zephyr took this defeat into a new goal to hunt down pirate with devil fruits with his new mechanical arm that was built for him. Shortly afterwards, the pirate who had taken his arm and his crew was nominated by the government to become a warlord of the sea. This was Zephyr's final straw. He left the Marines after this in great disgust. Unable to rely on the Marines anymore to inflict proper justice, he formed the Neo Marines as an enemy to both Marines and pirates alike. Kobe asks why Zephyr is called Z now, to which Garp confesses he does not know. Sometime later, the Neo Marines arrive on Periodo. Z leaves his crew for a bit to go to a makeshift grave, where he finds Kuzan singing the Requiem song from the beginning of the movie. He tells Z he always hated that song, before giving him a bottle of his favorite wine as a peace offering. He tells Z he used to drink that because of him, looking up to him. While Z is humbled that Kuzan is lecturing him, he states he plans to continue to go forward with his plan no matter what. Kuzan tells him he might die, as Z responds that is no problem if he can rid the world of evil. Z tells him to step aside and the two come to a tense standoff, but each side is unwilling to fight one another as enemies. Kuzan backs down and leaves Z to his machinations. The Straw Hats return to Dock Island, as Luffy is patched up and has the sea stone bullet removed. Kuzan appears before the crew again, telling Luffy to stop moping. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Robin are shown terrified, but Luffy assures them it is alright. Kuzan explains Z's plan to the crew of destroying the 3 endpoints with the Dynastones to release the Grand Imbuto, a fissure line underneath the Grand Line. If Z destroys the last one, this will allow the magma flow to be released and flood the sea with fire. Though doing so will not only kill pirates, but innocents as well. Now that 2 of the endpoints have been destroyed, Z is about to go to the last one, Periodo, and unless the Straw Hats stop him, the pirate era will end. The endpoints had been considered a legend, with most thinking it was nonsense. The government covered up the truth about them, to dissuade pirates from using it. Thus, only the world government and highest-ranking officers of the Marines know about it. He laments that it is an admiral abusing this knowledge above all else. He reminds them that he is not doing this out of power, but to punish pirates. Luffy remains undeterred despite being defeated twice by Z, vowing to chase him down and get his hat back. If he lets Z keep his hat, he could never face Shanks or be worthy of the Pirate King title. Kuzan then gives the crew an eternal pose leading to Periodo. Nami asks why he is helping them, but he ignores the question and warns them that their journey will be very dangerous. If they lose to Z, they will be destroyed along with the New World. However, if they win, they will be surrounded on all sides by the Marines, so it is lose-lose either way. With that said, he leaves them to their own fates. The crew begin making their preparations to leave. Frankie reminds the crew about the equipment they were promised earlier, showing a large stash of armor and weapons Mobston had saved up from the previous crews that suffered from Z's wrath. Mobston gives Usopp his bicorn hat, believing they can bring down Z. They suit up in their new gear and head out. As they are leaving, Gary approaches Luffy, telling him he wants to grow up to be a hero but can't decide whether he wants to be an admiral or a pirate. Sanji flatly states pirates are not heroes. But Luffy chimes in saying if both feel the same, then it is okay and just do whatever he pleases. Gary watches the Straw Hat pirates leave, filled with admiration for them. The Straw Hats intercept a blockade of Neo-Marine warships guarding Periodo. They blast through their defenses with the Gaon cannon before landing on the beaches with an army waiting for them. The Straw Hats begin fighting, using their new weapons to help. Chopper fights off the hordes using his guard point, holding many rifles within himself. Luffy tries fighting with 2 sabers, but he quickly discards them, shouting for Z to appear. Zoro finds himself separated from the group and is met once again by Aang. She announces she will not let Zoro reach her master. Zoro tells her he has nothing against her but will fight with everything he has. Aang admits she probably will not win but will buy Z as much time as she can and will gladly die for him. Sanji is shown fighting with Bins once again as he tells him how tired he is of listening to him talk about his master, wondering if the Aang and he are merely kids. Luffy finishes fighting off a large group of Neo-Marines, as he had used his large meat stick as a club. Feeling tired, he eats the emergency food, gaining his stamina back for the fight ahead. As the Straw Hats fight with the Neo-Marines, Kizaru and a large fleet of Marines arrive on the island. Kizaru cheerfully says that he will kill every one of the Straw Hats along with Z. Meanwhile, Z himself is sitting in the mouth of the volcano surrounded by Dyna stones placed to blow. After a swig of his wine, he stares eagerly at Luffy's Straw Hat awaiting his inevitable arrival. Luffy is shown fighting off more Neo-Marines trying to stop his advances. He uses his haki, dodging multiple shots from cannons gradually getting closer. Zoro and Aang battle as she uses her powers to turn the hardened volcanic rock around them back into flowing magma. Zoro slashes the magma aside easily. Meanwhile, Sanji breaks through Bin's vines, landing hard kicks to his body. Robin uses her Gigantesco Mano move, summoning giant legs to stomp the surrounding enemies. Brook unleashes Soul Solid, freezing a large number of soldiers in place. Chopper uses his Kung Fu point, able to physically hold off the soldiers and dodge their every moves. Usopp uses Hisatsu Midori Boshi, summoning a forest of strong bamboo sticks, pulverizing the soldiers. Nami uses her Climb Attack to summon down a lightning storm on the battlefield, striking both enemy and ally alike. The Straw Hats win their battles, standing victorious over the defeated Neo-Marines. However, an army of modified Pacifista appear and begin their onslaught. The crew are forced to run until Frankie arrives in the Frankie Shogun to turn the tide. Frankie takes on the Pacifista, able to fight them all off with his superior strength. Once clustered together, he destroys them with a powerful radical beam. Zoro chases Aang through the volcanic lands, both of them clashing their swords against one another. Zoro is shown to be physically dominating the match, as she desperately tries using 2 pistols against him. Zoro cleaves through the bullets easily, and then cuts the guns out of her hands. He finishes the match by performing his Santoryu Seiryu in Ryusui Slash. Aang collapses to the ground, as Zoro stands victorious. Sanji and Bins are battling it out in the air, with Sanji maneuvering around his vines, keeping to the air with his sky walk. Bins throws his large shuriken stars that Sanji kicks aside with his Diable Jambi footwork. His anger against attacking Nami fuels him during his match, landing multiple kicks to Bins, who struggles to keep up. Sanji bursts into a ball of flames, using his new Sexy Fire move to finish him off. His powerful kick sends Bins crashing down below, as Sanji takes a moment to light a cigarette. Upon Ain's defeat, her effects begin to wear off. Nami grows back to her adult size, with the armor she is sporting now barely fitting her body. Chopper reverts back, growing slightly, along with Robin and Brook, though it does not seem to show any signs of change on him. The group head on to catch up with Luffy. Luffy finally finds Z waiting for him inside the volcano. He discards his jacket as the two engage in a furious battle. Luffy pounds away against his Battle Smasher arm, with Z calling his efforts useless. Their fight grows more intense, Luffy's shirt incinerating off him from Z's raw strength. He tells Luffy he cannot defeat his justice. Luffy unleashes his Gatling gun punches, able to land a few brief hits on Z's body and break the rigging supporting the battle smasher on Z's arm. Z compliments Luffy on having courage for a pirate, remarking he is far braver than the Marines. Luffy inflates his fist to gear third, using his giant pistol move at Z. Z matches Luffy's hit with his smash blaster, both unable to push each other back. Z begins showing signs of fatigue, as the two rush and smash each other's fists against one another as hard as they can. The force of the impact sends rippling shock waves along the volcano. The Straw Hats catch up to the battle, seeing Luffy had managed to leave an imprint of his fist inside ZZ's giant metal fist. Z asks him why he wants to fight him so much. That even if he defeats him, nobody will thank him for his efforts for the stigma of being a pirate. Luffy responds if he cannot defeat him, he will never be able to become the Pirate King. The Battle Smasher breaks then and there and falls from Z's arm, revealing a smaller mechanical arm he can still use. Z tells Luffy he is going to dedicate his life to ending his ambition, challenging him for a final bout. Z and Luffy activate their armament haki, their arms turning a hardened black. The two engage in a brutal fistfight, both striking each other with imbued haki. Kuzan is seen watching their match from a distance, stating Black Arm Zephyr has returned. Z and Luffy both give each other hard punches to the chest and stomach, giving Luffy a moment to recoil and puke. Luffy strikes back a punch that knocks Z's glasses right off. A brief flashback is seen in his mind of his early childhood, rattling his early memories. Z becomes elated that he is being given such a good fight. Both Luffy and him are worn out, still pushing each other with punches back and forth. He corners Luffy and begins pounding on him, with Luffy showing little sign he can defend himself anymore. As Z begins to gain the upper hand, Luffy pushes him back with a kick. Fighting on their last reserves, Luffy shouts he is going to be the Pirate King, with Z shouting his name in absolute confidence. After exchanging a few more blows to one another, Luffy finally collapses from exhaustion. Z falls to the ground after, unable to fight anymore too. Z bitterly says he has gotten old, and his body cannot keep up with him anymore. He finds it disappointing, telling Luffy he was enjoying fighting him. As the battle ends, the Straw Hats rush over to Luffy's aid, with Ain and Bins doing the same for Z. Z tells Luffy to finish him, but Luffy merely tells him he is already satisfied as he regains his straw hat, giving him a smile. He offers to continue fighting him, but Z turns him down, also being satisfied. Z apologizes to Ain for giving her such work. Ain begins crying for him, telling him she is happy he is alright. However, the reunion is short-lived as Kizaru then arrives with his army, telling them he is going to kill them all. Z says he has done everything he has wanted to do, and now will face the price for it as he marches towards the Marine army. He dismisses Luffy and tells him to leave the rest to him. Ain tries to rush to his side, but Kuzan summons a giant wall of ice dividing everyone from him. Z begrudgingly accepts he has been given a place to die, as he faces the Marines head-on. Even near death, his raw strength overpowers all the soldiers around him. Kizaru unleashes his Yasakani no Magatama attack, filling the sky with thousands of beams of light then rain down upon Z. He is hurt badly, filled with burning holes in his body, but still stands against them. The Marines begin weeping, shedding tears for being forced to kill their beloved teacher. Z announces he will give them all their last training lesson, as he barrels forth giving his all for one last battle. The Straw Hats depart the island, watching the battle unfold in grim silence as Z gives up his life to save them. Eventually, Z is defeated and passes away off-screen. Ain and Bins visit his gravestone that has his Battle Smasher arm wrapped around the cross, still with the fist imprint on where Luffy struck it. Kuzan tells the two not to cry for him, for he lived the way he wanted without any regrets. Kuzan remarks he was an incredible man. The movie ends in a flashback as a young boy dressed as a superhero and wielding a log on his right arm beats up bullies that were harassing a young girl. As other kids cheer him on, the boy claims himself a hero of justice under the name Z. During the credits, it is revealed that after Z's defeat, the Straw Hats return to Dock Island one last time, to return the gear and weapons Mobston had given them. They bid them farewell, and Gary decided to become a pirate. Luffy and port guest D Ace are first shown when they were younger, vowing to get stronger and go sail the seas. It then flashes forward to a recap of the Marineford arc. Luffy rushes in to save Ace, aided by Jinbe and Elbaf as the Whitebeard pirates battle the Marines. He succeeds in reaching the gallows and freeing Ace. However, in the escape, Ace protected Luffy from a fatal attack by Sakazuki and died in Luffy's arms. Luffy then awakens from the memory, revealing he is currently on Rusukena training after ordering his crew to get stronger within 2 years so they may take on the new world. Rayleigh is also there, coaching him on how to use haki by surviving the hostile environment of the island. Meanwhile, a pirate crew known as the World Pirates are attacking a World Noble transport ship. The captain, Burndy World, is not satisfied with the time his crew is taking in destroying the ship. He sends his 3 subordinates, Garum, Knighton, and Sebastian, to speed things up before personally jumping in to finish the job, despite the fact that his own crewmen were caught in the line of fire as well. This does not go unnoticed by his older brother and vice captain, Biojack, who tries to convince him that their crewmates were doing all they can, but World refuses to listen. On Amazon Lily, Boe Hancock, worried for Luffy, has her crew go deliver some food to Rusukena despite Nyan's objections, and having promised Rayleigh not to interfere with Luffy's training. As this goes on, the World Pirates have finished making a cannon capable of wiping out an entire island, which World hopes to use in destroying the world government in conjunction with his Momoa no Mai powers. Biojack, however, mentions that because of his earlier attack, the Marines are now on the lookout for him and are gathering the 7 warlords to go after World. World, however, decides to strike first and asks which of the warlords is closest to their location, which turns out to be Hancock on Amazon Lily. Luffy continues his training but follows ascent to a buffet laid out for him by the Kuja, save Hancock still back at Amazon Lily. They prepare to greet him but run into World, who defeats Sandersonia easily. World at first shows no interest in them, but upon Marigold announcing that Sandersonia and she are sisters to Hancock, decides to kidnap them in order to lure Hancock to him. Luffy eventually notices the scuffle and tries to attack World himself but is easily beaten. Hancock hears all of this on a Den Mushi, with World challenging her to come after him for her sisters, leaving a Viver card for her to follow. Rayleigh, Hancock, and Nyan manage to find Luffy and revive him. Hancock naturally wants to go save her sisters, and Luffy decides to tag along despite objections from Rayleigh since he's still in the middle of training. He eventually agrees though, only after Luffy promises not to make too much of a scene to keep himself hidden from the Marines. As they sail off, Nyan reveals some backstory on World, while at the same time at the current Marineford, Suru is likewise telling this tale to Borsalino and Sakazuki. 30 years ago, the World Pirates were indeed one of the more feared crews around. However, the world government hatched a plot by gathering their enemies and slipping in spies within the World Pirates crew. They eventually sprung their trap and managed to capture World. He was sent to level 6 of Impel Down and frozen, but during the breakout caused by Luffy, he managed to escape in the chaos. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki prepares to move out. On the World Pirates ship, Bayak tries once more to get World to reconsider his plan, stating that their true goal was just freedom on the seas. However, World is dead set on getting revenge on the world government in the hopes of capturing Hancock and using her as a hostage against them. The Kuja pirates eventually reach their ship, which is revealed to be a massive island-based submarine. Luffy and Hancock jump aboard to begin their rescue, with the 2 first fighting against Sebastian, a fishman and strongman of the World Pirates. Despite some difficulty, they manage to beat him. In the middle of the fight, Buggy the Clown arrives in the area by coincidence and is informed about the World Pirates from Mr. 3. Prompted by his crew, Buggy decides to let Luffy beat World so he can take credit for it. Also on the island is Perona, who came along with Mihawk. Meanwhile, Luffy and Hancock fall into a trapdoor into the interior of the ship. After running for a bit, they wind up in an open area and are separated when they try to go down a hallway. World confronts Luffy once more, mocking him on his failure to save Ace. Luffy fights but finds he's no match for World, who knocks him around mercilessly, ending with him nailing Luffy to the floor and knocking him out with a haki punch. World heads off, remembering the day he was captured. When confronting some marine ships headed by Garp and Sengoku, Cypher Pole happened to be on board with them. They sprung their trap by convincing World's crew, save for Sebastian, Knighton, and Garum, to turn against him. As World dealt with the traitors, the Marines launched an all-out attack on his ship. With World weakened, the Cypher Pole made their move and subdued him. Biojack, along with Sebastian, Knighton, and Garum, were forced to abandon him to save themselves, though did plan on saving him later. However, World took it as another form of betrayal, which in the present time, he now sees no use for friends anymore. Buggy and his crew, who are watching the fight from outside the room, try to help Luffy recover while Hancock continues on, confronting Knighton. The World Pirate scientist proves to be pretty formidable, using her medicine to try and counteract Hancock's Mero no Mai powers, and even regressing back into a younger state to combat her. Ultimately, however, Hancock's powers break through Knighton's defenses, and Hancock manages to turn her to stone. Meanwhile, Luffy manages to revive himself after remembering the promise he made to his crew and Rayleigh, and heads off to find World. However, he's hampered by Garum's Kyubu no Mai powers, which allows him to shift the ship's hallways around to his whims. He eventually leads Luffy to him, and they battle with Luffy briefly incapacitated. Buggy's crew happen upon the area, and Buggy buys Luffy time for him to run ahead. Garum uses his powers on Buggy with the Shichibukai, forced to dodge his attacks. Eventually, Buggy uses a Muggy Ball to create a smokescreen with the intent to escape. Hancock arrives in the room during this and swiftly knocks out Garam before demanding Buggy point out where Luffy ran to. When the fog fades, Buggy's crew think he was the one who defeated Garam and cheer him on. World arrives in the control room, sees his subordinates defeated and chastises Biojack for their failure. Biojack reminds him that they fought for him and recounts their original dream together. When they were kids, Biojack always wanted to set out on their own, and World decided to accompany since even then he was frail, sickly and weak, to make their dreams come true. They eventually did set sail once old enough. While World did take his combat a bit too far at times, they managed to form a crew and have many adventures. But as World's crew, so did his lust for power, and eventually, when it was discussed on making a submarine base, World was the one who suggested they put on a cannon, dismissing Biojack's objection that the ship was supposed to be a symbol of their freedom. In the present, World once more ignores Biojack's pleas and goes down to the room where Mari and Sonia are being held. Luffy arrives there and once more confronts World in battle. He manages to stay on even ground against him, but World's speed and experience and haki leave him at a disadvantage, leading once more to Luffy's defeat. Buggy and his crew make it outside just as the Marines arrive, led by Sakazuki, who opens fire on the base. Biojack reports this to World, who sees it as an opportunity to get his revenge on the Marines. When Biojack objects, World reveals he was just using him and the ship to carry out his objectives and sees no more use for him. Luffy, overhearing this, revives and saves Biojack, angered that World would treat his brother and friend so callously. Managing to form haki over both his arms, he knocks Burndy down. Hancock soon arrives in the room, to which Luffy orders her to get her sisters off the ship while he deals with World. She does so with an order of her own for Luffy to survive. Luffy and World engage in one final battle, with the latter once more mocking him for being unable to save Ace. Luffy acknowledges this but counters he has friends waiting for him that he still can protect. After trading rapid-fire blows, many of which manage to break through World's defenses. World rushes Luffy, only for Luffy to stretch his arm and hits him with a Gomu Gomu no Red Hawk, which is finally able to beat World. With this, Luffy makes to escape the ship. Buggy's crew likewise jump ship and swim for safety as the Marines continue their bombardment. World recovers and decides to use the cannon despite Biojack telling him he's too weakened from his fight with Luffy. World knows this, however, and apologizes for his treatment of his crew before heading off. Using his powers, he launches a gigantic cannon at the Marines. But just as it's about to hit, it's sliced in half by Mihawk. Having used the rest of his strength in that attack, World falls over dead. Biojack, still loyal to his brother after everything, stays by his side as the Marines inevitably blow up their ship. Hancock and the Kuja pirates wait anxiously for Luffy, thinking him lost in the explosion. But luckily he managed to get out and jump to their ship in time, to their joy and relief. In the aftermath, Luffy returns to Rusukena to continue his training, and Buggy is given credit for World's defeat. Time passes and 1.5 years has gone by since then. Rayleigh has taught Luffy all he can about haki and plans to head back to Sabaody. When asked what Luffy plans to do with the 6 remaining months left, Luffy decides to continue training since that's what his crew are still doing as well. 6 months pass and Luffy leaves Rusukena and heads back to Sabaody Archipelago, where he reunites with the rest of the Straw Hats. They soon head off for Fishman Island to continue their journey with their newfound skills and strength. After the credits, a blonde-haired figure in a top hat and carrying a pole pours 3 sake cups near Ace and Whitebeard's grave, smiling to himself once he finishes doing so. The going Luffy Senpai sails through the New World, and the Barto Club eagerly treats the Straw Hat Pirates to a feast. Suddenly, large chunks of hail start falling, and Bartolomeo tells the Straw Hats to get inside. They refuse, wanting to help, and ask where their navigator is. The Barto Club reveals that they have no navigator, and they just call their granny back home if they need any help. Gambia calls her to ask about the hail, but to the Straw Hat's shock, she only gives domestic advice like getting gum off the deck and treating lumps caused by the hail. The Straw Hats begin panicking, and Zoro asks why Bartolomeo is not blocking the hail with his barrier, but Bartolomeo replies that their granny told them not to defy nature. Luffy then jumps onto the masthead and rapidly blows away the hail coming for them, causing the Barto Club to gawk in admiration and Bartolomeo to reflect on how happy he is to be traveling with Luffy. That night, the pirates sleep on the deck. Luffy gets hungry and gets up, which Bartolomeo notices. He gets up and follows Luffy, wanting to be with him and assist him if possible. Suddenly, a giant piece of meat flies over the ship, and Luffy eagerly grabs onto it, and a shocked Bartolomeo follows him. They are pulled onto a floating platform, and Peseta remarks in awe that Desire, the woman in front of Luffy and Bartolomeo, managed to capture Luffy. The Straw Hats wake up and confront the kidnappers, with Usopp firing a pop green. However, Desire and her accomplices destroy it, and Frankie attacks with weapons left. He knocks one of the kidnappers off her boat, but is otherwise unsuccessful as Desire rescues her accomplice. Peseta and his men then fire cannonballs at the going Luffy senpai, but these balls release a sticky substance which traps the Straw Hats in the Bardo Club. The kidnappers then escape with Luffy and Bartolomeo in tow. On Silver Mine, a deserted island near Dressrosa, a group of people bring treasure and a pirate to the giant silver fortress in the center. Inside, Bill sits on a throne, eating pieces of rock and exuding a molten substance as he heads out. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo is forced to mine for ore, with Peseta whipping him if he stops working. Bartolomeo asks him if Luffy is alright, and Peseta affirms this, but says that might not be the case 10 minutes from now. Bartolomeo attacks Peseta with his pickaxe, but Peseta leaves, with Bartolomeo being unable to make a barrier because his hands are stuck to the pickaxe. Meanwhile, Luffy is in a jail cell, with his entire body below the neck being enveloped in a silver ball, and he futilely attempts to escape somehow. Desire and the sweet pirates visit him, revealing that they destroyed the going Luffy senpai and that they are the ultimate weapons group thanks to Bill's Gutsu no Mai. Luffy shouts that she is lying, which deeply angers Desire, but Luffy stops yelling as he gets weak from hunger. He asks Desire if he can eat the meat that she lured him with, and she refuses, but eventually lets him eat some of her chocolate. She then gets a call and tells her accomplices that it is time. Bill walks into an auditorium, with his henchmen all chanting his name excitedly. He greets his crew, the Silver Pirate Alliance, and some of his men present wanted pirates that they had captured. Desire then arrives with Luffy in tow, and the pirates are shocked that they captured the famous pirate. Bill tells his men that they have come together to form a large crew of high strength, and have defeated over 100 enemy crews in the process. By building up enough strength, they will aim to be the top pirates in the world, even surpassing the 4 emperors. Bill presents the bodies of their enemies, all mummified in metal, and tells Luffy that this is where he will end up as he reaches into his molten chest, revealing that he ate the Gutsu no Mai and became a blast furnace human. As some molten lava launches from Bill's body, Bartolomeo suddenly comes flying up through the stage, ready to defend Luffy. He holds back the Silver Pirate Alliance with his pickaxe, but the pickaxe is broken by Desire. Bartolomeo fully realizes that it is Desire and asks her what she is doing here, but she replies that it is none of his business. Bill pulls 2 molten swords out of his chest and attacks Luffy, who rolls away, and Bill's attack cuts into the silver ball and melts part of it. Luffy and Bartolomeo are cornered by the Silver Pirate Alliance, but Luffy is intent on escaping as he rolls through the pirates, and Bartolomeo chases after him. Luffy bowls over more pirates as he rolls up a ramp, but loses the energy Desire's chocolate bar gave him and rolls back down and back into the stage, rolling into the exit on the opposite side. An angry Bill orders his subordinates to chase Luffy and Bartolomeo, and Desire and her crewmates return to their battle boats. Luffy and Bartolomeo rest outside, having lost their pursuers, and Luffy trusts Bartolomeo to guard him while he is in the silver ball, which the pirate is eagerly willing to do. Luffy gets hungry and wishes he had more of Desire's chocolate, and Bartolomeo reveals that he and Desire were once childhood friends. They went out to sea separately, but Bartolomeo wonders why she is an enemy to them now. Suddenly, they are confronted by Desire and her crew, and run away. The sweet pirates pursue them on their racers, and Desire offers to have Bill spare her old friend Bartolomeo if he hands over Luffy, but an unwavering Bartolomeo refuses to betray his idol as he starts rolling with the silver ball. An angered Desire fires cannonballs rapidly at Luffy and Bartolomeo, but ends up creating a chasm which the 2 pirates fall into. However, Desire is unable to stop in time and falls into the chasm as well, and her stopped crewmates look down in shock. At Bill's throne, Tanaka arrives through the floor, wondering what the outside ruckus is. Peseta presents a large quantity of silver to Tanaka, which he is grateful for. Bill tells Tanaka to greet Guild Tesoro for him, and also to take care of the wanted pirates they had captured. Suddenly, Peseta gets a call, and tells Bill that Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire have fallen into the abyss. Bill tells him to call Aveyron, and inside an underground mine track, Aveyron gets Peseta's call, and turns his hands and feet into wheels as he prepares to depart. In an underground tunnel in Silver Mine, Bartolomeo frees himself from a pile of ore he was buried in after falling. He looks for Luffy, and thinks that he has fallen into a nearby chasm due to his straw hat being on the edge of it, but to his relief Luffy calls out from another pile of ore, which Bartolomeo frees him from. Desire then gets up from her fall and sees her battle boat in ruins. As Bartolomeo gives Luffy his straw hat back, Desire petitions Bartolomeo to let her have Luffy, and Bartolomeo refuses, asking her why she is enemies with them. Luffy looks up and wonders why there are a lot of train tracks up above them, and Aveyron wheels down a set of tracks elsewhere. Desire attempts to contact someone, but gets no reception, and admits to Bartolomeo that she has no knowledge of the tracks despite being in the Silver Pirate Alliance. Suddenly, Aveyron alerts the trio that he is coming, and he rolls right toward Luffy. Aveyron reveals that he ate the Koro Koro no Mai, allowing him to roll on the train tracks, and it is his duty to eliminate anyone who stumbles into the underground mines. Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire manage to get out of Aveyron's way as he speeds right past them, and Desire wonders why he tried to attack her as well. Aveyron turns around and turns his front wheels back into hands, reaching into the lid on his back and pulling out bombs. Bartolomeo and Desire push the encased Luffy along the tracks as they race away from Aveyron, who throws his bombs at them. Bartolomeo and Desire end up running in place on the rolling Luffy as they traverse the twists and jumps of the rail tracks. They eventually come to a fork in the tracks and decide to go right, but Aveyron reveals that they are headed for hell as the pirates roll and fall into a deep chasm. Aveyron reports to Bill where the pirates are headed as he prepares to follow them, and in his throne room, Bill assures Desire's crewmates that his units are searching for her. Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire get up at the bottom of the chasm, and they hear Aveyron pursuing them. Luffy curses being trapped in a silver ball, and Desire brags that Bill's creations cannot be broken that easily, causing Bartolomeo to question why she is proud of Bill after his subordinate tried to kill her. However, Desire replies that a traitor like him has no right to say that, which confuses him. Desire tells her old friend that when they were younger they had promised to aim for the top together, but she set off alone with her friends after Bartolomeo decided to help Luffy become Pirate King instead. She reveals that her crew met with tragedy as all but 4 of them were shot down and killed by an enemy ship. As they were floating in the wreckage, they were approached by Bill, who rescued them and accepted them into his alliance, giving Desire his large battle boat. Desire says that she was glad to meet someone who shared her ideals and that everyone else in the alliance trusted Bill too. She captured Luffy in order to please Bill, and also because she knew about Bartolomeo's dedication to him. Bartolomeo still refuses to trust Bill, and as Desire argues with him, the trio are suddenly approached by 4 miners. The miners take them to a house in a mining colony, where Bartolomeo tries to get rid of the sticky substance binding his hands by dipping them in hot water. The miners find out that the pirates were also dropped into their location, but failed to break the silver ball Luffy is encased in. Luffy wonders what this place is, and the miners reveal that they were enslaved and forced to work in the underground mines by Bill after they failed to bring him treasure and wanted pirates. An appalled Desire runs out, struggling to reconcile her vision of Bill with the one the miners presented. Luffy asks if there is any way to escape, but the miners reveal that Aveyron always thwarts any of their attempts. Aveyron suddenly calls out as he gets closer to the mining colony, and Bartolomeo hurriedly tries to free his hands. As Aveyron reaches the bottom, Desire confronts him and asks if Bill really ordered him to kill her, which he affirms, causing Desire to rush and attack him. Aveyron throws many bombs at her, but she deflects all of them, and Bartolomeo frees his hands as the miners cheer for Desire. Suddenly, Aveyron throws a bomb at Luffy, Bartolomeo, and the miners, throwing them to the ground. He then races toward Luffy and pulls out a drill bill specially made for him in order to impale Luffy with it. He plunges the spinning drill into Luffy's ball, but the attack is too low and only destroys the ball, freeing Luffy. As Luffy confronts Aveyron, the railcar man pulls out his most powerful weapons and rushes at his opponent with a giant silver hammer, but Luffy shatters it. Aveyron then shoots cannonballs upward at Luffy, but he sends them flying back down with jet gatling, injuring Aveyron. Aveyron then escapes into the mine tunnels, and Luffy and Bartolomeo pursue him. He manages to keep an advantage by quickly changing direction, leaving bombs behind each time, but Luffy and Bartolomeo continue the chase. After Aveyron dodges a jet gatling attack, Bartolomeo tells Luffy to leave this to him, and he puts a barrier over the track that leads into a loop going back to them. Aveyron is sent flying toward Luffy by the loop, and Luffy finishes him off with jet bazooka, causing Aveyron to fly backward and set off the bombs he left behind, which cause him to fly back until he returns to the mining colony, dazed and defeated. The miners and Desire are shocked by Aveyron's defeat as Luffy and Bartolomeo return and prepare to leave the mining colony. In Bill's throne room, Bill and Peseta find out about Aveyron's defeat, and Bill decides to bury everyone inside the underground mine. In the underground mining colony on Silvermine, Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire prepare to escape by taking a train track leading above ground. Bartolomeo is excited to follow Luffy, as it makes him feel like a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Desire turns to the enslaved miners and asks if they want to come with them, but the miners refuse. not wanting to face Bill's wrath. Bartolomeo assures them that Luffy will beat Bill, but they are skeptical of that. However, Desire says that they are only waiting to die down here, so it would be better to take their chances at gaining freedom. The miners decide to accompany them, and they run up the track. However, the group is ambushed by Peseta and his men, who fire cannons at them. The track collapses from the explosions, and Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no Fusion to soften his allies' landing. The tracks start falling down on the pirates and miners, but Bartolomeo blocks them with his barrier, and he throws the barrier upward at Peseta to hit him with the pieces of track it collected. Peseta dodges the strike and admires the barrier, and Bartolomeo creates a barrier staircase leading outside. Peseta and his men once more shoot at the ascending pirates and miners, with Peseta knowing that Bartolomeo can only create a limited area of barrier, which he used on the staircase. The pirates and miners manage to escape the cannon blasts, but Peseta assures one of his men that he has backup plans ready. A platoon of Silver Pirate Alliance members come and block the entrance, firing packs full of Bill's molten ore. However, one of the miners is suddenly replaced by Kin Imon, who cuts through the deluge of ore. The miner Kin Imon replaced is transported to the going Luffy Senpai, which has docked at Silver Mine. Law had used shambles to switch the two, and he is left exhausted by the effort. Inside the mine, Luffy knocks out the Silver Pirate Alliance members as he and his allies finally escape the mine. However, Peseta confronts them once again and prevents them from going any further, as he raises up Desire's captured crewmates hung on a piece of track. Peseta uses his hostages to force the pirates and miners to surrender, but the hostages are suddenly cut free by Zoro. Peseta laughs at Zoro's arrival, remembering how Zoro got caught in his adhesive shell the last time they met. An angry Bartolomeo attempts to attack Peseta, but Luffy holds him back because this is Zoro's fight. Peseta fires adhesive shells at Zoro, but Zoro cuts through all of them without getting anything stuck on him. Zoro tells a shocked Peseta that it is shameful for a swordsman to get something stuck on him like that, and he uses 3-sword style to create a whirlwind that sends Peseta and his men flying away, all of them stuck in adhesive. Desire regroups with her crew and tells them to go to the port, but says that she will stay behind a bit longer as she pulls out her blade. The sweet pirates go out to sea to wait for her, and the miners depart as well, thanking the trio for freeing them. Luffy and Bartolomeo question if Desire aims to settle things with Bill, which she affirms, and she apologizes to Luffy for her rudeness to him earlier. Zoro and Kin tell Luffy and Bartolomeo that they should get back to the going Luffy Senpai, and the four of them run off. Suddenly, a giant wave of molten ore falls onto the wooden bridge, destroying part of it and separating Luffy and Bartolomeo from Zoro and Kin Imon. Bill then appears and Luffy tells Zoro and Kin Imon to go on without them. Bill laments letting Zoro escape, but he is eager to get his hands on Luffy and his bounty. At sea, the going Luffy Senpai comes under attack by battle boat riders, whom Usopp and Frankie successfully repel this time, and Law wonders where Luffy is. On Silver Mine, Desire tells Luffy and Bartolomeo that she will settle things with Bill, but Bill replies that his way of settling things is to smelt everybody on the island. Desire is shocked at this, and Bill states that his true aim is to collect the bounties of the people who allied with him. For that reason, he recruited Desire, a natural leader, by annihilating most of her fleet and rescuing the survivors. Desire becomes enraged at Bill for betraying her, and she prepares to attack him. Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire confront Bill, who mocks their dreams of reaching the top of the New World as childish. Bill reveals to Desire that he used everyone in his Silver Pirate Alliance to give him wealth so that he could live the most luxurious life in the world, and questions whether she really intends to defeat him and if she really believes she is stronger than him. Bill taunts Desire, and she starts rushing at him in anger, but Luffy suddenly flies in front of her with Gear 2 activated and punches Bill into a cliff face. Bill gets back up, and Desire attempts to help Luffy, but Bartolomeo tells her to leave the fight to Luffy. Bill expresses his disgust for Luffy as he pulls 2 swords out of his chest, but Luffy shatters them in their clash. Bill then pulls out an axe, but Luffy dodges its strikes and kicks Bill in the chest before punching him into another cliff face. Bill gets back up and realizes just how strong a person with a Belay 500 million bounty really is. Right then, a Silver Pirate Alliance battle boat squadron arrives at the scene, and Bill tricks them into thinking Desire brought the Straw Hats here to betray them while Desire attempts to tell them the truth about Bill. The Silver Pirate Alliance members attack Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire as Bill prepares to kill them all with a bazooka. However, Luffy uses Haoshoku Haki to knock out the pirates and their battle boats, leaving Bill alone and shocked. Luffy sees where Bill is, and Bill fires a cannonball at him, but Luffy shatters it as he punches Bill into the underground mine. Bill lands deep underground, and Tanaka suddenly arrives at his location. Tanaka expresses disappointment that Bill was defeated by a mere pirate and says that the monster of the New World will discard him for such a failure. Bill remembers how the monster of the New World brought him and his crew down to their knees with the power of money, and frantically begins eating lots of ore in an attempt to salvage his fate. Tanaka notes the large amount of ore Bill is consuming, but decides to leave things up to him as he departs. Meanwhile, Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire run to the shore when they are suddenly passed by several Silver Pirate Alliance members. To their shock, the ground underneath them begins erupting with molten ore. Meanwhile, at the Going Luffy Senpai, the Straw Hats and Barto Club continue fighting off the Silver Pirate Alliance as Zoro and Kin Iman return and help them. The pirates wonder why Luffy and Bartolomeo are taking so long, and they notice that Silver Mine is beginning to melt away. On Silver Mine, Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire are approached by Bill, who is incredibly large and exuding molten ore from his skin. The trio decides to retreat, but Bill shoots out several waves of molten ore at them, which Bartolomeo manages to block with a barrier. However, the trio struggles to dodge the flow of ore, and Desire accidentally falls into a chasm, but Bartolomeo catches her. Desire wonders why he is helping her instead of Luffy, and Bartolomeo replies that he would never forsake a friend, although Desire replies that he did that to her. Bill prepares to attack Luffy with molten ore, but Bartolomeo manages to pull Desire up in time for him to put a barrier in front of Luffy. The two of them prepare to defeat Bill, and Bartolomeo creates a barrier hand to push the molten ore back at Bill. Bill then appears before them coated in silver, and he says that their dreams are not enough to help them survive the new world as he creates a ball of molten ore in the air. As Bill prepares to hurl it at the trio, Luffy rushes at him and hits him with Gomu Gomu no Grizzly Magnum, breaking through the ball of ore and sending Bill flying into his palace. Bartolomeo is excited to have seen Luffy fight, but Desire notes that the molten ore Bill created is still there and is eating away at the island. At the coast, the Silver Pirate Alliance and the Sweet Pirates get everyone onto a large ship as they prepare to escape the island's destruction. The Sweet Pirates worry about Desire but are forced to set sail. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats and Barto Club are worried about Luffy and Bartolomeo, but Zoro is confident that they are all right since Luffy's Viver card is fine. Right then, Luffy, Bartolomeo, and Desire come riding in on Desire's battle boat. Inside Silver Mine, molten ore pours into the fortress as the entire island sinks into the ocean. As dusk falls, the Sweet Pirates board the Going Luffy Senpai, and Desire thanks Luffy and Bartolomeo for taking care of her. Bartolomeo and his crew ask if she and her crewmates want to join the Barto Club, but Desire declines, wanting to pursue their dreams separately and not wanting to serve Luffy. The Sweet Pirates then head out to sea as the Going Luffy Senpai's sails are unfurled and the Straw Hats and Barto Club prepare to head to Zoo. Later in the night, a Revolutionary Army ship draws near to Grand Tesoro. Koala notes that the monster of the New World resides there, and his power is equal to that of the world nobles. Inside Grand Tesoro, Tanaka arrives and reports to the monster of the New World, a man named Guild Tesoro. Tanaka reports that Bill sank along with Silver Mine, but Tesoro is fine as he already had his fun with Bill, and now was time for the real entertainment to start. A marine fleet is escorting a girl who is snacking on candies given to her though complains about wanting meat. She also schemes to try to find a way to escape her captors though talks so loud that they can hear her. However, the ships are suddenly attacked by a nearby pirate ship under the command of Mad Treasure, a ruthless treasure hunter who ate the Jara Jara no Mai. His subordinates, Naomi Drunk, an archer who gets her aim while drunk and fires explosives, and Psycho P, a swordsman who ate the Iro Iro no Mai and can camouflage himself via spray cans, make quick work of the Marines before Treasure boards the lead ship. He finds the girl, Maskina Olga, being guarded by a masked CP0 agent who engages in battle with him. Olga makes a run for it and is seemingly cornered by Treasure's crew, but calls her pet dinosaur, Elizabeth, who can run on water, to save her. Treasure does not stop her as he knows she will lead him to the pure gold. After the raid, he talks with Tanaka, an associate of Guild Tesoro, who wishes to hire him to find the pure gold and will pay him whatever he wishes. Treasure states he doesn't really care for treasure but loves the thrill of finding it and accepts Tesoro's job. Tanaka gives him an invitation with a Viver card in it to Grand Tesoro to lead Treasure to the location once he succeeds. Meanwhile, Olga is making her way through the ocean, directionless and hungry, until spotting a ship in the distance which turns out to be the Thousand Sunny. Spotting the Straw Hats fishing and deeming them weak based on Luffy's looks, she makes her way to them feigning weakness till she is pulled aboard by the crew before trying to take Luffy hostage and demanding food for his release. However, the attempt fails when the crew don't show any worry for Luffy, and he gets along with Elizabeth. Sanji feeds her regardless, seeing how weak she is, and the Straw Hats introduce themselves to her. Robin manages to identify Olga being from alchemy by the pattern on her dress and reveals to the others that it is a lost island that was rumored to have birthed the pure gold said to be brighter and more valuable than a ton of regular gold. This interests the crew, and when Olga states she can lead them to it, They are more than willing to take her up on it, despite overhearing that Olga would likely betray them the first chance she got. However, Mad Treasure's crew manages to catch up to Olga, and the Sunny with Treasure demanding they hand her over. When Olga refuses to go with him, he sends his crew after her, though the Straw Hats manage to fight them off. Treasure uses his powers to grab Olga and tries to pull him to his ship, but the Straw Hats pull her back, resulting in a tug of war. Zoro eventually cuts her free, but the ring she had on her finger flies off in the process, revealing it had pure gold in it, and lands in the ocean. This in turn summons a giant football fish which Olga calls Bonbonri. Bonbonri sucks up the ring and proceeds to do the same to the two ships. As the Straw Hats make to escape, however, Olga reveals that the pure gold is within Bonbonri's stomach, and they must venture inside him if they want it. The Straw Hats comply and head into the Sea King, with Mad Treasure following suit, ramming the side of the Sunny to get them to crash into Bonbonri's uvula. Luffy manages to save the ship but is knocked into the stomach acid in the process. Olga goes to save him with Elizabeth while the rest of the Straw Hats and Mad Treasure's crew drop into Bonbori's stomach. Luffy awakens to find himself on an island which Olga reveals is one of 3 that Bonbori has eaten and are all located within his stomachs, with the third, her home, Alchemy, being where the pure gold is located. It is soon revealed that dinosaurs have survived within the island, and a few try to eat them, but Luffy manages to beat one and scare off the others. As they eat the dinosaur that was felled, Olga reveals that she is 200 years old, much to Luffy's shock. She goes on to explain that back then her father had created the pure gold which attracted pirates to her family, with her mother being killed as a result. She blamed her father for it and was going to throw the ring from earlier into the ocean to spite him when Bonbonri appeared and swallowed half the island with her and father along with it. She assumes her father died as she's the only survivor of alchemy. She has since stayed in the stomach for 200 years until one day was accidentally spat out. She was soon found out by Marines and captured by the CP0. She agrees to show Luffy the way out as long as they do as she says. Luffy agrees and they handshake on it. However, they are interrupted by the arrival of Mad Treasure, who has managed to find them. Both Luffy and he fight and are evenly matched. However, Treasure then reveals that he had managed to capture Usopp, Nami, Chopper, Robin, and Brook. Luffy tries to charge and attack Treasure, but he suddenly grabs Nami by using his chains and threatens to torture and kill her and the others by using his chain powers, forcing Luffy to surrender to keep her and the rest of the crew from getting hurt. Treasure binds him up and demands Olga to help him. She agrees, but only on the condition that the Straw Hats are not harmed. He agrees, though leaves Luffy to be dissolved by the tides of Bonbonri's acid. After they leave, a dinosaur come back and pick up Luffy in its mouth, intending to feed him to his young. He manages to get the dinosaur to spit him out and scares off the younglings. However, there turns out to be a rather chubby human in a costume among them. He frees Luffy and explains that he was swallowed with his island 200 years ago and survived by blending in with the dinosaurs and eating the meat fed to the young. However, when Luffy reveals that Olga's story was similar to his, the man reveals himself to be her father, Myskina Aesir, and more than thankful to hear that she's alive. With that, the two return to the beach and get the assistance of a dinosaur similar to Elizabeth, this one named Chavez, to cross the acid juices. Meanwhile, the captured Straw Hats are forced to row Treasure's ship in the lower decks. As they do, Nami reveals that she is familiar with Treasure as, before she met Luffy, she had tried to steal from Treasure's vault but ran into a competitor who had gotten there first. They were both found and captured by Treasure, but said competitor used Nami as a decoy and never came back for her. Olga takes that as a sign to never trust friends, but Nami states that she later found friends she could trust, and that Olga should believe in Luffy. As that goes on, Luffy and Aesir make their way to the second stomach, but have to stop when the acid there proves too much for Chavez to cross. They find the Thousand Sunny. They're suddenly attacked by a few of Treasure's men, led by Psycho P. Despite using his powers to camouflage the men, Luffy manages to beat them and force Psycho P to retreat. Back with Treasure, they finally reach Alchemy and the temple where the pure gold is held, but likewise find a sign from Aesir that warns them that those seeking the gold will be met with death. This is soon confirmed when one of Treasure's men comes out with an arrow in his back, signaling that the temple is booby-trapped. The group press on and soon come across the first trap, an organ that will shoot out arrows if the song given is not played correctly. Brook, being a musician, volunteers to take the challenge but cannot play the final notes as the last page is faded out and a corner torn off. Robin and Chopper defend him from the arrows as he tries to figure out the last notes. Olga, seeing the trust between the crewmates in such a deadly situation, comes to their aid and sings a song taught to her by her mother, as it is the same one need to be played on the organ. With this, the group is able to bypass the trap and continue onward. As they head on, Psycho P arrives and informs Treasure of Luffy's survival, lifting the morale of his crewmates and Olga. Treasure leaves Psycho P and Naomi to guard the entrances as the group continues on. Back at the Sunny, Luffy finds Zoro and Sanji, who had gone off to get materials for the Sunny, as well as Frankie, who was on the ship fixing the damage done to it and converting it to survive the acid juices. With the monster trio united, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Aesir head off to catch up with the others. Meanwhile, Treasure's group have reached another trap that involving trying to open a drawbridge while avoiding the dinosaurs guarding the area. Usopp manages to use his sniping skills to drop the drawbridge while Chopper keeping the dinosaurs at bay. Luffy's group soon reach the temple but are attacked by Treasure's men. Zoro and Sanji stay behind to fight Naomi and Psycho P respectfully, while Luffy and Aesir run on ahead. As they do, Treasure's group have arrived at the last trap, which involves keyholes and needing to find the right one to open it with the key provided. Nami goes for the task but finds that when she picks a wrong one, the dummy keyhole shocks her and brings down the upper portion of the alligator-shaped structure on her with the intent to crush its victim. Usopp, P, Brook, and Chopper try to hold it up as she continues, but it gets heavier with each wrong keyhole. Eventually, Nami faints from too many shocks, forcing Olga to try and continue in her place. However, she too can't find the right one, and it seems all of them will be crushed. Luckily, Luffy arrives and saves them by smashing the upper part of the alligator structure before angrily confronting Treasure. Aesir soon catches up and sees his daughter for the first time in 2 centuries. He tells her to leave with the straw hats before opening a trap down underneath them and dropping them into a hidden area. Going forward, they find it's Aesir's lab and within, the pure gold in a container. Robin finds a journal explaining that he had made the pure gold along with his wife to save his daughter as she had contracted a disease that will kill her as she grows older. The light of the pure gold, however, could slow a person's growth, so he cut off a piece and put it into a ring before giving it to Olga with the hope that she will survive long enough for a cure to be found. Olga soon realizes that her father does care for her and that he likewise was saddened over her mother's death, calling herself a fool for holding a grudge against him for so long. Above them, Aesir reveals to Treasure that he had implanted explosions around the temple and goes to activate it, intending to sacrifice himself to bury the pure gold and treasure along with it. Luffy's group feel the explosions going off and escape the area before the blast engulfs it. However, Treasure likewise manages to survive, though saved Aesir in the process, and land in front of the pure gold, claiming it for himself. Olga rushes to her father and reconciles with him, while Luffy goes to confront Treasure. The two begin to battle, trading blows and insights on what it means to hunt treasure. Luffy wanting to share the adventure and wealth with his friends, while Treasure believes he only needs people as tools to achieve his hunts. Eventually, Luffy manages to break through Treasure's chain defenses and sends him flying into Bonbonri's stomach lining, while at the same time, both Zoro and Sanji easily win their fights as well. Everyone boards the Thousand Sunny as the acid juice begin to back up due to Bonbonri's upset stomach and ride the current out, while Treasure's crew plea with him to board his ship, but his obsession with the pure gold results in him getting swallowed up by the juices just as he grabs it. The Thousand Sunny manages to escape from Bonbonri back into the New World. As they do, they see Bonbonri's antenna light glowing bright with pure gold, which Aesir explains is from the pure gold that he's eaten since he was attracted to the metal. But now that there is no more pure gold, it is unlikely he'll ever surface, and thus unlikely that they will see alchemy again either as Bonbonri sails off into the distance. The Straw Hats soon reach a nearby island and drop Aesir, Olga, Elizabeth, and Chavez off. Though the parting seems bittersweet as without the ring with the pure gold, Olga's disease will eventually spread and kill her. However, when Aesir reveals that Olga's disease is called the South Blue Emperor Fever, Chopper reveals that there actually was a cure for it having been developed during the duo's time within Bonbori. Chopper gives it to Olga via needle shot, much to Olga's dread as she hates needles, before the crew part ways with the two to allow them to live out their new lives. While happy that they helped the father and daughter, the Straw Hats lament they did not get anything out of the adventure. That is until Nami reveals she swiped the invitation to Grand Tesoro off of Mad Treasure. Seeing it as a great consolation prize, the crew make their way to the cruise liner. After the credits, we see the masked CP0 member report back to his commanding officer about the loss of Olga and thus the pure gold. The officer decides it is for the best that it is lost since it keeps the world's balance in check. The two both correctly assume that Tesoro was the one behind Treasure's involvement. At Grand Tesoro, Tanaka reports of Mad Treasure's failure to obtain the pure gold to Tesoro. Tesoro brushes it off, however, and decides to find something to entertain himself with his vast fortune, while the woman from Nami's flashback sits at his side as he laughs. On the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat Pirates are having a barbecue, and the one who is enjoying it the most is Luffy. As Luffy is attempting to get more meat before it's ready, a volleyball game between Nami and Chopper versus Robin and Frankie is occurring. In the conclusion of the game, the result is Nami and Chopper winning because Robin went against the rules and used her abilities. After the game, Robin gives Nami a golden coin. The Straw Hats then fantasize on what they'll do once they arrive on Grand Tesoro. Nami will go to the casino and use the golden coin, which equates to Billy 100. She received from Robin. Chopper will go to the amusement park. Luffy will go to the buffet in the Grand Hotel. Brook will go to a dance show with young women. Zoro will drink the world's best sake. Frankie will drink cola. Sanji will spend time with women. Robin will get a massage, and Usopp will host a show in case betting in the casino fails. Usopp demonstrates his show by having a sumo wrestling match against Luffy. Luffy plays Kintaro, Yokozuna, and Usopp plays as a rabbit that plays with Luffy in a mountain. During their match, Luffy is taking it seriously even though Usopp stated to him that it wasn't. Frankie, playing as a bear, decides to have a match against Luffy and requests that they use their strength. In a close match that takes some time to complete, Frankie and Luffy decide to use their signature attacks Gomu Gomu, No Gigant Pistol, and Frankie Radical Beam. However, when Nami wakes up from her nap, she knocks out Luffy and Frankie for being too reckless and they could destroy the ship. Doing this, she is crowned Yokozuna. However, she denies the title. The Straw Hats then notice a beam of light in the distance, so Nami looks at her Viver card for Grand Tesoro, and it seems they're approaching the City of Dreams. Guild Tesoro walks up to the top of a pillar and begins a spectacle, creating a spear out of his gold microphone and driving it into a hole, which causes the gold around him to liquefy and move around. He and Karina then sing for a jubilant crowd in a concert on Grand Tesoro. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates have reached Grand Tesoro and sail into it, wherein they are showered by gold dust. They are excited to be in the midst of this, with Nami wanting to collect all the gold dust that comes to them. They then use coup de burst to fly right into Tesoro's concert venue. However, they are immediately approached by a very long ship commanded by the Long Long Pirates. Wanting the Straw Hats' money, the Long Long Pirates board the Thousand Sunny on a very long cannon and attack. However, the Straw Hats easily defeat them, with Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and Frankie taking down Narcy, Baron, Morkan, and Nipers respectively, while the others took care of the remaining crew members. Luffy confronts the captain, Long Long, as he grabs onto the mast and spins around it. Long Long brings out a machine gun hidden in his hair, but Luffy reflects the bullets back toward him as he spins toward the captain, taking him out with Gomu 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 No Jet Pistol. With their captain defeated, the remaining Long Long Pirates try escaping back on their ship, but Tesoro surrounds the ship and grabs them with tendrils of gold, dragging them high up into the air. The Long Long Pirates are then encased in gold, and as fountains of gold burst all around, Tesoro welcomes everyone to Grand Tesoro. The Straw Hats dock and gaze at Grand Tesoro in awe. They are then approached by the concierge Baccarat, who reveals that they are VIP guests due to their fame as pirates. Baccarat gives them a ride in an automobile powered by turtles known as turtle cars, driving them to the city. They pass through the downtown area, which contains resorts and all sorts of vacation facilities and destinations, before passing into the first-class city where all buildings are made of gold. The Straw Hats become more and more awestruck at the beautiful ship, but Baccarat reveals that there are Izo Den Den Mushi everywhere, and anyone caught cheating or stealing will be sent to an underground prison. Inside a security room, Tanaka and his assistants oversee dozens of camera monitors. They then reach a tall, golden hotel, where the Straw Hats change into fancy white outfits. Baccarat says that they can continue their VIP experience as long as they win more money, and despite Usopp being cautious about losing money by gambling, Luffy decides to continue on their unexpected vacation. They are suddenly approached by a group of small children, who are selling flowers for Billy 5,000 each. The Straw Hats are shocked by the high price, but the children say that they need to sell these flowers to purchase their freedom. However, Baccarat steps in and chases the children away from the VIP guests, and she resumes touring them around. Meanwhile, Tesoro and Karina oversee a party of the Grand Tesoro's staff, and Tanaka emerges from the floor to report to Tesoro about the Straw Hats within the city. A drunk employee, who knew Luffy's reputation and hubris, laughs wildly at Luffy's ambitions. However, Tesoro confronts him for laughing and flicks one of his rings at the man, allowing him to change its shape and wrap the man in gold. As the man apologizes in great fear, Tesoro liquefies the chandelier above him, sending it crashing down. He hardens it as it lands, causing the man's head to be trapped under a mass of gold. Tesoro then laughs profusely, and Tanaka asks what to do with the Straw Hats. Tesoro says to let them continue playing until they lose, and Tanaka jumps back into the floor. Baccarat takes the Straw Hats to a giant casino and loans them a box of chips that are worth belie 20 million in total. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper then run off into a contest where the price of admission is belie 1 million, shocking Nami. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper participate in a turtle car race, and as the race begins, Jimmy Myers initially leaps out to a large lead. However, Straight shoots and destroys his car, taking the lead, but due to his refusal to turn the car, he and his driver Curve drive off the track. Luffy's car passes several other competitors, but the driver in front, Whitejack, has Kiriko spray a liquid onto the track, which causes Luffy's car to skid and stop. As the Straw Hat trio recover and resume driving, Whitejack's car is forced off the track by Kent Beef Jr., but Count Times manages to maneuver in front of Beef. The Straw Hats then draw closer to Beef's car, and Pork throws a bale of hay at them, blocking their vision. The cars approach an extremely tight curve, and due to the Straw Hats' struggle to see through the hay, they careen off a cliff onto a golf course. However, as they skid around, Luffy pulls them back toward the track with Gomu 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 no rocket, and they fly through a Grand Tesoro logo. They then land right next to Beef and Times Count, and the three enter the home stretch neck and neck with each other. The Straw Hats manage to beat Beef and Times Count to the finish line by mere centimeters, and Nami rejoices at the profit they have made. The Straw Hats continue winning casino games, making a profit of barely 30 million. Baccarat then offers to take them to the VIP lounge, where they have the chance to become millionaires. As the elevator approaches the lounge, Tanaka leaps through the wall, shocking the Straw Hats. Baccarat reveals that Tanaka oversees the lounge and can phase through objects with the Nuke Nuke no Mai. The Straw Hats grab hold of Tanaka, and he takes them through the wall and into the lounge. The Straw Hats are appalled to see Marines Gion and Tokicake in the lounge, but Baccarat reveals that Grand Tesoro is an independent country that welcomes everyone and is free of Marine jurisdiction. Two large men then place large dice down, and between those dice is Dice, a fearsome warrior who now works here as a dealer. Dice then tosses the giant dice into the air and grabs hold of a giant metal container, flipping it upside down and allowing the dice to fall into it. He then flips the container back upside down, and the Straw Hats are awed by Dice's immense strength. Dice then destroys the container with his forehead while holding an axe for no reason, taking pleasure at the pain of impact, and the dice values are revealed. The Straw Hats agree to take the chance and become millionaires, with Luffy betting everything, and the first roll is successful. Tesoro and Karina then enter the room and greet the Straw Hats. Tesoro offers to challenge Luffy, saying that if Luffy wins, his profit will increase by 10 times. Luffy agrees to the challenge and bets all his tokens. Baccarat then removes her gloves and touches him on the shoulder. The dice are then rolled again and come up as a 2 and a 6. With Luffy having lost, Tesoro commends Baccarat on her ability. Baccarat reveals to the Straw Hats that she changed Luffy's luck with the Rocky no Mai, and Luffy suddenly gets a stomachache before slipping on a banana peel. Tesoro tells Luffy to hand over his chips, and the Straw Hats argue that they were cheated against, but Tesoro says the Straw Hats will have to work to repay their debt, as that is how Grand Tesoro operates. The Straw Hats realize they were tricked and prepare to fight, but Baccarat lures Sanji toward her and gives him bad luck as well, and Tanaka throws the Straw Hats into chaos by jumping in and out of the floor and shooting at them. Zoro then challenges Tesoro and rushes at him, but Tesoro encases Zoro's legs in gold and manipulates a golden dragon statue to counter his sword strike. As gold covers Zoro's abdomen and torso, Tesoro reveals that he has the power of the Goru Goru no Mai, giving him control over gold. When everyone enters Grand Tesoro, their bodies receive showers of gold, which he can use to control them. Tesoro tells the Straw Hats to repay the money they borrowed, and Nami attempts to intervene, but Karina holds a knife to her throat, and Nami recognizes Karina. Nami promises to repay the money, and Tesoro gives them until 12 tomorrow night to do it, or else he would kill Zoro in front of them. The Straw Hats go outside and are determined to free Zoro, but decide to eat and quell their hunger first. Suddenly, Karina runs by Nami, and Nami manages to grab her. The two greet each other, with Nami revealing that she stole a small box from Karina while she was running. Nami reveals to her crewmates that she knew Karina, as when she was an active thief, Karina sometimes managed to steal the treasure first. The group goes to a diner to eat, and Karina reveals that even though she is working for Tesoro, she is really going after his treasury, which is said to contain 20% of the world's active currency. Such wealth is enough to buy a small country as well as influence both the world government and the black market. Karina gives the Straw Hats the idea to steal from the treasury to free Zoro, though no thief has ever succeeded in stealing from it. Since they could not fight Tesoro due to his control over the gold on their bodies, they could manipulate the rules of Grand Tesoro to get Zoro back. The Straw Hats agree to this plan, although Nami wants to have Karina's key to the treasury, and the two start arguing. Suddenly, the Straw Hats see a group of men harass two children named Rika and Tempo, who had previously tried selling flowers to the Straw Hats by breaking some plates and adding to their debt. Karina reveals that the two children are forced to work like slaves due to their parents' debt, and as one of the men tries to punch Rika, the owner of the restaurant, Double Down, intervenes. Double Down apologizes for Rika and Tempo, and the men kick his lowered head, warning him that all guests must smile and forcing him to smile. After the men leave, Luffy asks why they did not fight back, but Rika shouts that there is no way to, and that Luffy does not understand before running out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Tesoro sits in a pool of flowing gold when he is approached by Spandam. Tesoro has Tanaka appear and pay Spandam a large amount of heavenly tribute money in order to buy his services in taking care of the Straw Hats. However, after Spandam leaves, Tesoro requests that better world government agents be sent to Grand Tesoro as well. Somewhere else, Koala receives a call that the man they are looking for is in Grand Tesoro, and she tells the nearby Sabo that Luffy is in Grand Tesoro as well. Meanwhile, Sakazuki sits at a desk and wonders in anger why they are helping Tesoro. However, the CP0 agent in front of him states that they are not serving Tesoro. The agent takes his mask off, revealing himself to be Rob Lucci, and he says that the world government is taking care of their own business on Grand Tesoro. In Grand Tesoro, Sanji reads a poster advertising Zoro's upcoming execution, and he tells Luffy to go to sleep so they can begin their mission the next day. The next morning, the Straw Hats wake up and try on disguises, and Nami berates Luffy, Chopper, and Brook for trying on ridiculous disguises. Later, Nami meets with Karina on a rooftop, unhappily recalling the time Karina left her to die. The two had been caught and tortured by Mad Treasure while trying to steal his treasure, and Karina offered to go and repay him with more treasure, with Nami's life on the line should she not return. She did not return, and Nami tried to get back to the treasure she had hidden away, only to find that Karina had stolen it. Karina leaves the event in the past, angering Nami as she had nearly died, and she tells Karina that if she betrays them in this mission, she will never forgive her. The two petty thieves then make a pact. As night falls, the Straw Hats stand alongside Karina in their disguises. Karina goes over the plan to the forgetful Luffy, revealing that in the hyper-suite room at the top of the hotel, there is barely 500 billion stored, set aside as heavenly tribute to maintain the favor of the world nobles. However, the room is encased in gold, giving Tesoro control over it, and the only stairs there are heavily monitored by Izo Den Den Mushi. So Team A, Luffy and Frankie, will climb up the outside of the hotel, sneak into the giant clock, and go into the control room. There, they will disconnect the host Den Den Mushi from the Izo Den Den Mushi. Team B, Robin, Sanji, Usopp, Brook, Nami, Chopper, and herself will enter through the VIP lounge. They should be able to escape inspection and will enter another door inside the room. If they pass the security to that door, they will head toward a large corridor that leads to the stairs to the hyper-suite room. Once the Izo Den Den Mushi are shut down, they can access the hyper-suite room with a giant golden key and the mission will be complete. Luffy and Frankie climb up part of the hotel, but the remainder of the tower does not have handholds. However, Frankie shoots out plungers from his shoulders that attach to the wall, giving him and Luffy something to hold on to. Meanwhile, while the Straw Hats and Team B hide behind a pillar, Karina distracts some workers who are delivering a metal dice container to the VIP points room. While she distracts them, the Straw Hats leap into the container. Tanaka oversees the container being transported, and he allows Karina to follow after it, allowing her to rendezvous with the Straw Hats when the container is stored away. Meanwhile, Luffy and Frankie rappel from plunger to plunger, trying to avoid detection inside and outside the hotel. However, as they draw closer to the clock, the plunger Luffy is holding on to slips off, causing him to fall and forcing Frankie to catch him. This causes Frankie's plunger to slip off as well, though as they fall, Frankie uses Coup de Bout to propel both of them back up. Both of these actions cause some people in a dining room to notice them, and Frankie and Luffy reach the clock but start falling again. However, Luffy manages to grab hold of the clock's minute hand and pull him and Frankie all the way up to it. They then enter the giant clock through the glass, which Tesoro cannot feel. Meanwhile, Team B runs through the hotel and approaches the door guarded by security. Robin uses her devil fruit powers to take out the guards, and the team enters a large hallway. The hall is being guarded by red-eyed owls which shoot red beams out of their eyes. Anything living that makes contact with these beams will cause the owls to screech loudly. Being able to understand the owls, Chopper can listen their observation patterns and helps his teammates avoid the beams. The team reaches the end of the hall right as the owls all start looking towards them, and Brook is caught in the beams. However, due to his skeletal body, the owls do not register him as alive, and the team moves on. Karina contacts Luffy and Frankie, who are in an air vent directly above the host Den Den Mushi. She tells them what pipeline to attach the silver Den Den Mushi to in order to shut off the connection to the main stairway, and Luffy rappels down to it. However, he fails to stretch far enough and is sent flying back to the vent opening. The security guard looks around to find the source of the noise but does not see Luffy. Luffy then rappels down again and successfully attaches himself to the pipe, allowing him to put the silver Den Den Mushi on it. However, he loses his connection to the air vent and is discovered by the security guard, who raises the alarm, which Team B hears. Tanaka sees the disturbance from the control room, and footage of Luffy is broadcast throughout Grand Tesoro, which Rika and Tempo see. Frankie protects Luffy from the security guard's gunshots and fills the room with smoke, allowing them to retreat. However, Frankie is suddenly stabbed through the back by a tendril of gold, and Tesoro and Tanaka enter the room through the floor. Tesoro says that Luffy's intrusion is not unexpected, but he is surprised by Luffy's willingness to put Zoro's life more in danger, as he displays a monitor showing Zoro almost completely encased in gold. Luffy attacks Tesoro, but Tesoro hides behind a wall of gold before punching Luffy with a gold-encased fist. Luffy attacks again, but Tesoro performs Ganbamba to him. Tesoro states that he is invincible here and tells Luffy that no one can succeed without money. However, Luffy tells Tesoro that he will not let him control him, which angers Tesoro as he briefly remembers parts of his past. Tesoro gives Luffy the chance to try defying him as he throws Luffy to the ground before walking away. Tanaka then drops down from the ceiling, creating a giant hole, known as Bottomless Hell, that Luffy and Franky fall into. Tesoro then ends the broadcast, referring to it as an entertainment spectacle, and telling his viewers to watch for the next one. After viewing the broadcast, an emotional Rika gives up completely on fighting Tesoro's regime and runs away along with Tempo. Tesoro removes the silver Den Mushi from the pipeline and tells Tanaka to keep an eye on various places in the hotel. Meanwhile, Team B is disconnected from Luffy and Franky and is forced back through the hall by security. While escaping from security, they enter another secret hall. Inside the hall, they are suddenly approached by the world noble Saint Camel and his entourage, and they are forced to hide behind a pillar. Luffy and Franky fall down to a massive room composed entirely of gold and containing many gold structures. They see skulls as well as emaciated people in this room, and the people offer as much gold in return for any food or water Luffy and Franky may have. However, the two of them have neither, and a small man sitting in the shadow of a structure reveals that much of Tesoro's gold supply comes from here, and he imprisons people with nothing except gold in order to torture them. Franky then recognizes the man as a famous hero named Ray's Max, but the man states that he abandoned the name after suffering defeat here in Grand Tesoro. Luffy attempts to find an escape from the room and tries to free his arms from being encased in gold, but Max says that it is useless. There is only one way to free oneself of the gold sprayed onto them that allows Tesoro to control them, and that is to travel down a large pipe all the way to a tank filled with seawater. The chances of success are extremely small, but Luffy decides to take the risk and manages to jump in the pipe and land safely. Franky tells Max that nothing is impossible, and all risks are worth taking in order to defeat Tesoro as he jumps in the pipe as well. Meanwhile, Tesoro approaches the trapped Zoro, thanking him for giving him such a spectacle to present. However, Zoro is still confident in his crewmates, and Tesoro mocks this as he walks away. In the hotel, Team B has stolen the uniforms of the world nobles that had passed by them and acts as though the security guards have stolen their treasure. Believing they are actual world nobles, the security guards profusely apologize for the misconduct Usopp states that they have done, and fearfully retreat from the premises. The team removes their bubble helmets and runs through the hall to the stairs once again, making sure to hurry before they are caught. Meanwhile, Luffy, Franky, and the prisoners that had jumped into the pipe run down the pipe as they battle a swarm of gold-colored bats. They then come to a large vertical pipe that has an extremely big and fast fan made of sea stone spinning below. Knowing there was no way they could get past that, Max advises Luffy to turn around, but Luffy is determined to keep going and leaps toward the fan. However, the fan beats him around, and at one point sends him crashing into the wall, forcing Franky to stretch out his hand and rescue Luffy. Despite this experience, the injured Luffy refuses to turn back, causing Max to be moved. Max then decides to help Luffy and measures the position of the fan. He then leaps into it but is caught by one of the blades and tossed around by the sheer force of it. However, Max manages to regain his composure and hang on top of the fan blade, allowing him to crawl towards the wall. He then puts himself against the wall and holds back the fan with every ounce of his strength. Seeing the fan begin to slow down, the other prisoners jump to the fan and hold it back until it is completely stopped. Finally, Luffy, Franky, and the prisoners reach the tank of seawater, and Team B reaches the door to the hypersuite room. Karina then unlocks and opens the door, but as it opens, fireworks are immediately triggered, and the Straw Hats find themselves not in the hypersuite room, but on a balcony directly facing the audience and the imprisoned Zoro. Tesoro welcomes them to his spectacle, and Karina heads toward him, revealing that she had been working for him the entire time. The Straw Hats' quest was nothing more than an elaborate game set up by Tesoro, all leading to this giant spectacle. Tesoro then shows video feed of Luffy, Franky, and the prisoners trying to get seawater. Luffy manages to break open the seawater tank, allowing him and the prisoners to wash Tesoro's gold off of them. However, Tesoro opens the grates around them, causing water to flood the room and submerge them. Tesoro states that those without money cannot achieve anything, and Luffy and Franky try to escape, but eventually succumb to the water. Sanji races forward to attack Tesoro, but he summons several tendrils of gold. Sanji attempts to fight the tendrils, but he and the rest of his crewmates are eventually trapped by them, and their skin is slowly encased in gold. Tesoro then has them watch as he creates two enormous axes to execute Zoro. However, right as the axes start to swing, all of Grand Tesoro's power goes out. Tesoro and his subordinates get confused, and Nami starts laughing as she reveals that Tesoro and his crew were the ones who were tricked the entire time. The openings that once sprayed flowing gold now spray seawater, which Tanaka succumbs to. Dice protects Tesoro from the deluge, which frees the straw hats from their gold bindings and frees everyone on Grand Tesoro from Tesoro's control over them. Tesoro then confronts the straw hats, wanting to know what had happened, and Nami reveals that Karina's plan all along had been to release seawater throughout Grand Tesoro, and all of them except Luffy had known that. They then cast away their disguises in favor of leather jacket outfits, and Luffy is suddenly shot out of the main spout in the city before falling to his crewmate's location. Luffy prepares to take down Tesoro, and Zoro arrives to join the fight as well. However, Tesoro's rage grows more and more as he remembers his past. He enjoyed singing, but his mother hated it. He initially was involved with criminals, but one day met a girl named Stella who was kept in a human shop. Tesoro fell in love with Stella and worked to buy her freedom, though he had already won her heart. However, a world noble came in one day and bought Stella, and Tesoro was enslaved as well, which caused the hoof of the soaring dragon to be put on his back. However, Tesoro managed to escape during Fisher Tiger's attack and replaced his mark of slavery with a star mark. He then began his rise to power, which included acquiring his devil fruit from the Don Quixote pirates. In a fit of rage, Tesoro blows up the hotel as massive amounts of gold rise up around the venue, and Tesoro covers everyone around him in gold as he asserts his absolute power. However, the Straw Hats manage to escape the deluge with Frankie, Robin, and Sanji flying their crewmates to safety. As the destruction settles, the Straw Hats land at the entrance of the destroyed venue, but Tesoro laughs as a giant golden arm reaches toward the Straw Hats. Tesoro then rises up as a gigantic gold golem made of the ruined Central Hotel, declaring himself as the god of this place and stating that the Straw Hats are nothing more than rubbish. However, Luffy is still intent on defeating Tesoro and activates Gear 2 as he rushes toward him. Luffy activates Gear 3 as the two clash, but the power of Tesoro's new form overwhelms Luffy and sends him crashing into the city. There, Luffy is approached by Spandam, who laughs gleefully as he holds up spiked chains. The Straw Hats rush to Luffy, but Zoro intercepts a surprise attack by Dice, who is now wearing golden armor. Zoro uses his strength to push Dice back and manages to injure him, but Dice enjoys his injuries. Tanaka and Baccarat then appear with golden armor as well, and Tesoro offers to give the Straw Hats all the wealth they want as he sends his crew after them. Meanwhile, Luffy is weakened and bound in place by Spandam's sea-stone spiked chains, though he fails to recognize the CP0 agent. As Spandam prepares to kill Luffy with the sealed Funkfried, Rika suddenly rushes in and intercepts Funkfried with his pipe. Rika states that he does not want to live as a slave to money anymore, and Spandam laughs at this as Tesoro's men come rushing at them, saying that money is what holds power. However, Max and the prisoners arrive and take out Tesoro's men, and Max tells Rika that they will put an end to this together. As Max's gang rushes forward, Luffy frees himself from his chains and punches Spandam into the ground, defeating him. Meanwhile, Zoro blocks Dice's powerful axe swings before leaping up and striking the dealer in the head. Dice uses Busoshoku Haki to block the strike, though Zoro disarms him and blows him away with another attack. However, Dice leaps at Zoro, covering his entire head in Busoshoku Haki, and Tesoro grabs Zoro's swords with gold tendrils. Dice then rolls into Zoro, disarming him, and he picks up Zoro's swords as Tesoro attacks more of the Straw Hats in his new form. Meanwhile, Tanaka falls into the ground, where he jumps in and out in various locations around Sanji and Robin. He then starts shooting at them as he pops in and out, and when Sanji barely misses him, he appears behind Sanji and points his gun at him. Meanwhile, Baccarat touches several of Tesoro's employees, and a pillar falls on them. Usopp tries shooting her while her back is turned, but his shot misses and hits an employee. Baccarat states that her devil fruit allows her to store up the luck she takes from other people and become very lucky, and decides to fight with only her luck and a coin, which she throws at Usopp, Chopper, and Brook. One of the employees steps on the coin, causing his foot to break, which causes him to fall down and pull another employee's pants down, which causes that employee to shoot his arrow in shock. The arrow falls right in front of another employee, who shoots the man next to him in shock, causing the man to fire his rocket launcher. Two employees on the top of a building prepare to throw a bomb down, but they are hit by the rocket, causing the bomb to fall on Usopp, Brook, and Chopper. Baccarat continues throwing her coin at the three pirates, causing them continued pain, until Usopp finally decides to run away. Meanwhile, Luffy hits Tesoro in the face with a Haki-imbued fist, but Tesoro retaliates by sending Luffy into the ground with his giant golden fist. Luffy flies underground for a bit before he jumps back up and hits Tesoro's face with Gomu Gomu no Grizzly Magnum, though this does no real damage and Tesoro is excited to be fighting someone worth Billy 500 million. Luffy then leaps onto Tesoro's arm and runs toward his head, but he suddenly receives a barrage of cannon fire from marine battleships. The marine ships, with Rob Lucci and St. Camel on board, continue firing on Grand Tesoro in order to destroy it, allegedly due to endangering the world nobles on board. However, a fiery explosion suddenly occurs on the front of the ship as Sabo confronts Lucci and the Marines, not willing to let them attack Luffy. In retaliation for the marine attack, Tesoro shoots a golden beam from his golem's eye and destroys one of the marine ships. Lucci is surprised by Sabo's statement and transforms into his human beast form as the two clash. As Tesoro continues attacking the marine ships, Luffy takes him by surprise by hitting his golem in the head yet again with Gomu Gomu no Red Hawk. However, Tesoro hits Luffy with Gon Inferno to send Luffy flying away in a fiery explosion. Luffy flies a long distance away and struggles to get up. Karina is left kneeling in awe at Tesoro's power, and Tesoro prepares to get revenge on her by stomping on her. However, Nami runs in and rescues Karina, intent on repaying her for what happened years ago. When Mad Treasure had prepared to execute Nami, Karina had come in with a white flag in order to lure the treasure pirates to her, allowing Nami to escape. Now Nami tells Karina that just like that time, they can now survive by fighting as a team. However, Tesoro grabs Nami and claims otherwise, saying only jealousy helps people succeed. Right then, Luffy angrily yells out to Tesoro to let her go and telling him that he would not stop, which surprisingly causes Tesoro to briefly see his younger self trying to save Stella while he was being taken away from her and Luffy when he is trying to save Nami. However, he laughs it off and throws Nami with great force. Karina desperately tries to catch her, but Luffy wraps his arms around both of them and runs away. As Tesoro prepares to strike, Luffy calls out to Robin as he throws Nami and Karina away, and Robin catches the two with spider net. Tesoro then notices that his outstretched arm is encountering great resistance, and Luffy, now in Gear 4, propels himself upward, shattering Tesoro's arm. Luffy then flies upward and knocks Tesoro's golem to the ground with Gomu Gomu no Kongun. Meanwhile, Robin binds Tanaka with a giant arm and several smaller arms, knocking his gun out of his hand. Tanaka cannot phase through Robin's flesh, and so cannot do anything against her. Sanji then activates Diable Jambi and barrages Tanaka's face with kicks, sending him flying far away. Baccarat prepares to finish off Chopper and Brook and flicks her coin at them, but suddenly Usopp returns and fires a giant ball at her. The ball intercepts the coin but misses Baccarat, and she laughs, but Usopp fires a Midori Boshi Dokuro Bakuhatsu so at her. The shot makes contact and injures Baccarat, leaving her bewildered that her luck ran out. However, Usopp's first shot opens up to reveal a slot machine that Baccarat's coin had won the jackpot on, meaning that her luck had been completely spent. Dice strikes Zoro with his own swords, but to the former's shock, Zoro counters them with only his haki-imbued arms. Zoro says that the swords alone cannot bring him down, and he uses Tatsumaki to send Dice flying away in a whirlwind. Dice spins towards Zoro at a high speed, but Zoro reclaims one of his swords and uses Shishi Sansen, causing Dice's armor to crack up and Dice to fall to the ground, defeated though happy. Tesoro's remaining men, seeing their superiors defeated, run in fear, but Tesoro liquefies his golem and sends waves of gold crashing down on everyone in Grand Tesoro. He then stands on a giant mound of gold, watching in glee as he has everyone sink into liquid gold. However, Luffy manages to stay in the air as he angrily calls out Tesoro's name, and Tesoro enjoys Luffy's anger. Luffy flies up toward Tesoro, not wanting him to control his friends. As Luffy expands and retracts both of his arms, Tesoro sends a massive gold tendril flying toward him, an attack known as Gon Liradidio. Luffy clashes with the tendril with Gomu Gomu Domu no Leo Rex Bazooka and is seemingly crushed as everyone on the Grand Tesoro and marine ships, including Lucci Ic and Sabo, who pause in their fight, are awed by the force of the clash, while Tesoro declares himself to be a god. However, Luffy is showed to still be alive, pushing against the tendril. He rejects Tesoro's statement as he breaks through the gold tendril and unleashes the finishing blow on Tesoro. In his moment of defeat, Tesoro remembers Stella's departure. As his massive mound of gold disintegrates, the people of Grand Tesoro cheer as his defeated body falls from the air and crashes into the marine ship where Sabo and Lucci are fighting. Lucci orders the Marines to seize him as he departs from his battle with Sabo. However, an alarm starts beeping on Grand Tesoro, and monitors come up showing a countdown. Karina reveals that the ship is going to sink and tells everyone to escape. The escapees are initially blocked by the continued marine attacks, but Frankie arrives in the General Frankie and clears the way for them. However, Karina decides to stay behind, wanting to continue luring the Marines to Grand Tesoro. She and Nami embrace, and Frankie takes Nami away as the timer continues ticking. The pirates, Marines, revolutionaries, and citizens all stand and watch on their ships as the timer reaches 0. When it does, however, fireworks explode over Grand Tesoro. The Straw Hats look and see Karina standing on the top of it as Grand Tesoro sails away, and they realize that she has duped them in order to gain access to its riches. However, they laugh it away and are forced to retreat when the Marines start firing at them. As they do so, Nami finds a letter on her person from Karina with encouraging words toward her, and it is revealed that Nami did not leave completely empty-handed, as she managed to swipe Tesoro's gold rings off of him. The Sunny continues sailing into the distance as it is pursued by the Marines.
もうすぐ会えそうだな、ルフィ。おい小僧、お前が一体何になるのか。海賊王になるのは俺だ。
Buenafesta contacts the bounty hunter Cider to reveal to him that Douglas Bullet will be attending the upcoming Pirates Festival. Cedra looks forward to killing all the pirates in attendance, whose combined bounties are projected to total over 10 billion, but is intent on taking down Bullet especially. Festa says that Bullet is not the only attraction, as Monkey D. Luffy has also been invited, but Cedra reveals that his guild is already working on taking down the Straw Hat Pirates. Out at sea, the Straw Hats are under attack by the Cedra Guild, who are flying on saucer-shaped vessels. Under the command of Ginger and Garana, they blast the Thousand Sunny with carbonated water from special guns. The Straw Hats take down many of the members, but they are still overwhelmed, so they manage to escape using Cube de Burst. After landing, the crew recognizes that the Cider Guild uses carbonation in their attacks like the Sunny does, and they immediately go to repair the damage on the Sunny. This leads them to find out that the ship's cola supply has run out, and they decide to get more as soon as possible in case the Cedar Guild attacks them again. Fortunately, they very soon reach an island, and Luffy volunteers to head out and buy a barrel of cola. Luffy ventures on the island to find it contains pools of carbonated water and sits with his feet in a pool as he drinks a bottle of cola. After drinking it all, he runs into the Ramune saleswoman Caramel, who reveals that he can only buy a whole barrel of carbonated drink from the island's factory. However, she warns that the island is under the control of the Cedar Guild. Luffy runs toward the factory, but is confronted by Ginger and his subordinates. Luffy battles them, but is hit by a powerful carbonated liquid attack, sending him falling into a sinkhole, where he is swept away by an underground river. Elsewhere on the island, Boa Hancock is having a bath when Luffy suddenly emerges from one of the spouts. Hancock is very flustered and happy to see him again. However, Garana reports to Cedra that Hancock and Luffy are together on the island, and Cedra decides to take the opportunity to take down both of them and blame Hancock's death on Luffy. Ginger then leads his forces to Hancock's bathing location, where they are attacked by Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold, and Elder Nyan. However, Ginger blasts through them and the wall, and they enter the bath. Luffy stands in front of Hancock to keep her hoof of the soaring dragon hidden, but Hancock takes a stand as well and assists in attacking them. Nyan gives Hancock her clothes, and the group takes down all of Ginger's subordinates. Being the last one standing, Ginger unleashes carbon dioxide gas, forcing Luffy and Hancock to escape together while Sandersonia, Marigold, and Nyan are split up from them. Garana reports to Cedra that Luffy and Hancock are heading toward the factory, and Cedra decides to go after them himself. Near the factory, Luffy apologizes for getting Hancock involved in the recent fight, but Hancock is happy to see him, thinking they would not reunite until the Pirates Festival. Luffy does not know what that is, and she reveals that it is an event that happens at random intervals where powerful pirates gather from all over the world. Luffy is intrigued by this, but Cedra then flies in and attacks, blowing a hole in the ground with a carbonation-powered punch. Luffy tells him he just wants cola, but Cedra says he will not sell any to pirates. He and his subordinates confront Luffy and Hancock, and he charges toward Luffy to acquire his 100th kill. Cedra charges toward Luffy and their fists clash, resulting in a large impact that the Straw Hats see from the coast. They are in the midst of attacking the Cedar Guild members when the latter group reveals that they have no loyalty to Cedar and are enslaved to him. Back near the factory, Garana and her forces fly in to join Cedar, and Hancock turns all of Garana's subordinates to stone. Garana activates 2 swords of carbonated water to attack Hancock, and Luffy and Cedra continue clashing, with Luffy's punches being powerful enough to match Cedra's carbonation-enhanced attacks. Luffy manages to repel Cedra by ballooning himself, sending Cedra crashing into a cliff. Cedra is angered by Luffy's actions, recalling how he was left injured in a destroyed city many years ago by Douglas Bullet. Ginger then comes riding in to attack, but Cedra decides for them to retreat into the factory in order to activate their most powerful rig. Seadra enters the factory while Guarana, Ginger, and their subordinates guard the outside, but Luffy manages to avoid them by pulling himself into the factory. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold confront Guarana and Ginger, and Hancock uses her agility to avoid their carbonated attacks as she lands hits on them, causing them to be turned to stone. Meanwhile, Luffy races through the factory until he finds Seadra putting on his rig. With this rig, Seadra dons barrels on his arms that rapidly spin, and he hits Luffy with an attack so powerful it sends him crashing through several walls. Luffy is barely hurt by the attack, though Seadra's power remains an issue. However, Seadra does quickly run out of carbonated water and is forced to replenish his barrels. Eventually, he hits Luffy out of the factory, and as he stands over the pirate, he declares his intention of bringing down every pirate to get his revenge as well as money. Luffy is not impressed by Seadra's weakness and lack of resolve, and attacks him with Gomu Gomu no Elephant Gun. After a brief clash, Luffy overpowers Seadra and defeats him. He then sees an invitation to the Pirates' Festival land on the ground. Later, Buenafesta hears that Seadra has been defeated and laughs derisively at the bounty hunter's lack of strength despite his hype. Festa looks forward to Luffy meeting Bullet at the Pirates' Festival, saying that he could change the world with this event. Back at the Seadra Guild's island, the liberated Seadra Guild members give the Straw Hats many barrels of cola for free as they reunite with the ones they were separated from, including Caramel. Luffy reveals to Hancock that he received an invitation to the Pirates' Festival and bids her a temporary farewell. As the Straw Hats sail back out to sea, Luffy reveals the invitation to his crew, and to their shock, Robin reads that this year's expo will include a hunt for Gold D, Roger's treasure. Luffy is excited to go there, and the crew sets sail to Delta Island where the expo will be taking place, along with the crews of the Worst Generation. As they near the island, Douglas Bullet proclaims that only one person will survive this upcoming competition. The Straw Hat Pirates arrive at Delta Island for the Pirates' Festival, excited to fight for Roger's treasure. After doing some shopping and enjoying some of the events, they decide to participate in the main event. Elsewhere, an injured Law was running away from Buggy and his crew who were acting as security for the expo. Law then noticed the Thousand Sunny and used his ability to board their ship in order to escape his pursuers. Suddenly, a knock-up stream exploded in the central lake of the island, launching an island floating in a bubble, revealing itself to be the hiding spot of the treasure. The pirates sail up the knock-up stream. Amongst them are crews from the Worst Generation, except for the Blackbeard and the Heart Pirates, the Bartow Club, Beautiful Pirates, Foxy Pirates, and the Bliking Pirates. The Straw Hats manage to overtake everyone on the knock-up stream by converting the Thousand Sunny into its flying model and using Coup de Burst, which also blasts away the Buggy and his crew who were pursuing them to capture Law. Partway up the knock-up stream, Law comes out of the Sunny's lower deck, revealing that the event is not what it seems and that Buenafesta is up to something. He was able to have his crew evacuate the island, but wants to investigate the matter further. Robin, Sanji, Chopper, and Brook go with him, and they depart on the Shark Submerge while the rest of the crew finish the treasure race. Robin manages to sprout wings to let the submarine fall safely into the bay far below. Meanwhile, in Festa's underground lair, the Master of Festivities talks with Douglas Bullet, saying the time would be soon for them to put their plan into action. The pirate crews make it up to the treasure island, and they soon spot a wrecked ship surrounded by heaps of treasure. An all-out brawl quickly breaks out as the pirates fight to get to the treasure, and Luffy gets into fights with Scratchman Apu and Urouge while Zoro clashes with Killer. On Delta Island, an undercover smoker leaves an undercover Tashigi behind as he goes to investigate Buenafesta. Meanwhile, Law's group sneaks into Festa's lair as well, and Robin and Brook use their abilities to spy on Festa. There, they overhear Festa making plans to have the Marines launch a buster call on Delta Island, leaving them aghast. As they attempt to escape, they run into Smoker, who immediately attempts to capture them. Sanji stops him from catching Robin, and she and Law run off while he battles Smoker. Back on the treasure island, in the midst of the battling, Buggy manages to sneak toward the chest containing Roger's treasure and steal it. However, he is soon spotted and chased as the other pirates do whatever it takes to get the treasure. Suddenly, a galleon is thrown at the treasure island which abruptly explodes, destroying both the island and the knock-up stream, causing everything to fall back into the central lake. While falling, Usopp finds himself next to the chest with Roger's treasure and grabs it. The pirates are left in chaos as the Devil Fruit users have to be saved from the bay by their comrades, and after the rescues are made, the pirates look in shock as they see Douglas Bullet holding a defeated Usopp. This isn't the end of their problems though, as Donald Moderate, Anne, and the spectators notice that a marine fleet is heading towards the island, causing virtually everyone to flee in terror. Luffy immediately confronts Bullet as the pirate attempts to kill Usopp, and Bullet ends up throwing Usopp at Luffy as he overwhelms Luffy with sudden speed. Bullet says that he wants to challenge the Worst Generation after hearing of their exploits, and he unleashes a massive blast of Hoshoku Haki that knocks out most of the pirates. Luffy, Eustace Kid, Killer, Basil Hawkins, Scratchman Apu, Capone Beej, Jewelry Bonnie, X-Drake, and Urush stay behind to fight Bullet, with Luffy neutralizing Bullet's haki with his own, while the remaining pirates move to flee from the island. Bullet begins fighting the worst generation and quickly overwhelms them with his sheer speed and immense strength. Apu attacks Bullet with combat music, but the explosions do not affect him at all. Bullet easily bats away cannonballs shot by Beej and shrugs off X-Drake in his Allosaurus form. Bonnie attempts to turn Bullet into a child, but he grabs her and slams her into the ground before she can get near him. Killer strikes Bullet with his scythes, but Bullet easily blocks them with Busoshoku Haki, and he is not overwhelmed by Hawkins' Goma no So form. Bullet goes on to resist a strike from a powered-up Urush, easily damage Beej in his Big Father form, and redirect 2 large attacks from Luffy and Kid to cause them to hit each other. Afterwards, the supernovas are all left utterly overwhelmed, with Bullet not slowing down. However, Luffy gets up and activates Gear 4 Snakeman. In this form, he barrages Bullet with rapid, direction-changing punches, though Bullet returns many of the punches. Their fight ends with each fighter giving the other a powerful punch to the face and sending them flying far away. However, as Luffy lays on the ground exhausted, Bullet gets up and is not any worse for wear. Bullet mocks the supernova's strength, saying they have not done nearly enough to reach his level. He then decides to step it up a notch and brings out his ship, the catapult, from underground. He uses his Gasha Gasha no Mai abilities to change the composition of the ship and the iron weapons inside of it, forming them into a gigantic robot of his control. While in the robot, Bullet states that the treasure of Roger that he currently possesses is equivalent to having the One Piece, shocking the supernovas. With the catapult, Bullet utterly overwhelms the supernovas, who have no way to stop him. Bullet is able to make his already powerful robot even stronger by imbuing it with his haki, and the battle ends as all of the supernovas lying on the ground thoroughly defeated. Bullet prepares to kill Luffy by stomping on him, but Usopp tries to stop him by shooting projectiles at the exoskeleton. They appear to have no effect until one of them sprouts into a plant that tears off one of the robot's fingers, and Bullet responds by creating a cannon which he fires on Usopp. Meanwhile, the rest of the pirates head to the coast, only to see the marine fleet heading toward them. Sentomaru leads a battalion of marines and Pasista on the coast to attack the pirates, and the Foxy pirates plead for the Straw Hats to protect them while the Buggy pirates look toward Buggy. Admiral Fujitora makes his way to the coast, where he clashes with Zoro. The Bliking pirates attempt to sail out, but their bow is suddenly sliced off by Dracule Mihawk on his boat. His arrival is accompanied by the arrival of Boe Hancock and the Kuja pirates, and the Marines uneasily think that the 2 warlords of the sea have come to provide assistance, though Hancock is only interested in finding Luffy, and Perona attacks the Marines with her negative hollows. Underground, Sanji and Smoker continue fighting until Sanji asks about why the Marines agreed to work with Festa to send a buster call here. Smoker is surprised to hear the news and receives a call from Tashigi revealing what is going on up above, causing him to abandon the fight to take care of business. Meanwhile, Law and Robin are approached by Crocodile, who has a plan regarding Bullet that he wants to share with Law. After speaking to Crocodile, they manage to find a map to guide them off of the island. Meanwhile, Buenafesta sits back on top of a tower as he contacts the emperors of the underworld to show what he has in motion. He reveals that Roger's treasure is an eternal pose pointing to Laughtail and proclaims that with Bullet's possession of the treasure and quest to defeat every powerful person in the world, he will start a new era greater than the one Roger started. The Marine Battalion makes its way to the town, where they engage in a large-scale clash with the pirates. Kobe, Hina, and Helmeppo participate in the fighting on the Marines' side, but the fighting is soon interrupted as Bullet makes his way to the town in the catapult. Sensing the new development, Fujitora decides to depart from the coast and brings down a meteorite as a parting gift. As the pirates around him wallow in terror, Zoro leaps toward the meteorite and manages to cut it in half. However, the 2 halves of the meteorite still threaten the pirates below, so Mihawk steps in and cuts it into tiny pieces before departing from the island. At the town, Bullet surveys the fleet surrounding him and reveals that he awakened his devil fruit power. He then spreads out the composition of his exoskeleton and covers the majority of the island, including the Marines' fleet and the pirates' ships with it, ripping it all apart and assimilating it into his creation, forming an enormous colossus. The Marines and pirates are left in extreme panic. Bullet then raises the coast into high walls, preventing people from escaping the island. Festa proclaims that Bullet's power and their possession of the eternal pose to Laughtail have ended the era, and the new era would be defined by the people's struggle to overthrow Bullet. He tells the underworld emperors that Bullet would kill all of them, and Bullet sets his sights on killing the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, Kizaru contacts Sakazuki about what happened and Sakazuki orders for a buster call to attack Bullet and Delta Island. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Branyu briefs the Marines about Bullet's past. In his youth, Bullet was a soldier in the land of Galsburg, and ultimately massacred the people there. He proceeded to become a pirate and challenge Roger, who gave him a taste of defeat. Bullet joined forces with Roger and attempted to kill him many more times, but never succeeded in beating Roger before the Pirate King was executed. After Roger died, Bullet went berserk and headed on a rampage until he was finally stopped by a Buster Call led by Garp and Sengoku. In the present, Garp heads outside and talks with Sengoku, reflecting that Bullet lost his way after losing Roger. The two marine heroes are very apprehensive about the threat the pirate currently possesses. Meanwhile, a heavily injured Usopp carries an unconscious Luffy to find help. They stop in the path of a falling building, and Usopp stops a large burning pole from falling on Luffy but collapses as the rest of the buildings start to fall on them. However, Brook then arrives and stops the collapse by freezing the building, and Chopper arrives to treat their injuries. Usopp tells him to focus on treating Luffy, as he had lost a lot of blood. After receiving treatment, Luffy wakes up soon afterward. Usopp tearfully apologizes to him for not being strong enough to protect him, but Luffy has no issue with it and wants to go after Bullet right now. Despite Chopper's protests, Luffy activates Gear 4 and flies toward Bullet. Hancock searches for Luffy. She finds a red object surrounded in debris that she mistakes for Luffy's vest and pulls on it, only to realize that it is Buggy's nose. Smoker attempts to attack Bullet but is then stopped by Sabo, who fights him to a draw. They then encounter Hancock and Buggy, former who is looking for Luffy. Law then approaches the group as they see Luffy flying toward Bullet's Colossus, who sees him and immediately overwhelms him. Luffy is sent toward Law's group's location, and Law tells the group about his plan to take down Bullet. He reveals that Bullet's creations could be weakened if they were broken apart, but Bullet's powerful haki made them difficult to damage. Law says that he can cut a gap in Bullet's haki with his abilities, but before he can go over the rest of the plan, Luffy flies off to attack Bullet again. Bullet immediately overwhelms Luffy again and sends him flying across the island, and in retaliation, Hancock raced up the Colossus and planted a powerful kick to its torso, causing Bullet to temporarily reassemble the Colossus. Crocodile, who was waiting for this opportunity, created a sandstorm toward the Colossus, preventing it from fully reforming. Law then activates a room and uses Shambles to replace parts in the Colossus' right shoulder with rubble, leaving it weak enough to attack. Sabo and Smoker attack in unison and succeed in blowing the Colossus' right arm off. Bullet attempts to extend his shoulder to reattach the falling arm, but Lucci, who is observing from a distance, destroys it with a series of Renkyaku kicks. Bullet is confident that he can overpower his enemies even with just one arm and gears up to attack them. Though the allies are briefly discouraged, after noticing Luffy preparing a powerful attack, Law's group performs one more combined attack which blows away a portion of the torso. This allows Luffy, who inflated his fist to a massive degree and flew toward Bullet to attack him with it, resulting in their giant fists clashing. After a long and powerful clash, Luffy's Gomu Gomu no King Kong gun manages to overpower the Colossus, and Bullet is forced out of it, though the catapult still remains. Fortunately, the force of Luffy's punch causes the seeds Usopp had fired earlier to sprout into Hibi Hanabi, thick powerful vines that wrapped around and cracked open the catapult, severely injuring Bullet in the process. As Bullet is forced out of his ship, both Crocodile and Rob Lucci attempt to take the Eternal Pose but are stopped by Zoro and Sanji respectively. Bullet takes on Luffy in a brutal fistfight, and both fighters trade punches with impunity. Bullet uses his haki to keep up with Luffy's ferocity, eventually covering his entire body in it. Luffy charges toward Bullet and inflates both of his fists, barraging him with Gomu Gomu no King Kong Gatling while Bullet counters with this Des Sturkest strike. They continue to furiously exchange blows before stuns Luffy with powerful punch to the face, but Luffy quickly recovers and shouts at Bullet that his strength did not come from anyone alone. This triggers Bullet to experience a flashback of one of his defeats by Roger, the one man whom he truly respected. The distraction allows Luffy to overwhelm Bullet with a barrage of punch before declaring he'll be the king of the pirates and sending Bullet crashing into the ground, defeated. Following Bullet's defeat, Festa mourns over the failure of his plan. Sabo then comes to confront him, and Festa attempts to quickly shoot Sabo with a pistol, but Sabo strikes first as he uses Heiken to defeat the festivities master. Festa realizes Luffy's ability to turn those around him into allies, saying he should have teamed up with him instead. Sabo replies that Luffy would never team up with someone like Festa. In the aftermath of the fight, Luffy stands with the Eternal Pose in his possession, and Crocodile and Lucci once again try to get it. However, Luffy destroys it by crushing it in his hand, claiming he does not need it to reach Laugh Tale. He and his crewmates make it back to the Sunny, but their escape route is blocked by the Buster Call fleet. However, the other members of the Worst Generation start sailing out as well, posing a greater challenge to the Buster Call. Sabo returns to the Revolutionary's ship, which has rescued Anne, and he asks Anne if she can form a certain illusion for him. As the pirates sail out, Kizaru attempts to attack them with several light beams, but his attack is blocked by Sabo creating a wall of fire. The firewall also gives the pirates a safe passage through the fleet, and as Luffy looks back, he sees Sabo along with an illusion of Ace made by Anne. Additionally, Smoker contacts Kizaru, saying to stop the Buster Call as there is no longer a need for it. In a post-credit scene, it is revealed that Roger had disapproved of his subordinate making an eternal pose to Laugh-Tale and threw it into the ocean, saying that the One Piece could not be obtained by someone who used it. In the present, the Straw Hats find out what the treasure is and that Luffy destroyed it. Most of them, except for Usopp, are shocked at what Luffy did, but Luffy says that he did not want to miss out on any adventures. The crew then sail out for their next voyage.
Soak up the rags, spark up the max, light up the night and I never look back. I am the hunter, you are the monster, I am the entity, I am the haunter. Fight with no water, fight with no water, bring me the leg, I won't choke on the water. I am the author, you are the paper, rip you apart, leave the blood on the razor. Motherfucker, I am the product, and never feeling my feelings, I run upon them in the middle of the night and I kill them. I drill a hole in the fill of whatever mistake, tell me shit, I don't listen, I'm burning up with the witches. Always been the same and I'll never change.
The Straw Hat pirates sail on the sea, listening to New Genesis on a tone dial, though Jinbe doesn't recognize. Usopp tells him that it's famous around the world, and Brook adds that it makes your heart beat wildly with its melody. Meanwhile, Yuta stands on a cliff, staring out into the ocean and thinking about her childhood. 12 years ago, Luffy walks through Fuchsia Village, practicing his punches. He pushes Whoop Slap back, knocking over a fruit stand, and the mayor tells him to go help out the other villagers instead of wasting time, but Luffy refuses. The shopkeeper gives Luffy a bag of fruits, and Luffy leaves, heading off into the mountain. There, he runs into a monkey who attempts to take the fruit. Luffy offers the fruit if the monkey can beat him in a fight, and they begin to spar. In the end, Luffy wins the fight, and the monkey walks off in shame, but Luffy offers him half the fruit, and they eat together. Later, Luffy is chased by a boar, and ends up falling off a cliff into the ocean. However, he is pulled out of the water by Garp, who lectures him about sinking in the ocean, stating that he can't become a marine if he can't swim. Meanwhile, out at sea, the Red Hair Pirates are sailing with a young Utea on board. Shanks gives her jewelry from a treasure chest, and she puts it on, preparing to sing a song for the assembled crew. However, she notices that Shanks isn't watching and goes to see what he's looking at. She finds him looking inside a chest containing a fruit, but he refuses to give it to her despite her being his daughter. She admonishes him for being a cheapskate, but he denies it and points to the Goa Kingdom, where the crew will be staying for a while. Back on the island, Luffy talks to himself about not becoming a Navy soldier and states that he's going to leave the island and do something big. He sees the Red Hair Pirates approaching the shore, wondering who they are, and he runs to the dock to meet them. Luffy tells them to leave the island, but Yuta challenges him to force them out, proclaiming herself Shanks' daughter. However, Shanks tells her to leave Luffy alone, stating that they're not here to fight. Sometime later, the Red Hair Pirates sit in Party's bar, and Luffy declares that he wants to be a pirate, though Shanks admonishes him. Luffy asks to try out for the crew again, and plays a shell game with Shanks, but Shanks cheats and Luffy isn't allowed on the crew. Luffy tries to reverse the trick on Shanks, hiding the coin in his mouth the same way, and swallows it when he's confronted. Suddenly, Yuta enters the bar, telling Luffy not to get too close to Shanks in a tacky outfit. She reveals that she's a diva, and the musician of the Red Hair Pirates. The crew clear out the bar, leaving only a single table with a spotlight in the middle, and Yuta begins singing Where the Wind Blows. The song impresses Luffy, who states that he can sing too, and he begins singing the Moron song. However, his singing annoys Yuta, and she runs out of the bar screaming. She says that he's off pitch, and his singing will make the crew's IQ drop, though he disagrees. When Yuta cries to Shanks, he tells them to be friends since they're the same age, though Yuta disagrees since she's 9 and Luffy is 7. Shanks asks Luffy to show Yuta around Fuchsia Village, and the kids head into the mountains. Luffy challenges Yuta to climb a cliff, and after a short back and forth, they begin racing up it. They reach the top at the same time, and Luffy says that he's impressed with her climbing abilities, but Yuta says that there's nothing Luffy could beat her at. He gets angry, and they begin competing. They have a height contest, a cuteness contest, and an arm wrestling contest, all of which Yuta wins. They then have a screaming competition, which Yuta wins by projecting her voice. Luffy challenges Yuta to another competition, but she says that he's just a kid who hasn't realized that the most fun place in the world is inside yourself. Later, the two head back to an abandoned windmill, arguing about Shanks' merits and demerits. They climb to the top and look out over the town, though Utah says she's seen more beautiful scenes out at sea. Back in the present day, Utah states she's going to make her dream come true and continues to look out over the ocean. Utah sits in Party's bar, complaining to her father about Luffy's training methods, while Makino thanks her for playing with him. However, Utah replies that she's just protecting Shanks by stopping Luffy from annoying him. At that moment, Luffy enters the bar, asking Shanks to let him join his crew, though Shanks swiftly declines and Luffy starts to throw a tantrum. Utah then forces Luffy out of the bar, stating that they were supposed to train at sea. Once they leave, Shanks tells Makino that he's planning Fuchsia Village soon, though he'll be back. Out at sea, the two kids paddle in barrels, racing to a rock. However, when they arrive, they realize that it's actually the Lord of the Coast, and begin paddling away as fast as they can. Back on land, Luffy tells Utah that he's their local sea monster, and Utah tells him that Shanks would easily defeat it. They begin talking about becoming pirates, and Utah asks Luffy what his goal is once he's become one. She reveals that she dreams of traveling around the world with Shanks and bringing joy with her singing. Luffy then reveals that his goal is to travel the world, meeting a variety of people and trying a variety of food. Later, as the red hair pirates prepare to leave the island, Shanks brings Luffy off the ship. Utah had found him hiding on the ship, stating that if Shanks said no, then he's not allowed on board. As the crew leaves, Luffy swears to be on board next time. Eventually, the red hair pirates return. As Luffy goes to greet them, everyone refuses to acknowledge him, and he decides to go ask Utah what's going on. However, he soon runs into Shanks, who tells him that Utah left the ship to become a singer, to Luffy's shock. He refuses to believe it, stating that Utah would never leave Shanks and that something must have happened. However, Shanks doesn't respond, and Luffy runs off, crying. Sometime later, news of Elija's destruction spread across the world, with a reported 100% mortality rate and Shanks being held responsible. As the news travels, Garp and Sengoku state that the destruction was connected to Top Musica, and that Shanks revealed his true nature. They end their discussion by saying that Roger would be disappointed in him. Back in Fuchsia Village, Beckman asks Luffy to forgive Shanks, telling him that there are some things that people just can't talk about. However, Luffy just runs out the mountain, thinking about his time with Utah. Suddenly, he's attacked by mountain bandits, and they continuously beat him until sundown. He's eventually saved by Beckman, who brings him back to the village. The next day, Luffy enters Party's bar and asks to join Shanks' crew, but is swiftly rejected. He sits with the red hair pirates, telling Shanks that he won't ask what happened because it's his and Utah's business. Meanwhile, in Mary Geoise, the five elders discuss Shanks. Back in the present day, Usopp tells Luffy that Utah is putting on a live performance, and Nami adds that it's her first one. Luffy decides to go, and the crew head for Elija. On the island, Utah prepares for the concert, stating that a new Genesis is going to begin. The movie begins with a narration: wealth, fame, power. With the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, many pirates were able to flourish and explore the world. However, in turn, this also resulted in the suffering of many citizens. We get a reel showing recordings of several citizens around the world mentioning how much they've suffered from the violence of pirates and how much they've lost because of them, begging to the one watching to help them. We pan out to see that these are all comments that Utah has been receiving through Den Den Mushi from her viewers, as she contemplates all the people suffering while she snacks on a mushroom. Utah prepares herself as thousands of people are gathering just outside at Elija Island, where the new Genesis Live concert is about to begin. The Straw Hats are cooking a barbecue in one of the special seats in the front rows, with some of them explaining to get the audience caught up that Utah is the world's greatest and most famous singer, with Brook saying that he can't even compare as Soul King. Utah has attained massive fame by streaming her songs via Den Den Mushi. However, now she is performing for the first time on a live stage in front of an audience, and thousands of people from all over the world came to support her. The lights go dark on stage and Utah appears, with the crowd chanting UTA, so Utah begins to sing Shinjidai New Era, the first of her songs. As her musical number ensues, a gigantic birdcage appears around everyone in the concert hall, and soon after cute animals and objects appear around the air, as if everyone was living inside of a music video, which some realize is likely coming from Utah's devil fruit powers. These combine to make an incredible concert experience as everyone becomes immersed in Utah's music with all the special effects of her powers. We see that people from all over the world are watching her concert too on Den Den Mushi livestream, including Whoop Slap and the others at Fuchsia Village, the cooks at the Barity, Drum Island, people at Sabati on the same screens they watched the Summit War on, etc. Finally, as her musical number ends, Utah greets the audience and mentions how she wants to usher in a new era that will put a stop to the violence of pirates, in a world where everyone will be happy for all of eternity. She declares how today is the day she'll start this new era and deliver joy to everyone through her music. As Utah was performing, Luffy seemed to recognize her, so as the song ends, he swings up on stage and looks at her up close, exclaiming how he knows her. People are surprised to see someone jumped on stage, but recognize his straw hat and the guy on stage as the 5th Emperor. Yuta takes a second and notices Luffy's face as her hair perks up, so the two tearfully embrace each other in a hug. Sanji grits his teeth in jealousy. Luffy's crew is surprised that he knows Yuta so personally that they would hug, but Luffy casually explains that it's because she's Shanks' daughter, causing the entire auditorium to go in shock. Yuta is mildly annoyed that Luffy dropped that fact when she was trying to keep it a secret, but just dismisses it as it's not too big of a deal. A group of pirates called the Jellyfish Pirates start moving from the audience to close in on Yuta, claiming that given her fame, they can gain a lot off of kidnapping her. After Luffy drops that she is Shanks' daughter, they're even more pleased, as they can hold hostage someone who is incredibly close and important to one of the Yonko to leverage things out of him. As they surround her, Yuta seems fairly unfazed by their threats, but as soon as they try to get in closer, suddenly Charlotte Oven jumps in from the crowd and sends some of them flying with his Heat Denasi attack. Oven pulls out a mirror from where Broly comes out, and they announce that Big Mom has shown interest in kidnapping Yuta. Luffy and the others jump in to protect Yuta, with the Straw Hat showing a bunch of their moves with a lot of cool animation shots. The jellyfish pirates are easily disposed of by them. Jinbe creates a giant shark made of water and rides against Oven, but Oven negates the attack with his heat, so Frankie jumps in to clash against him. However, just as things are getting heated, Yuta raises her hand asking everyone to stop. She thanks Luffy for the help, but she asks him to let her handle things. Yuta asks the Big Mom pirates and the jellyfish pirates to stop being pirates and just get along together and have fun with the joy of singing, saying she's willing to forgive their previous bad actions if they accept to live in peace together from now on. The pirates obviously dismiss this idea, with Oven stating how there is no peace in this world, but Yuta accepts their refusal and begins singing Watashi wa Saikyo, I'm the best. As she does, colorful objects and effects appear around her again, just like in a music video. Yuta transforms into her armor from the trailers, interestingly enough. She dances around the arena, using music notes to attack and strings in the shape of music sheet to entrap her enemies. Within a second, she instantly defeats Oven and Broly by wrapping them up in strings, as well as the jellyfish pirates, hanging all of them up on a music sheet in the air. Yuta starts flying around the stage as she keeps singing, while Luffy is really impressed that she's gotten that much stronger. The audience is glad to see that, despite being Shanks' daughter and hesitating for a second, she's still on the side of good and willing to defeat evil pirates. After the song is over, we cut to Whole Cake Island, where Big Mom, sporting a new outfit, is watching the live show alongside Perospero, Smoothie, Citron, Cinnamon, Amande, Nostort, and Flampe. Big Mom is impressed Yuta was able to stand up to Oven that easily, but is now even more interested in capturing her, not just for her devil fruit powers, but also for her connections to Shanks. Perospero also mentions how this would be a good opportunity to get some payback against the Straw Hats, given her connections with Luffy as well. Someone appears from behind them and says they'll go to Alegia Island since they want to save their little sister. This is shown to be Katakuri. Meanwhile, we cut to Mary Geowise, where the Gorosei are observing the concert as well, though they have muted the audio for some reason. They are intrigued that Yuta is the daughter of Shanks, but mention that the Cipher Pole has already confirmed this fact. The sword-wielding Gorosei mentions that this would mean she's from the Figureland family. In Japanese it's Huiga Rando, which could vary depending on the translation. This would imply that this is due to her being Shanks' daughter, implying, even if not fully confirming, that Shanks is of the Figureland family, which could even be his surname. The way this is framed could potentially also imply they are referring to a celestial dragon family, particularly when tied with information later in the movie, but this isn't really stated directly in any way, so we can only speculate about it. They also refer to Yuta as another bud of revolution that poses a threat during this era, and how she is particularly dangerous because the masses all support her and believe in her. More than anything, though, they are concerned by Yuta's abilities and her connection with a weapon from ancient times seemingly not related to the 3 ancient weapons from the main story, but still considered a weapon of equal power to those. Capable of destroying the world that lies dormant in Alegia Island, called Tot Musica, literally meaning all music in some languages. We cut to Sakazuki at New Marineford, who is also concerned about the situation, summoning 30 marine battleships, basically the equivalent to 3 buster calls, to completely annihilate Yuta and the threat she poses. Kizaru wonders if it's overkill to send so many ships, but Sakazuki tells him not to underestimate Yuta's power. Kizaru and Fujitora head to take care of Yuta alongside the fleet. Meanwhile, Yuta takes advantage of break time in her concert to talk a bit with Luffy. She and Luffy always used to partake in duels together, with Luffy claiming he's held a 183 win record, though Yuta is certain Luffy is misremembering because she's the one who holds that record. The two decide to settle another duel, a challenge where they have to finish food as quickly as they can before a bull Utah created runs them over. Luffy is confident about being able to eat faster, but Utah magically creates a giant mug of orange juice and gives it to Luffy to distract him, just like Shanks did in Chapter 1, which is a nice reference, keeping him busy enough for her to finish and to be hit by the bull. Luffy falls into water, but Utah pulls him out really easily with her powers, apologizing because she didn't take into account that he's a pirate now. Utah teases Luffy by telling him you lost again, as she does a cute pose where she gropes her fingers as she smiles. Utah takes advantage of winning the duel and asks Luffy where Shanks is getting up close in his face, but Luffy says he doesn't know. She brings up the hat, but Luffy says Shanks simply left it with him before he left. As Nami inquires about Luffy and Utah's relationship, we get a flashback of Luffy and Utah during their childhood and the time they spent together. We see how they used to engage in silly duels of all types for a long while, showing us a duel just like the one they did right now in the present, where Utah won by offering Luffy orange juice and distracting him enough to win. Makino tried to stop them, but Shanks decided to just watch since it's just a duel. As she won, Utah teased Luffy again with the same cute pose, but Luffy got mad that he lost and tried to battle it out with Utah. As the two readied to punch each other by flailing their arms in circles, Shanks came in to stop them both by hitting them on the heads with his sword's guard and asked them to get along. As the two kids kept arguing, Utah pulled the fact that she's Shanks' favorite child, and hugged his leg, but Luffy got jealous and hugged Shanks' leg as well. Shanks let the two kids climb on his back as they kept bickering like siblings. Luffy brought up how it's odd that Utah calls Shanks by his first name, but she mentions how she calls him that way because she's not just her father but also the captain she admires. Luffy asked Shanks again to bring him to sea like he did so often at the start of the manga, but Shanks refused, explaining that Utah is different because she was already experienced in sailing since she was a kid, compared to Luffy who had no experience. Utah agreed and proudly declared herself as the musician of the red-haired pirates. Everyone gathered around for her to perform, so Utah began to sing Kaz no Yuki, where the wind blows, where everyone ended up transported into a world of memories and emotions. Suddenly the song stopped though, as Luffy woke up, realizing he was asleep all along. However, as he looked around, he noticed everyone else was mysteriously asleep too. He noticed Utah also fell asleep herself, so he decided to begin singing himself instead. Nami wonders about how Luffy and Utah got separated though, but suddenly Utah seems to freeze up. Luffy tries really hard to jog his memory, but he recalls and explains that one day 12 years ago, as Shanks' crew returned, everyone was awfully silent and refused to talk to Luffy. At that point, Luffy dismissed them for being so aloof and said that at least Utah would greet him warmly. However, Utah was not on the ship that day. As Shanks disembarked, Luffy asked him what went wrong, but Shanks commented how Utah decided to leave somewhere to devote herself to becoming a songstress, assuring him that she would be fine. Back to the present, Utah asks what Luffy's doing at the moment, which of course Luffy replies he's a pirate, adding that he'll become the Pirate King. Utah freezes up for a moment and starts shaking, but she tries to regain her composure as she asks Luffy to stop being a pirate. She says he and his crew can all just hang out with her on this island and share in the joy for all of eternity. Luffy, however, just walks away and ignores her, as Utah grows impatient and angrier. Luffy simply says that it's only fair Utah should do what she wants, and he should do what he wants. He says he's glad to have seen her again and bids her goodbye, but Utah refuses and states that she absolutely can't let him go. Utah shows a smirk on her face as her eyes begin to look more deranged. Nami tells Utah to calm down, that even if they like her music, staying for all of eternity is a bit too much, but Utah pushes her away with a music note. Sanji tries to save Nami, but Utah captures the two of them into a music sheet, just like she did with Oven, and hangs them up for the audience to see. Utah begins singing Gakko Backlight, sprouting two wings with her powers as she summons a horde of music note knights with her powers who start fighting the Straw Hats. Luffy gets in his gear second pose to fight Utah, but then realizes something and stops. He pulls his hat down, imitating Shanks, and says there are some fights not worth fighting. Utah gets angry but tells Luffy to suit himself as she unleashes her powers on the other Straw Hats. They all fight back, but little by little, despite showing some opposition, are very easily folded in front of Utah, who uses her strings to stick them all to the music sheet alongside Nami and Sanji. Luffy finally decides to try fighting back when his crewmates are in danger, but Utah uses her strings to tie him up and throw him on stage, where Luffy is covered in water that some viewers dump on him. Utah asks the crowd if these evil pirates should be punished, as the crowd chants Utah in unison, wanting revenge for the pirates that destroyed their lives, even if Usopp begs her that Luffy doesn't commit crimes like that. Utah does the same cute pose on Luffy again, saying you lost again. Among the crowd, an undercover Helmeppo tries to go after Luffy, but Kobe says not to worry. Sure enough, before Yuta can attack Luffy, suddenly a barrier is erected around Luffy, and Bartolomeo, who was also a fan of Yuta and showed up at the concert, mentions how he is happy to help his boss out. The two of them then suddenly vanish as a rock appears and falls in their place. Away from the stage, on another side of Elija Island closer to the city, Luffy and Barto suddenly appear. Turns out that it was Law who saved them with his powers. Barto mocks Law and says how he's a closet Idol fan, but Law says he only showed up to chaperone someone else, as Bippo appears in full Idol fan gear and, of course, immediately apologizes. The four of them begin moving away to safety as Yuta appears and follows after them with a music-designed tank and an army of her followers in tow. Among them, Kobe, Helmeppo, and Blueno from CP0 have infiltrated, who were undercover at the concert to assess Yuta's threats. The two of them are concerned with the fact they are rivals, being from Sword and CP-AG0, but they decide to work together given the importance of the crisis. Kobe asks Blueno if they can rely on his Diwa no Mai powers, but Blueno mentions how they are limited by his stamina, so he can't go too crazy with them beyond a certain limit. The island is suddenly swarmed with music note knights, who are looking all over for Luffy in the air. As Luffy's team seeks shelter, the mysterious man Gordon suddenly appears and invites them to take refuge in a ruined church. He introduces himself as the former king of Elija. Barto is surprised he can be a king when the island is in ruins, but Law explains how Elija was once known as the world's capital of music, until a certain pirate came 12 years ago and annihilated all on the island overnight. Yuta, who had been left behind, was then raised by Gordon, the sole survivor, to become the best singer there is, but Yuta was in a really bad mental state due to a certain trauma from her past and struggled to find any motivation. However, one day 3 years ago, Yuta found a bunch of discarded Den Den Mushi at the shore. Curiously, on those Den Den Mushi are 3 letters SSG, or Super Science Group. Yuta then decided to use those Den Den Mushi to broadcast herself to the whole world, which brought hope back again into her life as she saw how much her music helped people. At the same time, though, it exposed her to how much some suffered because of pirates all around the world, which led to Yuta developing hatred for pirates on top of her past trauma. Gordon, however, gets mad because Luffy is playing around with a pile of rubble trying to form a mountain rather than listening to him. Gordon pleads Luffy to help stop Yuta since he's so close to her, but as Law tries to think of a plan, he is bothered by Bippo's noises once again. He, however, realizes Bippo has been turned into a chibi-like mascot who keeps making noises and saying his name like a Pokemon. Yuta suddenly bursts into the room, and it turns out she's the one who transformed him with her powers. Yuta steals Luffy's straw hat from him, calling it a symbol of piracy, with Luffy asking in turn just what went on with Shanks for her to act like this. Yuta, however, snaps as she orders Luffy to not mention Shanks' name anymore and tries to capture him, but Law takes him and Bartolomeo away with his abilities to save them once again. Yuta is angry, but just tells her followers to hunt after them, as it'll be a fun game. Yuta apologizes to Gordon, who was left behind with Bippo, for not telling him about the live concert she threw. Gordon says the concert isn't the problem, but mentions how he's realized her true plan and begs her to stop, but Yuta traps him in a music sheet. Gordon tells her he's just concerned because there's no way the government will sit back and do nothing. Yuta, however, dismisses it with a smile and says she can handle them no problem, as she brings out a music sheet. The music sheet is very old. Gordon suddenly grows pale and tells her in a panic that she mustn't awaken it at any costs, but Yuta is angry that Gordon hid this music sheet away, meaning he didn't trust her, so she just dismisses his pleas as she walks away. Luffy wants to go back to Yuta to get his hat back, but Law says they must think of a plan. Bartolomeo encases Luffy in a barrier ball to make sure he is protected from Yuta's powers or an ambush at all costs, but as they roll around in the barrier, they accidentally fall off a cliff and are catapulted far away. Luffy gets motion sick by all the spinning, but they end up crashing by the piers. Meanwhile, Kobe makes use of Blueno's powers to rescue the Straw Hats and teaches them the trick to break free from the music sheets, which is to play the respective note they are assigned to. Oven pleads to save them too and agrees to cooperate with the Marines for their freedom. Meanwhile, at the church, Gordon does the same and manages to break free of Yuta's powers thanks to making Chibi Bippa play the right note. Back at the pier, Luffy is shocked to see that the Thousand Sunny has mysteriously disappeared, meaning they can't escape the island, but in its place is Sunny-kun, a small anthropomorphic version of the Sunny that has been transformed by Yuta's powers into a mascot. Bartolomeo finds it odd, however, that no Marines have showed. However, we then cut to a different scenario where the island is somehow surrounded with Marine ships and the weather is stormy, unlike how it was sunny in the previous scene. Mysteriously, the Straw Hats, Law, Barto, Kobe, Blueno, etc. are all sleeping at the arena, at complete odds with the scenario we saw before. Clearly, something is going on. As Bartolomeo and Luffy reunite with Law, Kobe then shows up in front of them with Blueno's powers. Law is surprised he was able to find them, but Kobe mentions how he has very good observation haki. Kobe then explains the intel the government has on Utah's fruit, elaborating that she ate the Utah no Mai Song fruit, a fruit that allows her to entrap all those who hear her music into a virtual dream world that she has full control over, basically allowing her to manipulate it as if it were a music video. This virtual dream world is a parallel world identical to the normal one, but exists on a separate parallel plane where Utah can modify its properties at will. As explained above, she can basically affect anything in real time as if it were a music video, making her practically omnipotent within her world. Her powers, as we see them, include being able to generate items out of thin air, transform people into cute chibi mascots, trap people in music sheets, summon music note nights, and attack people with music note-like attacks, though she can only control reality within range of her vicinity. She can also negate most attacks like bullets or impacts too. This explains why she was able to overwhelm so many fighters so easily, because from the second the concert started, all the people on the island were entrapped in her dimension when the birdcage appeared by hearing her singing voice. However, the important thing is that only the consciousnesses of those affected travel to the virtual world, while their real bodies remain in the real world, but asleep. The body of anyone who has been trapped within the dream world can be freely manipulated by Utah in the real world while they sleep, allowing her to command all the bodies of those she trapped like an army of sleeping puppets, while their consciousnesses are trapped in a virtual world that they can't leave. Furthermore, you know how it goes, you die in the game, you die in real life, so people affected have to be careful they don't die either in the virtual world or that their bodies are killed in the real world while they're asleep. Luffy mentions that, oh yeah, that's how Utah's powers work, as she already had her devil fruit back when they were kids, hence why they all fell asleep when she sang, but the others get angry at him for not bringing it up before. Law mentions that there has to be a weakness to the devil fruit, and Blueno affirms that indeed all devil fruits have one weakness or another. Just like his Dio no Mai, the Utah no Mai requires a lot of stamina to use, so it's hard to be kept continuously. Furthermore, every time the user falls asleep, all the people that were trapped in the dream world are released. However, Utah has managed to find a way to circumvent this weakness. Utah has been consuming a drug known as the insomnia mushroom, the same that Sanji found among his ingredients, a mushroom that stops someone from falling asleep when eaten. Since Utah has been eating them since before the live concert, she can't fall asleep, essentially trapping everyone within her dream world forever. However, the mushroom has the side effect that it starts affecting one's sanity after a while due to sleep deprivation, and continuous consumption leads to the body weakening from the lack of sleep, eventually causing death. Law is relieved to hear that, because it means they will be able to break free if she dies, but Luffy is mad because he doesn't want Utah to die. However, Kobe mentions the grim reality that if the user of this fruit dies while their powers are active, then everyone remains trapped in the virtual world forever. This is in reality Utah's true master plan, as she wanted to use the mushrooms to keep everyone trapped within the virtual world and eventually die so they could all live away from violent pirates and the troubles of the government to get along in this world of joy and happiness forever. Of course, this is a very naive goal, but all the comments Utah has received across the years caused her to become obsessed with making this idea a reality. Luffy and the others are concerned by this turn of events, but Kobe says he sent the Straw Hats to investigate the archives of Elijah Castle to find some way to escape this world, so Luffy feels relieved since he can count on his crew. Meanwhile, in the real world, Utah is by herself in the music stage as somber rain falls down, while everyone around her is asleep on the ground, trapped in her world. The Marines finally arrive as Manga is shocked to see everyone asleep, wondering if they are all dead, but Utah reassures him they're all just asleep. Utah is carrying a basket with Luffy's straw hat in it and a bunch of insomnia mushrooms, but is completely unfazed by all the Marines around her as she seems to be starting to lose her grip on reality as she shakily bites into a mushroom. Fujitora recognizes the smell of the insomnia mushrooms and catches onto Utah's plan, asking her to release everyone, but Utah refuses. Fujitora realizes Utah won't listen to reason and sees himself forced to resort to violence, but Utah isn't afraid of even the admirals as she can just trap them in her world, so she begins to sing. However, all the Marines put on visors with a red light that shield their sight and plug their ears, which makes them immune to Utah's powers. Utah is still fairly unfazed though, as she knows she can just use those who are asleep, exclaiming how it's already too late as Kobe jumps in and begins fighting the admiral. Utah then starts performing Utakata Lullaby, Fleeting Lullaby, causing the civilians to swarm onto the Marines. Fujitora tells his men to not hurt the civilians, but many of them begin to take off the visors from the Marines, causing more of them to fall to her music. Blueno, Oven, and many others begin to hunt down the Marines, as they become overwhelmed and even Fujitora is kept at bay. Law appears behind Manga and sends him flying into the water below, while Fujitora is forced to get serious and start slashing his own men, remaining one of the only not to be affected by her powers as he fights to keep his visor on while Yuta psychedelically sings away. On the scene, Khalifa looks from afar on top of a tower and realizes that Yuta is still broadcasting her songs to the live streams all around the world, affecting anyone who is hearing her songs regardless of where they are. All across the world, all those that were watching the live stream begin dropping to the ground one after another as they become trapped into her world, with entire cities losing their populations to the songs. Lucci reports this to the Gorosei, who had muted the live stream to avoid hearing her music and being affected, stating how given the massive worldwide success of the concert, if Yuta isn't stopped, it's possible that in an hour from then up to 70% of the world's population would vanish away into Yuta's world. The Gorosei are terrified by this, as it could veritably spell the collapse of society. Cutting to the castle with the Straw Hats, Chopper asks a pair of mice to guide them as they finally discover the archives. There Robin begins to search for info, but a bunch of instrument-shaped golems left by the island's old inhabitants appear to stop the intruders from searching the forbidden contents of the archives. Robin is worried that she won't be able to look for info since she'll be too busy fighting, but Usopp tells her to trust in her crewmates to protect her, to which she happily agrees. Robin realizes there's a mural on the ceiling and realizes something. Meanwhile, in a cool action sequence, the Straw Hats fight off the golems, but Frankie finishes off with a radical beam giant slalom attack where he spins as he flies through the air, essentially blasting the entire cavern with his laser. The whole castle begins to collapse. As Frankie says, "Super sorry dude," so the Straw Hats make their getaway. Nami and Robin are left behind, so Zeus tries to cover for them, but they are about to be crushed by rubble. Nami runs up to a mirror and starts screaming for Bruley, telling her that if they die, then she can say goodbye to ever escaping from the virtual world or seeing her family again. Bruley concedes because she wants to see Katakuri again and helps them get away right before the entire room collapses. Meanwhile, back at the main stage, still in the dream world, Saint Charlos appears before Yuta, who came to the concert to take her back with him to marry Gioi's because of her pretty voice. As soon as he appears, the entire audience bows before him in fear. Charlos offers to buy Yuta for 1 billion belly, but Yuta refuses, calling Charlos an old pathetic geezer who is part of the detestable celestial dragons, but offers him to join him in her new world as a normal person. Charlos snaps, so he orders his bodyguards shoot Yuta down with their guns. Yuta easily blocks the bullets with her powers as she laughs it off, but both bodyguards are shot down by Charlos, who calls them incompetent. Yuta suddenly enters in shock and desperately tries fixing their wounds with her powers, being traumatized by the sight of blood. Charlos orders Marines around to capture her, and Yuta is annoyed that the allies of justice would follow the orders of such a monster, but they say they have no choice. Yuta then uses her powers to entrap Charlos and the bodyguards in a music sheet, just like she did before, and reassures the Marines and her entire audience that in this new era, they won't need to fear the celestial dragons anymore, as everyone will be equal. However, the audience grows concerned, feeling that Yuta is basically just taking their place, which would be interesting given the potential connections of the Figureland family, and fear that the government will retaliate by sending an admiral, so several people want to start leaving. Kobe then appears on stage through Buenos Dias Doa no Mi. The audience is shocked to see that the hero who saved the people of Rocky Port has appeared, and Kobe explains to the audience how Yuta's powers work and how she deceived them all. Yuta tries to argue that she didn't deceive them, but some people are getting fed up with her. Yuta tells him that they can't leave, that there's no point in leaving, because in her world they'll be happy forever and won't have to worry about work, studies, or anything else. With her powers, she can create unlimited food and anything else they want. However, while some agree with her, others in the crowd begin to boo Yuta and say they want to leave. Some don't want a life of laziness where they don't work, others just want to go home to their families, and many just don't care about this new era and only liked Yuta for her music. The audience begins arguing against each other, but Yuta panics because this goes against her idea of peace and happiness. Yuta finally begins to fall under the pressure and says that she realizes how she was wrong, and she simply has to force everyone to have more fun, drowning the stage in a deluge of water which turns anyone who touches it into chibi mascots and other cute items. The crowd desperately tries to avoid escaping the water, but they are all slowly turned chibi, including Saint Charlos. At Mary Gioi's, the Gorosei panic at this sight and say that they need to get serious. Kobe and Bluno manage to escape the deluge last moment, but as they leap into the air door, Bluno is hit by the water and is turned chibi as well, though he manages to make it out, even if this form severely limits his powers by making his doors way smaller. Kobe and Bluno reconvene with Luffy and the Straw Hats, as well as Oven and Bruley once again, who discuss what they've learned and how they can stop UT. Robin mentions what she has found, explaining that the music sheet taught Musica serves as the vessel where the weapon known as the Devil King was trapped within. In ancient times, legend says that the negative emotions of people came together to form a demonic creature that people called the Devil King. Its power was so strong that it is very much capable of destroying the world, and Yuta is the only one that can awaken this monster by singing the music on the sheet. Robin explains how the Devil King Tot Musica exists in both planes, the real world and the virtual one. So if they defeat Tot Musica, that should make things unstable enough to undo the fruit's power and fuse both worlds back together, but this would require it to be attacked from both the virtual world and the real world at the same time. Everyone is concerned since there's not any particular allies they have in the real world at the moment, but Gordon appears with Bepo and says that they should have faith that Shanks will appear, and use that opportunity. Luffy asks Gordon about what happened with Shanks, but Gordon refuses to elaborate, so Luffy just leaps ahead and leaves into the forest to go fight Yuta. Bardo panics, but Usopp says it's impossible to stop their captain, so they should just focus on making a plan. Yuta finds herself in the middle of the sea she's created, which has sunk most of Elysia Island. Despite it being water, she can walk on it. Luffy then appears before her and Yuta teases how Luffy lost again by doing her cute pose "you lost again," but Luffy isn't in the mood for jokes, so Yuta playfully begins to attack him as she says they'll settle things in one final duel. The two of them clash for a while as Luffy uses some moves like Gomu Gomu no Storm and then entering gear second, but he can't really bring himself to harm Yuta as he keeps missing her over and over. Yuta feels offended by him holding back and comes out on top by just generating water that weakens Luffy. Luffy falls to his knees debilitated by the water, and two Music Note Knights put spears around his neck, imitating the pose of Gold D. Roger during his execution. Yuta asks Luffy why he is so desperate to become the Pirate King, only to end up with such a fate, but Luffy exclaims that it's for the sake of a new era. Yuta is irritated by this claim, grabbing Luffy's hat and pulling it apart. Luffy panics and begs Yuta to stop, but she keeps pulling as the hat is ripped in half. Luffy is furious, but says that even if he lost, he has faith that Shanks will come to help out. Yuta finds it pathetic that Luffy needs to be saved by Shanks, but Luffy says he wasn't talking about Shanks coming to save him, but coming to save Yuta, because there's no way that Shanks would just stand around if his daughter is suffering so much. Yuta is shaken by this claim, but tells Luffy how he's completely wrong, because Shanks will never come back. She reveals that despite the fact that she and Shanks are actually not related by blood, that she has always viewed him as her real father, which is what made his betrayal so painful. Yuta explains what really happened on Elysia 12 years ago. Shanks took Yuta to show her musical talent at Elysia, which marveled and astounded the people of the island due to her being a singing prodigy. Yuta really enjoyed herself there, so Shanks encouraged her to stay behind to learn music at the island's academy. Shanks mentioned how there is no peace or equality in this world, but that music can help deliver joy, something he legitimately believed Yuta was capable of doing in a new era. However, Yuta began crying, wanting to stay as the Red Hair Pirate's musician forever, as she'd much rather be with her family than studying somewhere she didn't know, so Shanks told her to forget about it and that they'll depart together tomorrow. However, Yuta woke up during the night and saw the entire island in flames. She ran out and found Gordon, who cursed the red-haired pirates for killing all on the island and plundering their beloved land. Yuta asked where Shanks was, but Gordon mentioned Shanks simply used Yuta's singing abilities to approach the island and then take advantage of a surprise attack to take Elysia's many famed riches and wealth. Refusing to believe this, Yuta ran to the shore only to see the Red Force in the distance and the red hair pirates partying on it all happy and peppy, not caring that they left Yuta behind. Heartbroken, Yuta broke down crying, but Gordon stopped her from jumping into the sea to go after them. After that, the tragedy ended up all over the newspapers, with Shanks identified as the suspect for pillaging the island and being given a bounty of 1,040,000,000 belly at the time, with his bounty poster showing him posing with his straw hat in retrospect. Cut back to the real world, Yuta is talking to a sleeping Luffy, at the same time that she is talking to the Luffy in the dream world. The real straw hat is still intact, since the one she broke is only the one in the dream world, but she places the real hat on top of the real world Luffy and pulls out a dagger. She lifts it up in the air, ready to take Luffy's life and stop his ambition to become Pirate King as she tells Luffy bye-bye. However, as she plunges the dagger down, it's stopped by a hand that grabs Yuta. As Yuta looks up, she asks, "What are you doing here?" To which the person replies, "I've come to hear my daughter singing." Shanks and his crew all stand in the rain smiling, while Yuta tries to hold back the tears. She however quickly begins to laugh maniacally as all the people who are sleeping gang up on the red hair pirates and start attacking them. Shanks, however, stays completely still and unfazed with the biggest Giga Chad face as the citizens can't even hurt him, simply looking at Yuta while confused. Howling Gab opens his mouth and a laser beam appears, but Beckman tells him to stop or he'll injure the civilians. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, Luffy realizes that Yuta has met Shanks by how she is reacting, but she gets really angry. However, right then Kobe appears and everyone charges in to fight Yuta. All the Straw Hats and the others try to attack her, but she manages to fend off their attacks with her powers fairly easily with a silent, angry look on her face. However, as Chopper distracts her, Law manages to find an opening and shambles her inside Bartolomeo's barrier, where she remains stuck inside. Bartolomeo soundproofs the barrier, turning it a golden color so that her voice can't get out either, and suddenly all her music note nights and all her effects outside the barrier are negated and vanish due to her voice being locked inside. Suddenly, in the real world, a Marine shoots a civilian and the red hair pirates realize the Marines are shooting down everyone to get to Yuta. Beckman asks Kizaru to show himself, and as Kizaru walks in, he says that while killing Yuta might trap all those in her virtual world forever, he's been given orders to still kill her, because that's still better odds than if Yuta summons Top Musica, since that might be it for the world if the Devil King is awakened. Yuta snaps at the person who has been shot just like she did with Charlos and tries to do what she can to stop the man's wound, ripping off her sleeve to stop the bleeding, but since this isn't her virtual world, she can't do anything to heal him. However, Hongo, the doctor of the red-haired pirates, comes in and helps her heal the wound. Kizaru tries to take advantage of the situation and leaps into the air to attack with Yasukani no Magatama, but Shanks instantly nullifies the attack with one swing of his sword. Kizaru shows a scared expression for a second as Shanks suddenly leaps towards him. Kizaru tries to shoot another Yasukani no Magatama, but Shanks pushes away every single laser beam with his sword, cutting in half one of the stage mountain spires in the process. Kizaru moves away at light speed, but as soon as he reforms, Shanks has already hunted him down and has his sword on Kizaru's neck, asking him to not step into his family troubles. Kizaru stands completely still and raises his arms in apology. Fujitora approaches Shanks with sword in hand. In the dream world, Yuta is on the verge of a mental breakdown, slamming the barrier, stating how she wishes she had the courage to pull the trigger earlier. She stops and pulls out the Top Musica sheet. It's time to awaken the ancient Devil King. Yuta begins dropping some 6 Wano beats that are so incredibly powerful they instantly shatter even Bartolomeo's barrier, shocking him that something exists that can do that. The outfits of everyone present in the dream world change into battle attire thanks to Yuta's powers, transforming the Straw Hats and the others into their second gear for the film. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kizaru once again tries to attack, but Beckman puts a rifle up against him, to which Kizaru raises his arms in a very delightful callback. Kizaru comments how ironic it is that it's pirates protecting civilians from the Marines, but mentions how at this point that Top Musica has been unleashed. It's basically pointless to fight back Yuta's powers. At Mary Geoise, Lucci tries to cut off the broadcast so the Gorosei won't be affected, but they mention how now that Top Musica has been awakened, it won't make a difference, as both planes are fusing together. The Devil King appears from the ground, appearing in both the real world and the virtual world. Around its chest are 3 skulls, those found around Orz's waist, who is also called the Devil fittingly enough, while its arms are basically piano keys stitched together. Its hair is pure white, just like that of a Lunarian Gear 5D Sulong, and has an X-shaped scar over its left eye. Yuta herself transforms, and her wings also become black like those of a Lunarian. Shanks leaps in to attack the Devil King, but even his powerful attacks simply bounce off of it, being pushed back. Shanks lands on a tower where Khalifa is standing, and Khalifa mentions to him how the only way to really hurt the Devil King is to attack it from both planes, which may prove difficult. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, everyone begins attacking, but Luffy stands still as he stares down at Yuta. They try their best to attack the monster, but their attacks all prove fruitless, as not even Zoro or Law can lay any real damage on it. Luffy finally attempts to attack as well as he goes Gear 3rd, but as he unleashes Elephant Gatling, he too is unable to do much. Usopp is hit as the Devil King bounces his attack back at him, falling on the ground. Luffy worries, but Usopp tells him to leave it to them and to just focus on Utea. Luffy leaps towards her and tries begging Utea to listen to him, refusing to attack her. Law gets mad at Luffy and tells him to just strike her, but Luffy stands his ground. Yuta summons her spear from the Watashi wa Saikyo musical number and sends it flying to pierce through Luffy. However, at the last second, Gordon jumps in the way and gets stabbed in Luffy's place. Gordon tears up and mentions how he doesn't want to see Yuti falling to the level of killing one of the people she's closest to, and that Yuta has it all wrong, as she's been a victim of a lie he's guilty of. He reveals the truth of what really happened all that time ago, as when Yuta and Shanks were invited to the party after her performance, Yuta found the music sheet of Top Musica lying around. Gordon mentions that the Devil King residing within the music sheet possesses a will of its own of sorts, which is very reminiscent of what the Gorosei said of Zoan Devil Fruits. Interesting, because of the devil connection, and used it to be helped to escape from the archives and be led all the way to Yuta through its will so that she could unleash itself upon the world. As such, Utah naively sang this music sheet she found at the party, unknowing that she just unleashed the weapon that is the Devil King upon the world. Tot Musica took over Utah's body to wreak havoc on the island, wiping away its entire population in a matter of instants. We see the true power of an ancient weapon of this capacity as the Devil King blasted lasers that destroyed dozens of buildings in a second, killing countless people in an instant. The citizens, screaming in horror, mentioned that Utah would end up destroying the world. The red-haired pirates, however, fought back, with all of them including Monster charging towards the Devil King. Shanks leaped into the air and used a powerful attack to pierce through the Devil King's chest while flying. Because of Utah's still young body and weak endurance at the moment, the weakened Devil King was overwhelmed by Shanks' strong attack and was fragile enough to be sealed again within the music sheet. As Gordon, the only survivor, was saved by the red-haired pirate's Dr. Hongo, Shanks asked him to never tell Utah the truth because it would be too much for her. He also asked Gordon to take care of Utah and become her foster father, because Shanks believed it would be too dangerous now for her to sail with them anymore, as if the Marines found out that she was the one who unleashed this weapon, then she would be hunted down by the government, which is why he needed to cut away any connections with her so that they wouldn't find out what really happened on the island. He also decided to take the blame for destroying the island, to take away attention from Utah and cover up the incident, which they successfully managed to do. Gordon agreed to keep the secret and play his part, vowing to help raise Utah to become the best singer she can be on Shanks' request. As Utah desperately cried to Shanks' crew leaving, we find out that when the red-haired pirates were partying as they left, they were in reality crying overcome with sadness, but tried to hide their tears because they wanted Utah to forget about them and move on, rather having her believe that they betrayed her than her finding out about the horrible things she committed. Back to the present, while Law begins tending to Gordon, Luffy says that there is no more need for Utah to do any of this because Shanks did in fact care about her as he reaches his hand towards her. Utah, however, is still emotionally confused and seizes Luffy by reaching out her hand and attacking him. However, Luffy notices the motif drawn on her hand sleeve. Luffy recognizes that it's a drawing that he made for her when they were children, which, as we see in a flashback, was a very crudely drawn version of Shanks' straw hat given Luffy's poor drawing skills, that Luffy proposed to her to make it the symbol of the new era. Utah begins recalling those happy memories together from long ago when they acted like siblings and is emotionally confused, but Luffy tells her more than anyone else, "You know very well this isn't true joy. This isn't the new era." Utah begins to tear up, calling out Luffy's name. However, she is engulfed in music notes, as her body is absorbed into Tot Musica. Robin notes it's too late, as the Devil King is now consuming Utah to gain strength. At this point, it becomes evident Tot Musica won't be defeated as easily as Shanks did back 12 years ago. The Devil King begins to transform even further into its final form and sprouts a pair of Lunarian black wings on its back. The skulls on its chest become 5, and it becomes gigantic. Trapped within Tot Musica, Utah, overwhelmed by her emotions, recalls how she found a recording of what happened on the island that night just recently around a year ago, finding out the truth that Gordon hid from her. But after all those years of hating Shanks, she couldn't bring herself to change, and she was already so influenced by all the comments she kept receiving from her viewers that she couldn't stop her plans for this new era, as she felt it's what her viewers asked no, demanded of her. The entire area around everyone changes and becomes like space, both in the virtual world and the real world, allowing everyone to float in the air just like space. The Devil King gets ready to consume everyone, easily destroying several of the marine battleships like butter, posing it no threat. Broly is almost hit by an attack, but Sanji protects her, telling her how he'll always come to a lady's defense, to which Broly blushes and tells her to be careful since she's key to their plan. Luffy is knocked away by the Devil King's transformation and falls unconscious, his eyes turning black just like he did when he was defeated by Kaido. However, the Straw Hats aren't willing to go down without a fight, so Nami asks Kobe for guidance. It turns out Kobe is seemingly a really good battle strategist, as he commands everyone with his excellent tactical abilities. Broly is instructed to help evacuate all the Chibified citizens through her Miro world, with Nami and Robin guiding them to her and Bepo, Bluno, and Sunny covering her. The rest of the Straw Hats are instructed to cover the flanks, with Chopper guarding Luffy and Gordon, Usopp firing from the back, and Zoro, Law, and Oven leading the charge. Everyone gets in formation as they prepare their offense, and they all leap to attack on Kobe's command. They all charge in and begin to attack the Devil King. Epic final boss piano music begins to play. However, they still can't deal much damage. Luffy regains consciousness and throws away his coat, turning into Gear 4th, ready for battle. Gordon pleads him to save Utah, stating that while Utah's music may very well be capable of destroying the world, in the right hands, it could also legitimately save it and bring joy to everybody. Meanwhile, in the real world, Shanks alone is fending off Tot Musica, but isn't able to deal much damage either, as it is hard to coordinate. Some music note knights try to attack Shanks but are hit by blocks of mochi. Katakuri appears behind Shanks, and when Shanks inquires about what Big Mom's son is doing here, he says he'll lend him a hand since he wants to save his sister. Katakuri mentions how really good observation haki can allow someone to briefly peer into the virtual world, which they can use to synchronize their attacks. Shanks thanks him for the info, but tells Katakuri he isn't the only one with such a skill for observation haki there, looking at Yasopp. From within the virtual world, Luffy gets ready to attack, but he suddenly feels a presence and exclaims Shanks. In the real world, Shanks also notices Luffy and encourages him to attack together. At the same time, Usopp tries to use his observation haki, but he suddenly hears a voice in his head. Yasopp mentions how you finally realized, dumb son, and explains to him how they can use both of their really good observation haki to coordinate attacks between the real world and the virtual world so that top Musica can be brought down. Usopp is overcome with joy to hear his father and gets ready to fight by his side. It's time for the final battle, as an orchestral remix of Shin Jidai begins playing at unison. Luffy and Shanks say, "Men, let's do this." Shanks raises his sword as it is enveloped in what look like flames. On Usopp and Yasopp's command, the Straw Hats and Red Hair Pirates begin their final offense. Kobe opens up with a kick and Zoro jumps ahead and coats his swords in Advanced Conqueror's haki, which looks like green flames. Together with Beckman shooting with his rifle, they strike Top Musica together, with Zoro entering Q-Toryu 9-sword style mode and destroying one of its limbs. Next, Jinbe and Lucky Rooks attack together, with Jinbe throwing a wave attack with Helmeppo's help and Ongo throwing Lucky Rooks like a spinning bowling ball, destroying another limb. Howling Gab and Sanji attack together, with Oven casting fire onto Sanji, helping him turn his legs flames blue as he enters Ifrit Jambi. Together with Katakuri and Howling Gab using his pacifista-like laser, Sanji strikes Top Musica and destroys another limb. Robin and Chopper attack together with Bonk Punch and Monster, with Robin entering Gigante Fleur, the move she used against Black Maria to propel Chopper. Nami unleashes Zeus Breeze Tempo alongside Lime Juice, while Brook attacks with Rockstar. All the Straw Hats keep attacking together with the red-haired pirates, hitting critical parts of Top Musica's body and destroying away its arms and legs. Finally, Usopp and Yasopp combine and shoot Top Musica, who tries to block the attack but is stopped by Frankie and Building Snake, who attacks by spinning like a screw, allowing Usopp and Yasopp's attack to land. All of the Devil King's limbs are now gone, leaving Luffy and Shanks to come together for one final attack. Luffy enters Snakeman and the Devil King tries to hunt him down with its lasers, but Luffy keeps evading and charging up his attack. The two rush ahead, but as they are overwhelmed by a blast from Top Musica, Shanks remembers a moment from the past. A piano piece of Shin Jidai plays 19 years ago. When Shanks was still 20, he raided a pirate ship with his crew. Among the loot from the ship, he found a treasure chest but heard something from within it. Inside was a young baby, being a 2-year-old Utah. It turns out her parents were killed by the pirates they had just raided, who had kidnapped her. Utah started to loudly cry, so Shanks tried to make Utah stop crying and had the idea to start singing a song, despite the fact he is terrible at it. However, in spite of how bad Shanks' singing was, after hearing that music, she laughed. Shanks was shocked by this, as he thought back to the past, with the scene shifting to God Valley. There, 38 years ago, Roger, Rayleigh, and Gayban, seemingly leaving the island in a ship, looked into a treasure chest they plundered from the island, and inside found a red-haired baby, Shanks at age 1, with a note with his name on it. Shanks thought back at the similarities between how Roger found and adopted him and how he found Utah, that he realized, could this be the work of fate? Back to the present, Luffy and Shanks are emotionally overwhelmed by their memories together with Utah and push forward in order to save her. The two of them charge towards Top Musica, but Luffy's Snakeman isn't enough. However, suddenly, pushed to the brink, Luffy's eyebrows change as he begins to morph and his hair and clothes turn pure white. Luffy enters Gear 5th and readies a massive attack, while Shanks unleashes a massively powerful Advanced Conqueror's haki attack that coats his blade in a powerful aura. Both planes fuse together and side by side. Shanks and Luffy stand together as they shoot their attacks. Luffy's attack takes the shape of a lion, and Shanks is the shape of a hawk. The two attacks combine and fuse together as they take the form of a Griffon. The Griffon charges forward and envelops Top Musica, who receives the full blunt of the attack and is overwhelmed, causing it to explode as it lets out a devilish shriek, finally ending the fight. Everyone rejoices, only to realize that they somehow aren't returning to the real world. Those in the real world are also concerned, with Katakuri being attacked by Brule, who is incredibly agile as it turns out, as those sleeping are rampaging about hurting each other. Robin realizes Top Musica becoming so strong resulted in the two planes remaining divided. Utah is now in Shanks' arms and Shanks gives her some medicine that Hongo brought to help her sleep. Yuta, however, tosses the medicine away as it smashes on the ground and says that if she falls asleep, then Tot Musica's influence will still keep them trapped in the virtual world, and how the only way to free them now is to use her powers. Shanks grits his teeth, but agrees to her choice. She tries to walk up to the stage but struggles, so Shanks helps her up. In a beautiful scene, Yuta prepares to sing as she starts to chant Sekai no Tsuzuki, the world's continuation. Her song reaches into the virtual world, embracing everyone in a beautiful golden light as they calmly fall asleep with smiles on their faces in the light of a shining sun. Monster brings out a Den Den Mushi in front of Yuta, which connects to the broadcast that was going on, releasing everyone all around the world from the virtual world as well. Bruli returns to her body and falls asleep into Katakuri's arms with a smile on her face, who embraces her. As everyone peacefully falls asleep to the beautiful sound of Yuta's singing voice, their consciousnesses return to their bodies, though they'll remain asleep for a little bit before waking up. Little by little, the world is restored to normal. Finally, as things are resolved, Shanks stands with Yuta in his arms with the straw hats still sleeping around him. Yuta thanks Shanks for coming after her despite her not believing in him. However, their reunion is cut short by the Marines, who all aim their weapons and surround them. The Red Hair Pirates get in battle formation to fight against the Marines, but Shanks simply says that Yuta is his daughter, that she is precious family. As Yuta breaks into tears, Shanks proudly proclaims that he will not let anyone lay a hand on his daughter, unleashing a massive Conqueror's Haki blast that shakes the entire sea and creates waves. His blast knocks out every single Marine outside of the Admirals, even Vice Admirals as Kizaru points out, with only Momonga resisting among them as he collapses to his knees and barely holds on. Kizaru begins to profusely sweat and Fujitora retreats his sword, saying it would be foolish to start what would be a war with so many civilians around. The two admirals decide to retreat as every single Marine ship remaining quickly leaves. Khalifa, overlooking the arena, also decides to leave. Everyone can finally breathe easy, but as Yuta is glad that everything was resolved, she collapses in Shanks' arms. Shanks tells Yuta not to worry, because the real new era is almost here. With her final strength and a crippling voice, Yuta sings Kaz no Yuki, Where the Wind Blows, as a farewell to her family and crew, with Shanks trying to hold his tears back as her voice begins to fade from her body. Luffy regains consciousness in his dreams. In front of him is Yuta. Yuta asks Luffy why he kept holding back against punching her, but Luffy says it's because, just like he told her when they were younger, his punch is as strong as a pistol. Yuta laughs and jokes around about losing another duel, doing one final time her cute pose with her hands saying, "I lost again." Luffy, however, stays silent given what happened and sits down. Yuta gets more serious and apologizes for everything she's done and brings out Luffy's straw hat within the dream world, fixing it back. She mentions how this hat is important to her too, and as she approaches Luffy and puts it on his head, she tells him that one day that hat will suit him better than any before him. She gets close to Luffy, but the scene cuts as Luffy wakes up. Luffy realizes he is on the deck of the Sunny, already leaving Elijah Island. Most of the Straw Hats are asleep, though Jinbe, Frankie, and Zoro are awake, the latter drinking from a bottle of sake. Luffy asks Zoro where Shanks went, but Zoro points out to the side of the ship with the bottle. Luffy gets up and looks ahead at the sea, where he can see the Red Force. There he sees Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates, who are all gathered around a casket with their flag on top of it, implicitly holding Yuta's funeral. Luffy's expression turns grim as he lowers his hat to cover his eyes. He and Shanks turn facing their backs on each other, as they somberly depart ways, silently saying goodbye to the girl that influenced their lives and dreams so much. In a post-credits scene, Luffy is sitting on top of the Sunny's figurehead, with a somber expression. He taps on top of the Sunny's head and tries talking to it, but the Sunny doesn't reply back. Luffy thinks back and recalls Yuta smiling at him with his straw hat in her hands, implicitly being from the last sequence where they spoke together in dreams, as she says some words, but the words are purposefully muted out so that we can't hear what she's saying, keeping her final words a mystery from the audience. After recalling this, Luffy then smiles and raises his hands in the air. He takes in a deep breath and exclaims, "Kaizoku Aoyanai or wa Naru."